Please bow our head and put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Dear God, we offer everything to you during this seminar. May we ask for your blessing and divine providence that the activities set for this undertaking be successful and effective. May we also retain the invaluable knowledge and learning experiences that we derive from this activity. We pray that you bless all the committee in charge, that they fulfill tasks responsibly, that the objectives they have set may all be achieved. Your generous as blessing would mean success of this seminar. We know that without it we can do nothing. Maybe believing witnesses of your genuine love through the implementation of the knowledge acquired through this activity. Grant us your divine wisdom as we about our daily tasks after this seminar. This we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
So, hello, good morning po. So, welcome po sa second day ng uh, free seminar on tax preparer. So, bago po mag-umpisa, is shoutout ko lang po muna yung mga nag-attendance na po for this morning. So, ang mga nag-attendance na po this morning is si Ma'am Annabel Abad, Ma'am Caroline Abrio, and then si Ma'am Angelica Marie Alag. Apo. Next po ay na nag-attendance is si Sir Luigi Balili. Then si Ma'am Jana May Bautista, Ma'am Carol Benitez, Ma'am Mariani A. Cabaluna, Ma'am Michelle Cabe, and then Ma'am Giselle Carion. Present din po this morning si Ma'am Marilyn Sidro, Sir Geoffrey Concepcion, Ma'am Lina Regulacion Curso, then si Ma'am Raquel Manuel Dago, Ginette Joyce Magsilang del Castillo, and then Ma'am April May Densing, si Ma'am Marie Christine V. Galaraga, Ma'am Marivic Galvan, Ma'am Valin Giriba, si Ma'am Jolian Ibasan, and then si Ma'am Irene Grace Juan, Princess Diana Hukoy, and then April Janita Lakdaw, Maria Cindy Lombres Lamayo, Sir Ken Manaloto, Noemi Amor Martalia, Mary Jane Acuña Martinez, present din po si Ma'am Princess Moldes, pati po si Algin De Leon Orillosa, present din po si Ma'am Christine May Tadeo Pagio, and then si Angelica Regencia Panuelos, si Ma'am Revelyn Piña Florida, tsaka po good morning po Ma'am Laura Sico, and then kay Ma'am Monet Sigia, Edita Basilio Tan. So, present din po si Ma'am Jessamay Villanueva, and then Joanne Rose Villanueva, pati po si Ma'am Charito Perdiguera, kay Ma'am Francia Cordero, and then kay Ma'am Marilyn Tadeo, tsaka Rena May Las Dulce, and then kay Sir Ricardo Lazaro, kay Ma'am Lilian Rote, pati po kay Ma'am Leslie Ebalab, at present din po si si Ma'am Rexalina Suba. So, yun pa lang po yung na-check namin dito sa attendance. So, sa mga hindi po natawag, huwag po kayong mag-alala kasi hanggang ngayon po nag-check pa po kami ng attendance. So, maaring hindi pa kayo na-check dito sa attendance. So, aside po sa attendance today, tsaka mamaya pong PM, mag-attendance po ulit, meron din po tayong evaluation form. So, kailangan din po natin yung fill-upan para po ma-check din natin, and then kung wala pong evaluation form po kayo na sinubmit, is hindi rin po kayo mabibigyan ng e-certificate. So, sa mga hindi po nag-attendance, i-comment lang po nila yung pangalan nila dito sa ating live chat. Tsaka sa mga questions po, pwede nyo rin pong dito na lang din siya isulat sa may chat box. And then, ginagather namin yon, tapos mamayang after seminar namin babasahin ulit. Katulad kahapon. So, yun po. Sa mga di pa po nag-attendance, dito na lang po sa chat box. Thank you po.
Sige. Okay, so good day everyone and welcome to our second day of the free seminar for tax preparer. Today our topic would be about the preparation of financial statements for different types of taxpayers, for cooperatives, for non-stock non-profit corporations, for manufacturing companies, and for contractors. No, those are the financial statements, and we will be discussing the samples. And before we go through, no, thank you very much po sa mga subscribers natin at umabot na tayo ng 15,000 subscribers. Thank you very much sa tulong nyo rin po yan. No? And pakialis mo yung mga libro. Okay. And yesterday, we study about the itemized deductions, how to claim those itemized deductions, and we have learned the limitations and the statutory requirements for its deductions and for its expenses that we are going to claim against our income tax return. And we also study the disclosures to financial statements, which are very important. And also the reconciliation of written earnings for dividends declarations, no? And also the example of consolidated financial statements. So those are the topics that we have yesterday. And today, we will start with the cooperatives. No, we will give you samples so that when you prepare, this seminar is for tax preparer, meaning you are the ones preparing the financial statements, the notes to financial statements, and you are the one submitting or filling up the BIR forms that you submit to the BIR. And last night, we also have our live streaming in tax training in our YouTube channel with Hari. And he discussed about the 7 point, ano yun Hari?
BIR forms from the 720.
7.8 version ng EBIR forms. So, if you have difficulties, no? And my advice to you is, when the BIR loans the new version, you use it. No? Do not keep on using the old version. No? Do not because you will have problems. Why? The old version will never be will never function as the new version. That's why the BIR loans a new version to comply with its requirements. If you are using the old version, there are some features which is no longer compliant with the current. That's why the BIR updated the version. So it's important that you use the new version. Do not use the other version anymore. But sabi nga ni Hari, do not reinstall your, do not uninstall your old version. Just install the new one, no? In addition to the old version, because you might be losing your information. Okay? So, for the filing season, you use the EBIR Form 7.8 version. Okay. So, let's now go to the discussion on the preparation of financial statement for cooperatives. No? So, let's start how many financial statements do we have? The 4 financial statements, and we also have the notes to financial statements, no? So we have our example here. Yung example natin na to galing dito po sa CDA, no? We have ABC Cooperative in Silang, Cavite, the address, no? So you put there the name and then the address of the cooperative. Then we have the statement of financial condition. So ito yung balance sheet, ha? For cooperatives, it is not balance sheet, but statement of financial condition. Excuse me. For private companies, it is statement of financial position. So for cooperative, it is statement of financial condition. No? And as of December 31, kung current kayo, 2020. Kung prior years, din lagay nyo kung ano yung year talaga that you are filing. And then you have to put there the amounts in Philippine pesos. No? Kasi it is not assumed that even if our currency here in the Philippines is peso, it is not assumed kung ano yung currency na ginagamit mo. That's why you have to put there the currency that you are presenting. No? And then we have the current assets and we have the notes, no? And statement is presented comparative, no? With comparative information of that of the preceding year, no? So it is always 2 years, no? It is mandatory that we present our financial statements on a comparative basis. So it's 2 years. We have the assets and we have the current assets. No? So for the cash and cash equivalents, our notes is to note 2 and note 5. No? So when you want to clarify about cash, then you go to note 2 and note 5, the explanation. And if you are the ones preparing, then you have to make your notes referring to cash in note 2 and note 5. No? Para tali sila. Otherwise, if you prepare your financial statements and you are numbering the disclosure to financial statements, then you follow your new number. So it will not be notes 2 and 5. It might be another number. No? So for loans and receivables, we have notes 2 and 6, no? So see to it na yung notes ninyo tugma, no? Hindi yung pag tinignan mo yung note 2, wala namang loans doon. Kaya pag tinignan mo yung loan 6, iba, note 6, iba yung nakalagay doon. So see to it that tugma yung mga notes nyo. Oh, kasi experience ko na yan eh. Na I'm not particular with the notes, no? Saan nga hindi ko nilalagyan, no? Kawawa yung aking client na pe-penalty ng SEC. Okay. So we have financial assets at fair value through profit and loss. No? Notes 2 and note 9. No? So ito yung framework ng kooperatiba. Mayroon silang accounting framework. And then we have the inventories. So inventories are very important, especially if you are dealing with merchandising business, no? Because your transactions revolve around inventories, no? Your investment is in your inventory pagka retailer kayo and resale. No? So for inventories, notes 2 and 7. No? And then we have the other current assets. No? Okay. In current assets, you may add other kind of assets, no? Kung meron kayo na wala dito, this is not all-inclusive account, no? Depende yan sa account na meron kayo. So you just add here the line item on the account. So we have the total current assets and then we have the, remember yung rule natin kahapon na there are items that you have to show as a line item at hindi nyo pwedeng ilagay lang sa other current assets. No? Yung balikan ninyo yung ating notes or disclosure to financial statement kahapon. And then we have the non-current assets. We have financial assets at cost, no? And we have investment property. We have property, plant, and equipment net. And we have other non-current assets. No? So sabi rin, sa other non-current assets, lagyan, see to it na hindi yung account na kailangan line item ay ilalagay nyo doon. No? Because there are accounts na kailangan talagang i-reflect mo, ilagay mo sa statement of financial condition as a line item, meaning nakadisclose talaga siya na sarili. Lalo na sa property, plant, and equipment, meron ding mga account na hindi mo pwedeng pagsama-samahin, no? Ihiwalay mo siya. Okay. Total assets and then liabilities and equity. No? So liabilities, current liabilities, deposit liabilities, short term, no? Notes 2 and 13, trade, non-trade, and other payables, loans payable short term, due to union federations kung meron kayong utang, no? Interest on share capital payable. Ano yung interest on share capital payable? Ito yung mga shares ng members, no, na binayad nila as membership fee nila sa cooperatives, no? Share nila. Patronage refund payable kung meron. No, remember na this is a cooperative and nagbibigay siya ng patronage refund, no? And then we have other current liabilities. So total current liabilities, and we also have the non-current liabilities. So we have deposit liabilities, long-term, loans payable, long-term, kasi nga non-current, no? Retirement fund payable if you have employees, no? At meron kayong fund for the benefits for the retirement. So you have retirement fund payable, and then other non-current liabilities. So we have total non-current liabilities. So total liabilities, you put there, and then the equity. So for the equity, iba yung mukha ng cooperatives. Hindi siya kagaya ng private. So hindi siya kagaya ng individual. Hindi rin siya kagaya ng mga private corporations, no? So ano nakalagay dito? Share capital, and then the donations or grants, no? Ano tong share capital? This share capital is provided or paid by the members, no? Yan yung share capital nila na ilalagay nyo dyan. And then we have the donations or the grants, no? These donation and grants may be coming from the government or coming from private organizations or from individual, provided it has complied with the formality of donations and grants, no? May acceptance, may properly documented and reported to the BAR, both where the donor is registered and the donee is registered, no? Meron na kaming pinagawa ko kay Hari kagabi. Ito yung po yung certificate of donation na kasi ang co-op tumatanggap din ng donations, no? So dapat pag nagbigay ng donations, ito po yung ginagamit. This is the certificate of donations, BIR form 2322. No, you can download this in the BIR forms, no? Saan mo to na-download, Hari? Certificates. Kaya nga, anong pangalan? No? So, BIR certificates, nandun po siya. 2322. No? BIR form number 2322. No? So, yun po yung certificate of donation. So, ano nakalagay dyan? The name of institution or organization, the address, BIR registration number, dated, and then number, no? At certificate of donation to be filled up by the donee. Sino yung donee? Hindi yung donor, ha? Yung donee, siya yung tumanggap, no? To all whom it may concern. This is to certify that the name of the institution, TIN with address, deed on, date of donation, donate, cash, personal, or properties, no? Real properties described as follows. Tapos cash, no? Check or bank name, check. Or personal properties. Kasi pwedeng, sa personal properties, pwede yung mga used items, no? So description, condition, pwedeng new or used, and then the quantity. And for real properties can be land, so you have to put there the location, area, this is the number, tax declaration number. For the improvements, ganun din, description, location, and tax declaration number. So, given this, the date, signature ng authorized person, name, position, and title. No? So, yung sa back, hindi mo pinrint yung back.
Second page na.
Okay, so yung back, ito yung valuation of donation for purposes of deductibility from gross income. No? Ito yung net book value, total aggregate value of donations. No? So, nakalagay dyan. Bakit? Kasi i-claim nyo to as a deductions against your income tax. No? Okay. Anyway, discuss natin ito ulit mamaya sa non-stock non-profit corporations, no? Nakalagay dyan yung total aggregate value of donations, no? Okay. So, we will discuss further kasi gamit na gamit ito sa mga non-stock non-profit corporations. Sa cooperative, not so much because cooperatives are doing business, and when the cooperative do business with its members, exempt po sila sa tax. No? Kaya ang cooperatives talaga, karamihan, yung purpose ng cooperatives, nagbi-business. No? Kaya they are not so much with donations. Unlike non-stock non-profit corporations na yung buhay nila nasa donations. No? Yung cooperative hindi. The cooperative is doing business. No? So for the equity, we have the share capital and the donations or grants. Ilan na yung nanonood sa atin, Hari?
121.
Okay. So, na-shoutout mo na sila lahat na basa mo yung pangalan? Okay. So, tuloy lang po tayo, no? So, for the equity, share capital donations and grants, we also have the statutory funds. Pag sinabi mo statutory, that is mandatory. That is required by law. At anong law ang nagre-require niyan? The CDA law, no? Yung Republic Act na bumuhay doon sa Cooperative Development Authority. No? So, statutory funds provided by law. We have the Reserve Fund. We have the Cooperative Education and Training Fund, mandatory also. Community Development Fund, no? May mga percentage ito. And the Optional Fund. No? So, these are the statutory funds required. And then, we have the revaluation surplus, kung meron. Ano itong nire-revalue natin? Pwedeng, tingnan mo yung assets, ha? Kasi, ang i-revalue mo yung assets. So, pag walang assets, wala kang i-revalue. No? Ano yung pwede mo i-revalue dito? The investment property, the property, plant, and equipments. At depende kung anong laman itong other non-current assets. No? Okay. So we have the total statutory funds, we have the revaluation surplus, and we have the total equity and total liabilities and equity. No, that should equal to the total assets, no? Para balanse yung ating statement of financial condition. Okay. At take note also na dito sa current liabilities, non-current liabilities, equity, lahat sila may notes, no? Kaya nung sabi natin doon sa disclosure, it's item in the statement of financial position. In this case, statement of financial condition. In the case of cooperative, its item should have a disclosure, no, or explanation, or yung narrative explanation about the account, no? So it's item of the account in the statement of financial condition. Kaya tingnan ninyo sa example natin, lahat may notes, no? May number. Okay. So itong mga number, as usual, pwede po ninyong palitan ito depending on the notes na gagawin nyo, no? Hindi naman yan fixed. Pwede nyong palitan. Okay. So, another example, ABC Cooperative is Avenue Corner EDSA, Quezon City. Statement of operations. So, kanina, statement of financial condition. Yung income statement is statement of operations. Yan po yung sa cooperative. And it is presented also on a comparative basis, so meaning 2 years. So, statement of operations for the years ended December 31, 2020 and 2019. Also, the amounts in Philippine pesos, no? Peso. So, notes, may notes din siya. And then, lagyan mo ng amount yan, yung 2020 at saka yung 2019. No? Kasi in this example, wala siyang amount. Income from credit operations. Ito, depende na to kung ano yung nature ng economic activity of the cooperative. In this example, meron siyang tatlo, no? Na economic activity. Ano yun? Credit operations, nagpapautang. Tapos memorial operations, ito yung mga sa patay, no? Yung mga libingan sa patay. And then consumer store operations, no? May store. So tatlo yung economic activity of the cooperative, no? So paano siya i-present? Income from those activities. So you have the total income less expenses equals the net surplus. So anong tawag natin sa net income ng cooperative? Net surplus, no? Okay. And then you have to distribute, no, the net surplus as follows. Saan yan mapupunta yung net surplus niya? Sa reserve fund, sa Cooperative Education and Training Fund, ito yung mga statutory kanina. Due to unions or federation, Community Development Fund, Optional Fund, Interest on Share Capital, and Patronage Refund. No? So doon mapupunta yung net surplus or yung earnings from operation ng cooperatives. Okay, so we have the net surplus as distributed. So yan na yung ating pinaka income statement, the statement of operations. No? So nakadalawa na tayo, the statement of financial condition and then the statement of operations. No? So yung next, we have the ABC Cooperative, Est Avenue Corner, EDSA, Quezon City. We have the statement of changes in equity. No, ano tong changes in equity? Ito yung sa capital, no? For the years ended December 31, 2020 and 2019, amounts in Philippine peso. So it is also presented in a comparative basis, so 2 years. So, meron din tayong notes, ha? So for the share capital authorized for 1,270,000 shares at 100 par value. So you have to put there the balance at the beginning of the year and then add receipts from payment or subscription. So you have the total and then you also have the adjustment, no, sa equity. So you have the balance at the end of the year. And then you have the donations or grants. You present there the balance at the beginning of the year and then add receipts. So you have the total less withdrawals equals balance end of the year. That is for the donations and grants. And then we have the statutory funds. No? So reserve fund, balance at beginning of the year, add allocation from net surplus kung magkano yung binigay niya sa statutory funds, total less adjustment equals balance at the end of the year. No? So, since 2020, 2021 na tayo ngayon, yung filing natin is for the period 2020. No? And then we have our Cooperative Education and Training Fund. No? So, balance at beginning of the year, add allocation from net surplus. Di ba yung net surplus kanina? Dinivide natin yun. May mga certain percentages yun sila. Oh? So, balance at the end of the year. And then another is the Community Development Fund, balance at beginning of year, add allocation from net surplus. So, we have the total. No? And then less the expenditures. So, balance end of the year. Okay, so we also have our optional fund, no? Optional meaning hindi siya mandatory, no? So optional fund is balance at beginning of year, add allocation from net surplus, no? Sa yung optional fund kasi may share din siya doon kanina sa net surplus, no? Ano yung net surplus? Yun yung kung sa corporations pa retained earnings, kung sa individual pa yung net income, no? So we have the adjustment and then the balance at the end of the year. So equals total statutory funds. For the revaluation surplus, you have to add it and then the total equity. No? So you have now your statement of changes in equity. No? Okay. And then our next is the ABC Cooperative Silang Cavite Statement of Cash Flows. No? So for the year ended December 31, 2020, so you still present it in a comparative basis. So 2 years. Amounts in Philippine pesos. No? So cash flows from operating activities, net surplus. Yun yung net income nyo. So ilagay nyo dyan sa 2020. At saka 2019, no? How much is the net surplus? And then adjustment to reconcile net surplus to net cash provided by operating activities, no? So yun yung adjustment, ilagay nyo dyan. And then depreciation, no? So ano yung effect na depreciation? You have to add that to the net surplus because depreciation is an expense that did not require cash outlay. Bakit? Kasi allowance of depreciation lang yan eh. No? So we have operating income before working capital changes. No? So we have to consider the changes in assets and liabilities. So decrease and increase. No? So anong effect? Pag decrease, add. Pag increase, deduct. No? Bakit? Bakit ganyan? Pag decrease, dagdag. Pag increase, bawas. Bawas sa cash. Bakit? Kasi pag nag-increase ka ng assets, nagbawas ka ng cash. Why? Kasi ginamit mo yung cash to purchase the assets. No? So yun yung logic or yung rationale. Why is it na yung decrease-increase na effect on cash, ganyan, no? So, pag nag-decrease ka ng ang assets, meaning, kinonvert mo siya into cash. Pagka naman nag-increase ka ng assets, meaning ginamit mo yung cash, kaya nagbawas ka ng cash. Okay. Excuse me. So we have loans and receivables, and then we have inventories, no? So yun yung increase-decrease. So halimbawa, nag-increase yung loans ng halimbawa 1 million. So kung nag-increase yung loans ng 1 million, dagdag yun sa cash, so increase din yan sa cash. No? Halimbawa naman yung receivables na dagdag ng 1 million. So ano yan? Increase ba siya o decrease sa cash? No? So, kung nag-increase yung receivable, meaning ginamit yung cash doon, so bawas siya sa cash. Pero pag nag-decrease ang receivables, ibig sabihin may collection, dagdag siya sa cash, no? So pag binawasan mo yung receivables, dagdag sa cash kasi nagbayad. For inventories, no? So increase or decrease, ang increase niya, bawas din sa cash because ginamit mo yung cash, pinambili mo ng inventories. Okay. So other current assets, ganun din, no? Yung effect niya sa increase-decrease. And then we have the increase-decrease in liabilities. Okay. Ano naman ang effect? So, this is opposite doon sa assets. Dito naman, yung increase ng liabilities means increase in cash. And decrease in liabilities means decrease in cash. Bakit? Kasi pag nagbawas ka ng liabilities, binayaran mo ng cash, so bawas din yung cash mo. Pag nag-increase ka ng liabilities, nangutang ka, nag-increase nga yung liabilities mo, pero nag-increase din yung cash mo. Bakit? Kasi yung proceeds ng loan mo, ng inutang mo is cash. So, napunta siya sa cash. O, pag hindi yan napunta sa cash, then, kakaproblema ka dahil hanapin mo yon kung saan mo siya ginamit o saan mo siya napunta para balance yung account. Okay, so we also have we have now our net cash provided by or used in operating activities. No? So lahat ng account doon sa statement of financial condition, lagyan nyo yun ng increase-decrease. No? So you have now your net cash provided or used in operating activities. So you have there the total. No? Lagyan nyo ng amount. And then the cash flows from investing activities. Ito investing naman. Kanina, working capital changes. So cash flows from investing activities, we have investment in non-marketable equity securities. So, nag-invest siya sa securities. Net acquisition of property and equipment. Nag-acquire naman ng property and equipment. And then there is an increase in non-current assets. No? And then increase in investment property. Okay. So, yun ang magiging effect sa cash. So, we have cash flows from financing activities. Nag-finance ka. So, net changes in share capital. Utilization of statutory funds. So, ginamit mo yung statutory funds. No? So, nagbawas ka ng cash. Changes in retirement fund payable. No? Or changes in non-current liabilities. No? So, i-account nyo lahat yan, yung mga increase and decrease. No? So, mayroon pang increase in loans payable. Okay. So, we have now the net cash provided by or used in financing activities. So, net increase in cash and cash equivalent. Add cash and cash equivalents January 1. No? So, you have there the cash and cash equivalents December 31. You get it. Okay. Balik lang po tayo sa mga concerns ninyo. If you have some questions, please write at the comment portion of our YouTube channel, and this afternoon, we will answer it after the lecture. No? Okay. So we have now net increase in cash and cash equivalents. Add cash and cash equivalents January 1. No? Okay. So, ano nakalagay na note dito sa footnote niya? See accompanying notes to financial statements. No? So, dinadirect ka niya doon sa notes to financial statement because it is well explained, no? Sa notes to financial statements. Okay. So, we're done with the four financial statements. We have the statement of financial condition. We have the ano ba yung income natin? Kanina? Statement of operations, no? So we have the statement of operations, we have the statement of financial conditions, we have the cash flow, no? Statement of cash flows, and we have the statement of changes in equity, no? So for cooperatives, meron na kayong template, meron na kayong format on how to do it, no? So ang palitan nyo na lang siguro dito is the income from or credit or operations, no? Yung okay. So that is for the statement of operations for the income. And we also have gone through the statement of changes in equity and the statement of cash flows. No? So more or less you have the format. No? Palitan nyo na lang yung hindi applicable sa inyo, tanggalin nyo. Okay. So we're done with the statement of cash flow. Oh, and we're very particular with your notes to financial statements. Halimbawa, wala kayong maisip na disclosure or notes. So you go back to your financial accounting. Nandoon lahat. Okay. So let's now go to the ABC Cooperative Notes to Financial Statements. No? So these are the example ng notes. No? And this is also as of December 31, 2020, amounts in Philippine peso. No? So we have the general information. ABC Cooperative. So ano yung general information? Lagyan nyo ng summary, no? Narrative na summary yung company nyo, kung ano ba siya. No? Everything you can say about your company, lagay nyo dyan. So, ABC Cooperative referred her in after as cooperative was originally registered with the Cooperative Development Authority or CDA under the name ABC Credit Cooperatives, Inc. On March 22, 1991, on January 7, 1993, the cooperative filed proposed amendments to the Articles of Cooperation and Bylaws to include the change of cooperative name to St. Jude Multipurpose Cooperative, among others. No? So, gusto na nilang magpalit ng pangalan. No? Kaya ayaw na yung old ng pangalan. On June 3, 2005, the CDA approved the cooperative's amended Articles of Cooperation. No? So yung CDA ang nag-approve, hindi is easy. And bylaws. No? So, under registration, MLA BGN-001. Its amended articles and bylaws affected the following changes among others. No? Ano yung nangyari doon sa amended na articles and bylaws? No? Change in area of operation from Silang Cavite to within Southern Tagalog. So nag-expand sila ng operations. Change in share capital structure, allocating 1 million shares out of the existing 4,270,000 shares. So anong ginawa nila? Ginawa nilang 1 million lang ito? 4 million na. Ginawang 1 million. Inallocate niya yung 1 million shares out of the existing 4,270,000 shares for preferred shares. No? So, naging preferred shares. Change in membership structure to include regular members and associate members. Okay. The cooperative's principal office is located in East Avenue, Corner EDSA, Quezon City. That is just an example. No? The cooperative was created for the purpose of alleviating poverty in the southern Tagalog areas. So, yun yung purpose. Specifically, dun sa purpose nitong example natin na cooperative. No? It was able to outgrow all trials and has proven excellence in serving its members for decades of years. The success of the cooperative can be traced from the commitment of its officers and cooperation of its active members who belong to the basic sector and low-income group. No? Okay. So as of this date, the following services are available to the members: credit services, consumer store services, memorial services, social services, no? Including health services and laboratory clinic. No? So, inom lang po ako sandali. No? 3 minutes lang. Okay. So, let's continue. May sound pa tayo? Okay. So, let's continue. So, in this example, for the notes to financial statements, ano yung nakalagay dito? No? As of this date, the following services are available to the members. So ito yung apat na services to the members, no? And then ano pa? The members of the cooperative have rights to the properties which is in proportion to the respective shares in the cooperative. Each share shall earn only limited interest, the maximum rates of which are fixed from time to time by the cooperative regulating agency, the Cooperative Development Authority, and the Constitution of the Philippines, all embodied in the Republic Act 9520 or the Cooperative Code of the Philippines. No? So, yan ang disclosure or yung notes or yung explanations. Kasi, pagka halimbawa kayo ay isang company and you are regulated by a certain agency, i-disclose ninyo yan sa information. Okay. So, during the 2013 General Assembly, o yung current, o kailan man yan, no? Of the cooperative, it was agreed that the health services operation shall be reported as part of social services. So, dinisclose dito kung ano yung changes na ginawa, no? As it was created to serve the health needs of the members. Also, the area of operation was changed from Southern Tagalog to Southern Luzon, no? So, iba pala yung Southern Tagalog, iba yung Southern Luzon, including National Capital Region, with registration number CEOCRA 0001111 dated November 27, 2013. So nagbago siya ng area, no, of operations. So the financial statements of the cooperative as of December 31, 2016 were authorized for issue by its board of directors on February 20, 2017, no? So we have here the summary of significant accounting policies. Ano to? To facilitate the understanding of the financial statements, the more significant accounting policies and practices of the cooperative are summarized as follows. Itong significant accounting policies, based na to sa accounting framework ng CDA. Hindi ito Financial Accounting Reporting Standards or IFRS, no? Para sa cooperatives ito, no? Ano to? Anong basis of the preparation of financial statements? The cooperative financial statements have been prepared on a historical cost basis in accordance with the Philippine Financial Reporting Framework for Cooperatives. So, iba. Iba siya, no? Iba yung basis. Functional currency. So, items in the financial statements of the cooperative are measured using the currency that best reflects the economic substance of the underlying events and circumstances relevant to the cooperative. So the financial statements are presented in Philippine peso, which is the cooperative's functional and presentation currency. And all values are rounded to the nearest peso except when otherwise indicated. No? So nakalagay dyan na very specific siya. Kasi ang notes to financial statement natin, guide yan by the users. No? Kaya nga, kasama na dyan yung mga instructions, no? Information. So, statement of compliance. The financial statements were prepared in accordance with the Philippine Financial Reporting Framework for Cooperatives, which became effective for annual reporting period beginning on or before January 1, 2016. No? So, kung 2020 yung ginagawa nyo, yung statement of compliance ng mga circular ng cooperatives ng mga laws that affects the 2020, no? Kasi kung current ang gagawin nyo, 2020, hindi na yan 2016. And in adherence to the cooperative laws, issued policies, rules and regulations, and cooperative principles and practices whenever applicable, no? So whenever applicable siya. So summary of significant accounting policies, yan. Ano yung mga accounting policies that you adopt, no? The cooperatives. So you start with the accounting policies sa account ninyo doon sa statement of financial condition or yung balance sheet. So start kayo doon sa mga line items, no? So we have the cash and cash equivalents, no? So cash includes cash on hand and in banks. Remember, this is a disclosure, this is an explanation, no? So, cash includes cash on hand and in banks. Cash equivalents are short-term, highly liquid investment that are readily convertible to known amount of cash and with original maturities of 3 months or less and that are subject to an insignificant risk of change in value. Kasi ang cash hindi nag-change in value, no? Ang dollars, yun yung mga currency rate, yun yung fluctuate or nagbabago. Pero yung pag halimbawa peso ka na, hindi na. Okay. So we have also our financial assets, no? So for financial assets are recognized in the cooperative's financial statements when the cooperative becomes a party to the contractual provisions of the instrument, no? So halimbawa, bumili ng securities, no? So kasama siya, party siya doon. Transactions costs are included in the initial measurement of all financial assets. So may yung mga charges. The cooperative de-recognizes a financial asset only when the contractual rights to cash flows from the asset expire. No? So, i-recognize na niya, hindi na niya isama. Or, it transfers the financial asset at substantially all the risk and rewards of ownership of the asset to another entity. No? So if the cooperative neither transfers nor retains substantially all the risk and rewards of ownership and continues to control the transferred asset, the cooperative recognizes its retained interest in the asset and an associated liability for amounts it may have to pay. So the cooperative's financial assets include cash, trade, and other receivables, financial assets at fair value through profit or loss, and financial assets at cost. No? So yun yung explanation natin sa financial assets. No? So sa financial assets daw, kasama yung cash, trade, and other receivables. No? Or financial assets at fair value through profit or loss, and financial assets at cost. Okay. Next is our loans and receivables. Okay. So for our loans and receivables, we have loans and receivables are non-derivative financial assets with fixed or determinable payment that are not quoted in an active market. No? So the carrying amount of the assets shall be reduced either directly or through the use of an allowance account. No? So you may allowance. The amount of the loss shall be recognized in profit or loss. Doon sa financial statement. No? Loans receivable are classified as current and non-current or past due accounts. These are further subclassified as regular loan receivable and special loan receivable. Interest income on these loans are recognized only upon collections. No? So, yung interest income ng loans recognized only upon collection. Loans receivable are presented in the financial statements as at its net realizable value. Provision for probable losses is estimated based on historical loss experience, current economic conditions, and other risk factors obtained during the collection process. So we also have the credit review, no? Is made periodically by an officer duly delegated with such responsibility. No? So the basis of the rates used in estimating the allowance for probable losses are as follows. Ito yung rates, no? Okay na. Excuse lang po, confirm na yung bangko. Duly delegated with such responsibility. So the basis of the rates used in estimating the allowance for probable losses are as follows. Ito yung rates, no? Okay. So let's continue. So how much is the basis of the rates, no? Ito yung Pero palitan nyo to ha, kung ano na yung current. These are just example, no? So the basis of the rates used in estimating the allowance for probable losses are as follows. 5% for 1 day to 30 days past due accounts, no? 35% for 1 month to 12 months past due accounts. 100% for more than 12 months past due accounts, no? Sinong gagawa dito? Nitong allowance? Siyempre yung management, no? Kasi credit ito credit review, especially yung mga cooperatives na nagpapautang, no? Accounts receivables of Consumer Services Department are classified as current assets. Kasi consumer yun, mga consumable goods ang inuutang, so current, no? So allowance for probable losses, no? Pwede siyang malugi, no? Actually, sa totoo lang, sa statistics natin, ang daming nalulugi na cooperatives, no? Allowance for probable losses is maintained at level considered adequate to provide for potential losses on loans and other resources, no? So the allowance is increased by provision charged to operations and reduced by net write-offs and reversals, no? So the level of allowance is set up at higher of the amount determined based on management evaluation of potential losses after consideration of prevailing and anticipated economic conditions and the required allowance by the Cooperative Development Authority based on its portfolio at risk, no? So yun po yung allowance for probable losses. Allowance pa lang yan ha. So hindi pa yan direct write-off. Okay. Okay. So financial assets at fair value through profit and loss. So financial assets at cost, inventories. Ito yun. So a cooperative shall measure inventories at the lower of cost and estimated selling price less cost to complete and sell. So remember, ito accounting framework na to ng cooperative, no? Pero for BIR purposes, ang inventories are valued at cost, no? Hindi siya yung mga estimated selling price, wala yan. Ito sa accounting framework to ng cooperative, no? That's why pagdating na sa BIR, may reconciliation, no? So a cooperative shall include in the cost of inventories all cost of purchase, cost of conversion, and other costs incurred in bringing the inventories to their present location and conditions. Yun yung what we call as inventoriable cost, no? Ano yung mga inventoriable cost? It includes the freight, handling, yung mga, kung halimbawa yung inventory mo is imported, nandyan na yung payment ng customs duties, no? Or whatever, no? Kung hindi siya exempt. Because cooperative is exempt from customs duties, no? So the cost of purchase of inventories comprise the purchase price, import duties, and other taxes other than those subsequently recoverable by the cooperative from the taxing authorities, no? And transport handling and other costs directly attributable to the acquisition of finished goods, materials and services, trade discounts, rebates, and other similar items are deducted in determining the cost of purchase. Okay. So other current assets, we have the other current assets consist of prepaid expenses, advances to officers and employees. Tingnan nyo ha, kasi sabi dun sa bagay, is easy yun, no? Ito CDA kasi Pero tingnan ninyo kasi baka mamaya nilagay nyo sa other current assets, pero dapat line item siya. You can just imagine how many account itong nandyan sa other current assets, no? Marami. Prepaid expenses, nandyan siya sa other current assets. Advances to officers and employees, nasa other current assets. Unused supplies, nasa other current assets. And funeral expenses, no? Kasi ano ito may funeral expenses. Ano sila, may, ano ba yun, yung memorial, no? Kaya may funeral expenses, no? So, Kaya yun yung sabi ko na depende sa nature ng business. So in this case, memorial services, so may funeral expenses siya. Okay. So prepaid expenses are payment made in advance, no? Kaya prepaid siya eh. Dito sa prepaid expenses, every time na mag-accrue na yung expenses mo, mag-adjust ka na. So advances to officers and employees are duly approved cash advances for official business to officers, employees, and members subject to liquidation in accordance with the policy of the cooperative. No? So unused supplies refers to cost of supplies on hand. Ito, pag sinabi na natin na reimbursable, nakalagay dyan subject to liquidation, no? So reimbursable expenses siya. So pag sinabi mong subject to liquidation, reimbursable siya. So kung ginamit mo yung fund na yan for the company, dapat yung mga resibo mo should be in the name of the company. Hindi pwedeng name ng tao na nagpa-liquidate, no? O nagpa-reimburse ng funds. Okay. So take note na yung other current assets residual account yan, pero hindi dapat ng mga accounts, hindi lahat din ilalagay mo dyan, no? Sa other current assets. Yung iba, kailangan ilagay mo talaga siya sa separate line item. No? Kung anong account niya, ilagay mo talaga siya sa balance sheet or statement of financial condition. Okay. Okay, so dito na po tayo sa investment property, no? So for the investment property, a cooperative shall measure investment property at its cost at initial recognition. No? So cost na talaga ang investment property. The cost of a purchased investment property comprises its purchase price, any directly attributable expenditures such as legal and brokerage fees, property transfer taxes, and other transaction costs. If payment is deferred beyond normal credit terms, the cost is the present value of all future payments. No? After initial recognition, investment property shall be measured at cost, less accumulated depreciation and accumulated impairment losses. Yan yung sa investment, no? Property and equipment. Property and equipment are carried at cost, less accumulated depreciation, amortization, and impairment in value. So, yan ang property and equipment for purposes ng cooperative are carried at cost. No? Okay. So, expenditures daw incurred after the property and equipment has been put into operation, such as repairs and maintenance, are normally charged to income in the period the costs are incurred. No? So, in situations where it can be clearly demonstrated that the expenditure have resulted in an increase in the future economic benefits expected to obtain from the use of an item of property and equivalent beyond its original as is standard of performance, the expenditures are capitalized as additional cost of property and equipment. So, here, it is explained yung instance wherein the expenditures should be capitalized. At kailan yun? No? Dapat mo siya i-capitalize. No? The expenditures are capitalized as additional cost of property and equipment. No? Ito yung mga additional cost mo para ma-bring yung property sa kanyang functions talaga, no? So when assets are retired or otherwise disposed, the cost and the related accumulated depreciation, amortization, and impairment loss, if any, are removed from the account and any resulting gain or loss is credited or charged to current operations, no? Kasi i-retire mo na siya. Okay. So, depreciation is calculated on a straight line basis using the estimated useful lives of the assets, which range from 1 to 50 years. No? Fully depreciated assets are retained in the asset accounts until they are disposed, and no further charge to depreciation is made in respect to those assets. Any gain resulting from their disposal is included in the statement of operations for the period. Okay. So we have now the um, investment property, real and other properties owned and acquired. No? So yun yung investment in property. Assets acquired in settlement of loans are stated at outstanding balances at the time of the acquisition or disposal of the property. The difference between the sale or recovered amount and the outstanding loan balance will be taken up as income or loss in the income statement. No? Okay. How about other non-current assets? No? Other non-current assets consist of cooperative development cost, other funds and deposits, computerization cost, miscellaneous assets. No? Cooperative development cost refers to expenses incurred prior to the actual operation. Basahin nyo na yan, no? I have one client na cooperative din sila. No, yung kanilang loan na na ina-apply, I think sa Land Bank, DBP, no? Development Academy, Development Bank of the Philippines, no? Doon sila nag-loan for the transport modernization. So, yung kanilang mga binabiyahin na jeep, magbabago na because nung pumunta sa akin nagpagawa ng financial statements para kulang na lang nila para mai-release yung kanilang item na mga bago, no? So yun ang kagandahan ng cooperative kasi lahat ng resources pinasok na nila sa cooperative. No? Okay. How about computerization cost? Refers to cost of acquisition or development of computer programs and other software, excluding upgrade of system. No? So, very important yung computerization cost, especially now na yung computer talaga is helping the taxpayer. Kaya, and of course, ang computerization also has a cost. May bayad din yan. No? Yung magpa-develop ka lang ng software, millions na. No? Okay. So, financial liabilities. Financial liabilities are recognized in the cooperative's financial statements when the cooperative becomes a party to the contractual provisions, no, of the instrument. Transactions costs are included in the initial measurement of all financial liabilities. So, yung transaction cost or yung mga charges. Financial liabilities are recognized by the cooperative when the obligation under the liability is charged, canceled, or expired. No? So, pagka ganyan, i-recognize na sila. Then we have the accruals. No? So, for accruals, they are liabilities to pay for goods or services that had been received or supplied but have not been paid, no? Invoiced or formally agreed with the supplier, including amounts due to the employees and cooperative members. Okay. So we have now deposit liabilities, no? So for deposit liabilities are the liabilities of the cooperative to its members, no? Diyan lang. Due to union federation, no? It is the liability of the cooperative to a federation or union to which the cooperative is a member, no? So, yung dues to union or federation, mandatory din po yan na bawat cooperative magbabayad yan, no? So, it's in compliance with Section 87 of the Cooperative Code of the Philippines. The cooperative has set aside 10%, yan, of the net surplus for education and training fund. One half of this amount shall be utilized by the cooperative for its own education and training activities, while the other half shall be credited to the Cooperative Education and Training Fund of the APEX organization of which the cooperative is a member. No? So, yan ang union or federation dues. So, kasama yan na binabayaran. Okay. So, we have here also the interest on share capital. Ano tong interest on share capital? Ito yung payable, no? Interest on share capital payable. Liability siya ng cooperative to the members for interest on share capital, which can be determined only at the end of every reporting period, no? Ano itong interest on share capital? Ito yung ibabayad na ng cooperative doon sa mga members based on their shares, no? So, patronage refund payable is the liability of the cooperative to its members' patrons for patronage refund, which can be determined only at the end of every accounting period. Hindi mo pa siya ma-determine, no? Unearned interest income. Unearned interest income is interest income from loans already received but not yet earned, no? Kaya ang unearned income is liability pa. Statutory funds. Ano itong statutory funds naman? The mandated by Section 86 and 87 of Republic Act 9520. So, yun yung Reserve Fund, Education and Training Fund, Optional Fund, Community Development Fund. No? Okay, so Board of Directors has approved the distribution of the surplus for the year 2015 as follows. Reserve Fund, 10% of net surplus. Educational Fund, 10% of net surplus broken down as follows, no? 5% local and 5% of net surplus. Community Development Fund, optional, 7%. Yung Community Development Fund is 3% lang. Okay. Okay. So, revenue recognition. How do you recognize the revenue? No? Interest income, penalties, income from other sources, recognized as the income is earned and collected. No? So, you have already here service and membership fee. No? If it is recognized when the loans are granted and corresponding charges were deducted from loan proceeds and when members are accepted as such in the cooperative and paid such fees. No? Yan ang service and membership fees, no, for the members. Okay. Sales recognized as the income is earned. Accounts receivable is set up for all collection. Okay. So revenue from health and clinic memorial service. Okay. Employees benefits. These are statutory, ha, itong mga employees benefits, governed yan by Republic Act. Okay, so you have the short-term benefits, you have the retirement benefits. No? Okay, so what are these events after balance sheet date? Okay, so the company identifies subsequent events as events that occurred after the balance sheet date but before the date when the financial statements were authorized for issue. No? So, yun yung sinasabi ng framework. Any subsequent events that provide additional information about the cooperative's financial position at the balance sheet date are reflected in the financial statements. So, non-adjusting subsequent events are declared in the notes to financial statement when material. No? Management significant accounting judgment and estimates. Ito na yung mga judgments, estimates, yung kagaya din sa regular na corporations, no? The management are allowed to make judgment and estimates. No? Let's go to the allowance for doubtful accounts. No? Ito yung magiging budgets na yan, saka i-write off mo na. So, anong framework dito ng cooperative? The cooperative assesses whether objective evidence of impairment exists for receivables and due from related parties that are individually significant and collectively for receivables that are not individually significant. Allowance for doubtful accounts is maintained at a level considered adequate to provide the potentially uncollectible receivables. No? So may allowance. Estimated useful lives of property and equipment. So ito pa rin, no? Building 20 to 50 years, no? Mas mataas siya kaysa yung kahapon. Leasehold improvement 5 to 10 years. Furniture and fixtures 1 to 12 years. Transportation equipment 3 to 10 years. Oh, mataas. Taas yung number of years niya. Sa iba, maiksi lang. Okay, so the following estimated useful lives and depreciation method are reviewed from time to time to ensure that these are consistent with the expected economic benefits of the property and equipment. Okay, yung iba dyan, basahin nyo na lang, no? Impairment of non-financial assets. Kasi all-inclusive ito pong binigay natin sa inyo ng mga handouts, no? So, kasama na dyan yung reading materials ninyo. Basahin nyo, no? Like financial risk management, credit risk, liquidity risk, interest risk, no? And then you have the explanation about cash, no? Sa cash, meron na yung total, and then meron siyang segmented na amount based on bawat isang activity, no? Okay. So, yun yung total cash. We also have our loans and receivables. So, how much is the total for the accounts receivable, other receivables? No? Okay. So, loans and receivables. Okay. Next, we have the inventories. No? So, yung inventories natin, explanation din. No? So, be sure na yung inventories natin properly recorded yan because the BAR is now very particular on inventories. No? And when you value inventories, dapat inclusive lahat na inventoriable cost. So, we have other current assets. And then we have the financial assets, no? Financial assets at fair value through profit and loss. So, ilagay nyo dyan. Then, financial assets at cost. We have here the credit, memorial, consumer store, owner store. Store, consumer store. Okay. Investment property, real and other properties owned and acquired. So, nakalagay dyan how much yung lot, how much yung house and lot, yung furniture, jewelries, heaven garden lot, memorial vault, other investment. No? So, ito. Okay, so ito mas mahal to, no? Kasi mga house and lot, mas mahal yan. Okay, so ito na yung property and equipment na may lapsing schedule, no? So, very important po. And remember na yung property, plant and equipment at cost, pero sa co-op, meron pa silang fair value, no? Property, plant and equipment, you have there the acquisition cost beginning, tapos net addition kung meron, or disposal or transfer. No? So, yung property and equipment, pwede siyang dagdagan pwede siyang ibenta, i-dispose, pwede siyang i-transfer, no? Tapos nakalagay diyan yung acquisition cost ending and then the total, no? So lahat 'yan meron. Lahat ng activity meron. Okay. So lahat 'yan ano yung kasi comparative ito eh, so 2018 at saka 20 2019 at saka 2020, no? Because we are showing that comparative basis, no? So ang dami niyang mga property, plant and equipments kasi 4 yung economic activities niya, no? So for the other current assets, we have the co-op development cost, other funds and deposits, computerization cost, and miscellaneous assets. Remember, itong computerization cost, ang iba, kung halimbawa software ito, ang linalagay nila ito sa intangibles, no? Sometimes yung intangibles na sa other non-current assets. Why intangibles? Kasi software eh. So software is considered as intangibles, no? And then we have the trade, non-trade, and other payables, no? So dito nilagay din nila 2 years and then per line of activity, no? Line of business. Okay. Due to unions or federations, no? So mayroon din silang account and then segmentized or disaggregated based on line of business. Interest on share capital and patronage refund, no? Payable. No, interest on share capital, ganun din ang ginagawa nila per line of business activity. No? Kaya maganda recording. Patronage refund payable, same also per activity. And other current liabilities. No? So maganda recording nitong cooperative na to. Loans payable, no? Ganun din per activity. And may explanation pa. No? Anong explanation niya? Loans payable short-term consist of loans with Land Bank of the Philippines and Quezon Federation Union of Cooperatives with rate of 5% per annum and terms from 6 months to 12 months. Yan yung utang, no? Loans payable long-term consist of loans with Development Bank of the Philippines. So diyan sila nangutang sa DBP with a rate of 4.5% per annum and term of 20 months, no? 20 months, so less than 2 years. Retirement fund payable, no? So yan. Other non-current liabilities, no? So meron silang revolving capital payable and members benefit payable. And they have also the share capital, no? And the donation and grants. Ano itong donation and grants? Nakalagay dito, prizes from Co-op LGU Awards. No? Meron silang awards. Merong prizes from LBP Gawad Pitak. Prizes from CBQP. Donation from local city government. No? So meron din sila. And disclosed also is the statutory funds. No? So these are the statutory funds ng line of business, no? So 4 na yung line of business niya. So nakalagay diyan yung reserve fund per line of activity, reserve fund, education and training fund, community development fund, optional fund, and then the total, no? And then the allocation for the year, no? Okay. Okay, so allocation for the year yan. And then income from business segments of the cooperative, no? So ano yung business segments niya? Line of business, credit, memorial, consumer store, total. So magkano yung income niya dyan, no? So naka-breakdown bawat account, no? So how much is the total revenues? And then the direct cost, finance cost, direct cost, and the gross profit. No? And then the operating expenses, ang dami. Sobra, haba. No? So we have the total expenses. So we have the income from business. Okay. Okay. Ito naman 2020, no? For the year. At saka ito naman 2019. Okay. Okay, so allocation and distribution of net surplus, yun yung mga mandatory, no? And then the retirement benefits, no? So Republic Act 7641. Okay. So related party transactions, there was no related party transactions kasi nga cooperative no? Events after balance sheet date, no events after balance sheet dates. Commitment and contingencies, wala rin. Going concern, no issues. Reclassification. Okay. Supplementary information required by the BAR. Ito yung RR 15-2010, no? So you have to disclose all the taxes that you pay in the BAR. So you have the output VAT. Oh, bakit subject sila na output VAT? Because of their yung store nila at saka yung funeral, no? Subject yan sa VAT, ang mga services dyan. So input VAT. So the cooperative being exempted from VAT does not claim input tax and records its input taxes as part of the cost of goods or services purchased. So taxes and licenses. Okay. So ito yung taxes and licenses niya. Remember yung mga limits natin sa taxes, May mayor's permit yan, business taxes, CDA registration, real and property tax, DOH permit, community tax certificate, expanded tax, no? On various expenses charged to co-op. Vehicle registration sticker, bear compromise penalty, expanded tax on professional fees, books of accounts, documentary stamp, DNR permit, and others. Remember dito sa taxes and licenses, no, hindi na nila tinanggal yung mga penalties. Why? Kasi ang mga penalties, i-deduct mo lang yan as operating expenses when you compute the net taxable income, no? Hindi naman sila taxable, kaya nilagay na lang nila dito, pati yung mga penalties, no? Okay, so withholding taxes, compensation, expanded, and then final tax. Supplemental information, no, required by BAR under 19-2011, no, sales, and exempt, no. Okay. And then we have the itemized deductions, so nakalagay dyan. Okay, so for the exempt, special rate, regular rate ng itemized deduction, details ng cooperative, no? So, actually, ang dami nito. So, tingnan nyo na lang because we have discussed naman kung ano yung mga limitations at saka mga requirements nitong mga expenses na to, no? Kagaya halimbawa ng example lang, salaries and wages, that is subject to withholding tax, no? At saka you have to comply with the labor law at saka SSS, no? Employees benefits, SSS, PhilHealth, retirement benefits, no? Officers honorarium and allowance, trainings and seminars. So, ang dami yan. Okay. So, with that, we have discussed the uh, cooperatives and the example. No? So, lahat naman siguro kayo, lahat ba sila hari na padalhan na ng soft copy? So, please, lahat ng mga napadalhan na ng soft copy, please read it in advance. And then, we will continue with our discussions. Yung next topic natin is about um, preparation of financial statements for non-stock, non-profit corporations na. Sa hapon naman, yung manufacturing companies and then the contractors, no? So, let's have a break po of 15 minutes. Preparation of financial statements for non-stock, non-profit corporations na. Sa hapon naman, yung manufacturing companies and then the contractors, no? So, let's have a break po of 15 minutes. Okay, so let's continue with our discussion on the preparation of financial statements for non-stock, non-profit corporation. Oh. So, ano ba itong non-stock, non-profit corporation? These non-stock, non-profit corporations are also corporations na registered with the SEC or the Securities and Exchange Commission, pero hindi sila stock, no, corporations. Ay iba yung kanilang purpose, no, hindi for profit. Kaya nga ang tawag sa kanila non-stock, non-profit corporations, no. Saka ang mga income nila is coming from the donations or voluntary contributions of the members, no. Okay. So this is the example of the financial statements ng non-stock, non-profit corporation, no. Just like cooperative, iba din siya, no. So let's start with statement of assets, liabilities, and fund balance. So ito yung pinaka-balance sheet niya. Sa cooperative, anong title dito? Statement of financial condition. Sa regular na corporation, anong title nito? Statement of financial condition. Sa foundation, ano siya? Statement of assets, liabilities, and fund balance, no? So do not make balance sheet for non-stock, non-profit corporation na yung ilagay nyo dyan, statement of financial position. Ang ilagay nyo, statement of assets, liabilities, and fund balance. No? Okay. So, you have to present it also on a comparative basis. No? So, current year and preceding year. So, 2 years, comparative. So, for the assets, we have current assets. Ganyan din, may notes din siya, ha? No? So, current assets, cash and cash equivalent, note 4. We also have short-term investment, no? Note 5. We also have project and other advances, no? So, remember na ang operation ng foundation nasa projects, no? And then, other current assets. So, note 9. For the non-current assets, we have property and equipment net, no? So, nandiyan sa note 7. So, tingnan natin lahat yan mamaya. And we have other non-current assets, note 9. Okay, so we have total assets. And then, we have the liabilities and fund balance, no? So we have current liability, project and other payables. No, we have non-current liability, retirement benefit obligation, and we have fund balance. No, so how much is the fund balance? 10,980,053. No, anong nakalagay dito? Okay. So, yun yung liabilities niya and fund balance. Okay. Okay. Ito naman ang pinaka-income statement niya. Ano yung income statement niya? Statement of support, revenues, and expenses. No? So, pag nag-present kayo, nandiyan na yung pangalan ng non-stock, non-profit corporations, and then statement of support, revenue, and expenses. Yan ang pinaka-income statement. And then for the years ended December 31, no, 2 years comparative. No? So nakalagay dyan, support and revenues. Ano yan? From grants and donations, from membership fees, and other income. No? So naka-disclose dito. And then the total, and then the expenses. No? So project cost, 26 million 051, general and administrative expenses 11 million. Pahiram ng calculator. So excess of support and revenues over expenses, no? Ano? So, may requirements dito ang BAR na 2575, no? 25% must be for administrative expenses and 75% must be for the uh, project, no? So, tingnan natin kung pasado siya. 26 over 37, no? For the project. 70. So, 70-30 siya. 70-30, um, 70% yung project at 30% yung general and administrative, no? 70-30. 70-30 yung BAR pero sa DSWD pala yung 25 and 75, no? So pasok siya. The foundation or non-stock non-profit corporations are accredited by their respective uh, regulatory agencies, no? So halimbawa, social welfare, ang nag-accredit sa kanila, the DSWD or the Department of Social Welfare and Development. Pag pang sports commission, pag hospital or health, ang nag-accredit sa kanila is the Department of Health, no? So pagka naman ang non-stock non-profit corporation, ang purpose niya is education. So, DepEd naman yung mag-accredit sa kanya. Okay. So, ang net income niya is excess of support and revenues over expenses, no? Sa cooperative surplus, no? Net surplus. Sa non-stock non-profit corporations, excess of support and revenues over expenses. Yun yung kanyang net income. Okay. Okay, ito yung naman yung statement of changes in equity, no? So, statement of changes in equity for non-stock non-profit corporation is the statement of changes in fund balance, no? So, it is also comparative. So, beginning January 1, and then you add mo yung excess of support and revenues over expenses. So, you have the balance as of December 31, no? Okay. So take note na, kaya pag gumawa kayo ng mga financial statements nyo, meron na kayong guide at hindi na yung regular lang na financial statements. Kahit cooperative siya, kahit foundation siya, pareho lang yung ginagawa nyo na format. Ngayon, meron na kayong guide. Kasi may nakikita ako, minsan magpapa-audit sa akin, yung kanilang financial statements ng non-stock non-profit, kagaya din lang ng ordinary na corporations. At saka yung sa cooperative, ganun lang din, pati notes to financial statements. Now you have the guide, no? Magkakaiba yan. Okay. And then we have the cash flows, no? Ito yung statement of cash flows. Same also, comparative for 2 years. We have the cash flows from operating activities, excess of support and revenues over expenses. And then we have the adjustment, no? For retirement benefit cost, depreciation, unrealized foreign exchange loss, interest income from bank deposits, interest income from short-term investments, ito yung other income niya. No? Interest income from multi-purpose loans to employees. So, may mga loans sila sa employees. No? So, yun yung cash flow niya, operating cash flows before working capital changes. No? So, meron siya decrease in operating assets, project and other advances, other current assets, other non-current assets. So, decrease or increase in project and other payables. No? So, cash generated from or used in operations. And then we have the interest received from bank deposits and cash equivalents. Net cash provided by operating activities. No? So, we have cash flows from investing activities. Meron siyang additions to property and equipment, short-term investment, interest received from short-term investment, and interest received from multi-purpose loans. So, effect of exchange rate changes on cash and cash equivalent. So net decrease or increase in cash and cash equivalents. Cash and cash equivalents note 4 at beginning of year, 31 million. So at end of the year, 28 million na lang kasi yung during the year niya is negative 3 million. No? Okay. At saka tingnan nyo, naka-note yan. The accompanying notes are integral part of these financial statements. Ibig sabihin, integral part. Hindi mo maintindihan yung statement kung wala yung notes, no? Kasi yun yung explanations. Okay. So, kompleto na tayo. We have the, balikan natin we have the statement of assets, liabilities, and fund balance. Yun ang pinaka-balance sheet. Hari, tandaan mo rin to So, we have the statement of assets, liabilities, and fund balance for the balance sheet ng non-stock, non-profit corporations. We have the statement of support, revenues, and expenses for the income statement ng non-stock, non-profit corporations. And we have the statement of changes in fund balance for the statement of changes in equity. No? And we have also the cash flow. So, yung cash flow, the same lang. Now, let's go to the notes na, no? Notes to the financial statements na. So, paano nila ini-explain, no? So, ABC Foundation for the Conservation of Natural Resources, Inc. Ito yung pangalan ng non-stock, non-profit corporations, no? So, these are notes to financial statement as at and the years ended December 31, 2018 and 2017. So kung yung ginagawa ninyo is 2020, then yung comparative nyo is 2019. So yung inyong years ended would be December 31, 2020 and 2019. No? So for corporate information, we have here corporate information, no? So, yung iba tatanungin ko, hindi alam. Doon sila nagtatrabaho, hindi alam yung corporate information nila. So, you should know, okay, dito nyo lang yan makikita sa Note 1. So, ABC Foundation, at saan galing itong Note 1? Galing po ito sa Articles of Incorporation nyo doon sa objective or purpose of the corporation. Or, manggagaling din ito sa COR nyo, sa Certificate of Registration ninyo sa BIR. No? So, ABC Corporation for the Conservation of Natural Resources, Inc., the foundation, was incorporated and registered with the Philippines Securities and Exchange Commission, or SEC, on December 20, 1984. No? So, the principal purpose of the foundation is to contribute for the national development through the establishment and operation of a private institutional medium that will conduct seminars, conferences, and other initiative activities to encourage, undertake, and or underwrite pure and fundamental and or applied research and creative work in environmental protection, natural resources conservation, wildlife management, and tribal ethic culture. So for this purpose, the foundation shall engage in the following activities. Ano yung activities ng foundation? Financing projects and programs, encouraging and underwriting researches and studies, establishing scholarship and professorial chairs, promoting and providing technical assistance and services. So yan ang purpose ng organization. Pag nagdagdag siya ng purpose, dapat mag-amend siya sa SEC. No? So right now, ito lang. So dyan ka lang magre-revolve ng inyong activities. No? Conducting, sponsoring, or underwriting seminars, training programs, and conferences dedicated to this provision, propagation, and enhancement of the above. And then we have assisting in strengthening the library, laboratory, other facilities, teaching, research capabilities of educational and other institutions, public or private, in their cooperative activities and joint undertaking. And then the number 6, for the foregoing purposes, receiving and or managing any funds, trust, donations, and other assets and resources from governmental or private sources entrusted and or given to the foundation. So yun po. And then we have the number 7, conducting conservation-related communications programs and mass media campaigns. No? Managing projects and natural resources in behalf of other agencies. No? So, kung managing projects yan, services yan. Okay. So, furthermore, the foundation may do and perform any and all powers granted by the Corporation Code of the Philippines and other laws to private corporation to the extent that these are not inconsistent with the purpose of the foundation. No? Okay. Income tax exemption. So may sinasabi pa siya. No? The foundation as a non-stock non-profit organization is exempt from income tax. No? Pursuant to Section 30. Remember ha, pag sinabi mong foundation, exempted siya under Section 30. Ano ang exempt siya dyan? Income tax. No? Kaya nga, pag sinabi mong income tax, pagka mayroon siyang mga activities na iba, subject siya sa tax, no? Kasi sa income lang naman siya exempt. And remember, napakaraming taxes ang National Internal Revenue Code, hindi lang income tax, no? However, income derived from any of its activities conducted for profit, regardless of the disposition made of such income, if any, is subject to tax, no? Income tax or final. Nandiyan yan sa Certificate of Exemptions. That's why, for the non-stock non-profit corporation, dapat meron kayong Certificate of Tax Exemption. At pag nag-file na kayo ng income tax return nyo, anong gagamitin nyo? 1702AX. Ha? Pagka-exempt kayo, wala kayong taxable na activity, 1702AX. Pagka naman meron kayong partly exempt na income and partly taxable, then MX, no? BAR Form 1702MX, no? Meron na tayo dyan sa YouTube channel natin, may mga videos tayo dyan on how to fill up BAR Form 1702EX, BAR Form 1702MX, no? 1702RT, meron din. No? Okay. So the foundation is accredited by the Philippine Council for NGO Certification as donor institution in accordance with the provisions of Revenue Regulations number 13-98. Ano itong 13-98? Nakalagay dito yung mga rules and regulations about donations, no? Kasi pag nagpa-accredit ka as donor institution, sundin mo itong Revenue Regulations 13-98, may mga requirements yan as to the reporting requirements and compliance requirements kung ano yung gagawin nyo sa mga donations nyo. That's why i-discuss natin yan mamaya together with this certificate of donation na pinakita ko sa inyo kanina, itong BIR form number 2322. No? So, ilan pa yung viewers natin, Hari?
120.
Okay. So, as a qualified donor institution or donations to the foundation, entitled the donor to tax deduction and exemption from donor's tax. Yan yung donations, no? Kasi pag accredited donor institution ka, yung magdo-donate sa iyo, either na deductible siya in full or deductible with limitations, pwedeng i-claim as an expense sa income tax return, no? Okay. Entitled the donors to tax deduction and exemption from donor's tax under certain conditions pursuant to Section 34H and 101 respectively of the NIRC or the National Internal Revenue Code. The foundation registration as a qualified donor institution is valid for 5 years up to December 10, 2022. So next year, no? The financial statements of the foundation as at and for the year ended December 31, 2018, including its comparatives as at and for the year ended December 31, 2017, were authorized and approved for issue by the Foundation's Board of Trustees or BOT on May 31, 2019. Bakit 2019? Kasi ang taxable period niya na o yung period niya na pinafile is December 18. So, hindi pwede na mag-authorize ka na hindi pa tapos yung period, no? Dito ako na penalized ng is easy. Why? Kasi nauna pa yung issuance ng financial statements doon sa authorization. Biro mo na ang ano yun nari, yung financial statement issued siya ng April, no? Pero date lang naman April, ano yata yun, April 15. Tapos yung authorization, April 20. So, na-issue na yung yung financial statements bago pa siya na-authorize. No? Ayaw yun ang isi-isi. No? So, penalty yun. So, be careful dito sa notes natin. Kailangan nauna muna yung authorization ng board bago ma-issue yung financial statement. So, note number 2, summary of significant accounting policies. Saan tayo kumukuha ng accounting policies? Of course, dito pa rin sa accounting standards, no? Hindi naman, wala naman sarili. Although, ang alam kong may gumawa din sila ng accounting standards for non-stock, non-profit. Pero, hindi ko pa nakita. There are some groups na nag-initiate sila on the accounting, no? Pero, halos hindi ko na makita. That's why, ang accounting policies din natin na sinusunod sa accounting standards din, no? Okay. So, the significant accounting policies and practices applied in the preparation of the financial statements are set forth to facilitate the understanding of data presented in the financial statements. These policies have been consistently applied to all the years presented unless otherwise stated. So, ito yung statement of compliance and the basis of preparation. The financial statements of the foundation have been prepared in compliance with the Philippine Financial Reporting Standards for small and medium entities. So, wala siyang sariling standard, no? Yung accounting standards pa rin para sa mga small, medium enterprises and not specifically for non-stock, non-profit ang ginagamit. Adopted by Financial Reporting Standards Council, no? FRSC, from the pronouncement issued by the International Accounting Standards Board. The principal accounting policies applied in the preparation of these financial statements are set in this note, no? So, wala siyang sariling framework unlike dun sa cooperatives. Okay. So, the financial statements have been prepared using the measurement basis specified by the PFRS for SME o small medium enterprise. Ano yung small medium enterprise natin? Magkano yung assets, magkano yung liabilities? No, 100 million to 350. Tapos yung liabilities mo hanggang 250, no? Kasi ang PFRS, full PFRS is 250 yung liabilities yan above. So, ang next dyan is SME. Ang next pa sa SME, mas maliit, small entities, no? Okay. So, the financial statements have been prepared on the historical cost convention, except as disclosed in the accounting policies below, and are drawn up in accordance with the provision of PFRS for SME. So, yun yung basis niya, no? PFRS for SME. All amounts are rounded to the nearest peso except when otherwise indicated. So, we have here the changes in accounting policies and disclosures. New accounting framework effective on January 1, 2019. So, kasi ang gagawin natin ngayon is 2020. So, yung ilalagay natin dyan, yung new accounting framework effective January 1, 2020. No? So, Philippine Financial Reporting Standard for Small Entities. No? The PFRSC approved the adoption of the PFRS for small entities, no? As defined by SEC. Small entities are those that meet the following criteria. Total assets, 3 million to 100 million. Total liabilities, 3 million to 100 million. No? If the entity is a parent company, the said amount shall be based on the consolidated figures. No? So, 3 to 100 million yung liabilities. 3 million to 100 million ang assets 3 to 100 million, yung liabilities the same, no? 3 million to 100 million din. Yan ang small entities. Okay, so they are not required to file financial statements, Part 2 of SRC Rule 68, are not in the process of filing their financial statement for the purpose of issuing any class of instruments in a public market, and are not holders of secondary licenses issued by the regulatory agencies, no? So, yan po. The case simplifications introduced by PFRS for small entities are as follows. Inventories are to be subsequently valued at the lower of cost and market value. The probable selling price to willing buyers as of reporting date. Ito yun yung small entities, no? Kasi pag tiningnan mo yung assets nila, hindi sila SME, no? Hindi sila small and medium enterprise. Small entities sila, no? So investment properties can be carried either at cost or at fair value depending on the policy choice made by the entity. There is no concept of finance lease. Under the framework, all lease receipts or payments are recognized as income expense as earned or incurred. There is no accounting for onerous contracts under the framework. For equity-settled share-based payment transactions, an entity shall measure the goods or services received and the corresponding increase in equity with reference to the net asset value of the equity instruments granted. Net asset value is derived by dividing the total assets of the entity less any liabilities by the number of shares outstanding at measurement date. No? So for defined benefit plan, ito na yung sinusunod din ng mga private, yung Republic Act 7641, no? So ito yung mga defined benefit plan for the benefits of the employees. No? Okay. Entities are given a policy choice of not recognizing deferred taxes in the financial statements. Ganon yung sa small entities. No? Biological assets can be carried either at cost or at current market price, depending on the policy choice made by the entity. No? So prior period adjustments are just captured in the opening balance of the current year, but with appropriate disclosures. No? May nangangagat na naman hari. Okay. So the new framework will have an impact on the foundation's financial statements since it meets the definition of a small entity in accordance with SEC Memorandum number 5 series of 2018. No? Ito yung new framework, ito yung for small entities. No? But the foundation opts not to adopt this new framework in as much as the foundation is allied or associated with other organization worldwide. So, ito na yung sinabi niya na may bago na framework na for small entities pero hindi inadapt ng non-stock non-profit corporation na to because may ally siya na other organization in the world, no? So hindi niya sinunod yung small entities, no? So for cash and cash equivalents, cash includes cash on hand and demand deposits, no? So cash equivalents refer to short term. Ito din yung definition ng cash, di ba? Sa standard, no? Cash and equivalents refer to short-term, highly liquid investments that are readily convertible to known amount of cash and which are subject to an insignificant risk of changes dyan, doon, no? In the value with original maturities of 3 months or less, no? So, okay. For short-term investments, no? Short-term investments are initially recognized upon placement of the time deposit with banks and are initially measured at the transaction price, no? So including transaction costs which are equal to the amount of the investment. Subsequently, these are carried at amortized cost using the effective interest method. The amortized cost of the short-term investments are equal to its cost as these are short-term in nature. Okay. Short-term investments are recognized upon maturity of the time deposits or upon pre-termination by the foundation. Okay. So project and other advances. Ito yung mga uh, gastos no sa projects. No? So these are disclosed here. Project and other advances are recognized initially at the transaction price plus transaction cost. No? These are subsequently measured at amortized cost using the effective interest method, less allowance for doubtful accounts. No? So provision for impairment on advances is established when there is objective evidence that the foundation will not be able to collect all amounts due according to the original terms of the advances. Project and other advances are recognized when the rights to receive cash flows from the receivable have expired, or if the foundation has transferred its rights to receive cash flows from the receivable. No? So yun yung mga project advances. Other current assets. No? For the other current assets, recognized when payment for goods or services are made in advance. No? Ayan na. Goods or services made in advance for the delivery of the goods or the rendering of the services. Other current asset is recognized upon consumption or usage or upon refund. No? An impairment loss is recognized for the amount by which this asset's carrying amount exceeds its recoverable amount. Other current asset that is expected to be realized for no more than 12 months after the reporting date is classified as current asset. Otherwise, these are classified as non-current assets. No? Property and equipments, no? So ito standard pa lang to ha, hindi pa to yung explanation na notes, no? So standard pa lang. Property and equipment are initially recognized at cost. Cost includes purchase price. Yan. Ano daw kasama or component ng cost? Purchase price, brokerage fees, import duties, non-refundable purchase taxes, after deducting trade discounts and rebates, plus expenditure that is directly attributable to bringing the asset to the location and condition necessary for it to be capable of operating in the manner intended by management. No? So after initial recognition, property and equipment are measured at cost, less accumulated depreciation and any accumulated impairment losses. No? So yun. Okay. Foundation adds to the carrying amount of an item of property and equipment the cost of replacing parts. So ito yung mag-i-increase ang carrying amount or yung amount for the property and equipment, no? So yung cost of replacing parts of such item when the cost is incurred if the replacement part is expected to provide incremental future benefits to the foundation. So ibig sabihin, tataas yung benefits ng equipment. The carrying amount of the replaced part is de-recognized. All other repairs and maintenance are charged to the statement of support, revenues, and expenses. So ito yung pinaka-income statement, no? Parang operating expenses niya. During the period in which they are incurred. So lahat daw ng repairs and maintenance, hindi sila nagkakapitalize. Depreciation is charged so as to allocate the cost of assets over their estimated useful lives using the straight line method. No? So the estimated useful lives are as follows. Transportation equipment, 5 years. Office, field, and communication equipment, 3 years. Office furniture and fixtures, 3 years. No? So yun ang ginamit niya na number of years to depreciate. Okay. Leasehold improvements are depreciated whichever is shorter between the improvement useful life of 3 years or the lease term. No? The assets' useful lives and depreciation methods are reviewed and are adjusted prospectively if appropriate, if there is an indication of significant change since the last reporting date. Also, an asset carrying amount is written down immediately to its recoverable amount if the asset's carrying amount is greater than its estimated recoverable amount, no? Kaya write down immediately to recoverable amount. Okay. So an item of property and equipment is derecognized upon disposal or when no more future economic benefits are expected to arise from the continued use of the asset. Okay. Wala na siyang future economic benefit, no? Hindi na operational. So when assets are sold or retired, ito na yung disposal, no? Their cost, their accumulated depreciation, and accumulated impairment losses are eliminated from the accounts. Gains and losses on disposal are determined by comparing the proceeds with the carrying amount and are recognized within other income or expenses in the statement of support revenues and expenses. Remember po na pagka ang gain or loss mo coming from the disposal of property and equipment, these are not ordinary, ha? These are not ordinary gains or losses. Kaya nga, pag tiningnan nyo sa financial statement natin, sa statement of income, nandun siya sa baba, no? As other comprehensive income. They are not ordinary expenses. Therefore, hindi sila pwedeng isama mo as operating expenses. No? Okay. So, the item, impairment of non-financial assets. Assets that are subject to depreciation or amortization are assessed at its reporting date to determine whether there is any indication that the assets are impaired. No? So where there is any indication that an asset may be impaired, the carrying amount of this asset is tested for impairment. No? So an impairment loss is recognized for the amount by which the asset's carrying amount exceeds its recoverable amount. The recoverable amount is the higher of an asset's fair value, less cost to sell, and value in use. For the purposes of assessing impairment, assets are grouped at the lowest levels for which there are separately identifiable cash flows. The impairment loss is recognized in the statement of support revenues and expenses o yung income statement, no? Doon siya nire-recognize yung impairment loss. Pag loss yan, remember po na meron tayong requirement on how to declare losses sa BIR, no? Dapat meron kayong notice and then i-refer po yan sa examiner and then i-value ng examiner how much is the loss. No, sa kanyo pa lang siya ma-claim as loss. Okay. So non-financial assets that suffer impairment are reviewed for possible reversal of the impairment at its reporting date. No? So if the estimated recoverable amount of the asset exceeds its carrying amount, the carrying amount is increased to recoverable amount. No? The reversal of an impairment loss shall not increase the carrying amount of the asset above the carrying amount that would have been determined have no impairment loss been recognized for the asset in prior years. A reversal of an impairment loss is recognized immediately in the statement of support revenues and expenses. No? So yung reversal daw ng impairment loss recognized immediately in the statement of support revenues and expenses, so sa income statement. So in-expense niya. No? Okay. So other non-current assets. Other non-current assets are carried at cost less any impairment loss. Other non-current assets are de-recognized when no future economic benefits are expected to flow from the assets. No? So, yung under non-current assets yan. So, kung wala na siyang future economic benefits, de-recognize na siya. No? Okay. So, project and other payables. Payables are recognized in the financial statements when the foundation becomes a party to a contract, no, that gives to a receivable of another entity. Okay. So payables are recognized initially at the transaction price and subsequently measured at amortized cost using the effective interest method. These are included in current liabilities except for maturities greater than 12 months after the reporting date, which are then classified as non-current liabilities. Also, yun yung projects and other payables. Yun yung mga accounts payable po ng foundation. No? Okay. The foundation's payable include project payable due to government agencies, accrued liabilities. No? Ano sabi niya dito? See Note 8. No? So, meron pa siyang explanations doon. Ano yung Note 8 na yun? Nandun yung mga amounts. So, project payable consists of accounts payable. Kasi itong pinag-usapan natin dito, accounting policies pa lang to. No? But we have to study it para malaman natin kung paano nila binavalue, nire-recognize, de-recognize yung mga accounts, no? So, project payable consists of accounts payable and vouchers payable. No? So, yun yung laman ng project payable. Accounts payable are advances made from different persons. Vouchers payable refers to unreleased check as at reporting date. So, sa vouchers payable, kasama pala yung may check na pero hindi na release, no? Accrued expenses represents expenses incurred for the period but not yet paid as at reporting date. No? Payables are derecognized from the statement of assets, tinatanggal sa assets, liabilities, and fund balance only when the obligations are extinguished either through discharge, cancellation, or expiration. Biro mo yung payables mo mag-expire, swerte mo, no? Or kina-cancel na lang, no? Ang payables. Kailan ba ma-extinguish ang payables? Pag binayaran mo na, no? Okay. Retirement benefit obligation, no? Foundation accrues retirement benefit expense for the year computed at the total daily salary and allowances of all employees. Sinong usually ang nagko-compute niyan? The actuary yan, no? Multiplied by a fixed amount of 22.5 days. The total daily salary and allowances is the sum of the monthly basic salary, transportation allowance, and de minimis benefits divided by 262 working days in a year. No? So, yung working days nila is 262. Yun yung factor. Yun yung paano sila nagko-compute ng retirement benefits. No? Kasi may formula yan. So, this is their formula. No? 22.5 days multiplied by the daily salary and allowances of the employees, no? Times 22.5 days. And then, total daily salary and allowances naman is the sum of the monthly basic salary, transportation allowance, de minimis benefits, no? Divide by 262 working days in a year. So, kung monthly yan basic salary, so 12 months yan, no? And then, i-divide mo by 262 working days in a year. Okay. In measuring its defined benefit obligation, foundation includes both vested and unvested benefits. No? The following bases were used. Estimated future salary increases are ignored. Future service of current employee is not considered. Possible in-service mortality of current employees between the reporting date and the date employees are expected to begin receiving post-employment benefits are ignored except for mortality after service. No? So, dito din i-disclose nila kung papaano nila dinidefine yung benefits, no? Benefit obligation para sa mga employees sa retirement. Ito yung related parties and related party transactions, which mahigpit ngayon ang BIR dito, especially sa mga regular na corporations, no? For related parties and related party transactions, ito po ang transfer pricing, no? And internationally, ito talaga ang tinututukan because most of the businesses now in the world are made between related parties, no? So, parties are considered to be related if one party has the ability directly and indirectly to control the other party or exercise significant influence over the other party in making financial and operating decisions. So, remember, ito yung definition din ng standard, no? Anong standard dito? PAS 24, yung Philippine Accounting Standards 24. Yan din yung definition na galing doon, no? So, parties are also considered to be related if they are subject to common control. Related parties may be individual or corporate entities, no? For related parties, basahin ninyo yung Revenue Regulations 34-2020, kasi may reporting requirements dyan ang related parties. Okay. Okay. Fund balance. Fund balance represents the cumulative balance of the excess of support and revenues over expenses, no? Support and revenue recognition. The foundation recognizes support and revenues when it is probable that future economic benefits will flow to the foundation, no? So the amount of support and revenues can be reliably measured and specific criteria have been met for each of the foundation's activities. Support and revenues is measured at the fair value of the consideration received, no? So yun yung support and revenues. Okay. Support. Support which pertains to legally enforceable grants and donations are recorded in the year such grants and donations are made by the donors. So yan yung support, no? Membership and other fees. Membership and other fees arising from the foundation events are recognized as revenue upon receipt, no? So, yan yung sa membership and other fees, no? Kasi ang foundation, may mga members yan, no? Group of people yan na nagtatag ng foundations, no? So, they are paying membership fees. Saka may mga dues, no? Kasi kung walang dues, walang membership fees, ba't pa kayo non-stock, non-profit, ba't pa kayo grupo, no? Interest income. Interest income is accrued on a time proportion basis by reference to the principal outstanding and at the effective interest rate applicable, which is the rate that exactly discounts estimated future cash receipts through the expected life of the financial assets, so the assets net carrying amount on initial recognition. Yan yung interest income. So, kailangan ka nagkakaroon ng interest income pag meron kang deposit sa bangko o kaya meron kang cash, no, na ininvest mo. So, you have interest income. Interest income is the cost of your money used by others na ininvest mo. Okay. So, expense recognition. Expenses are recognized in the statement of support. Revenues and expenses will decrease in the future economic benefit, no? Related to a decrease in asset or increase in liability, no? Kasi kailan ba magkaroon ka ng expenses? Pag nagbayad ka ng expense mo, mababawasan yung asset mo. Pero nag-expense ka, hindi mo binayaran, increase yung liability mo, no? So, ganun yung nangyayari. Expenses are recognized in the statement of support, revenues, and expenses. Ito yung income statement. So, sa income statement, nandun talaga yung expenses, no? On the basis of a direct association between the cost incurred and the earnings of specific items of income. On the basis of systematic and rational allocation procedures, when economic benefits are expected to arise over several accounting periods, and the association with income can only be broadly or indirectly determined or immediately when an expenditure produces no future economic benefit or when and to the extent that future economic benefits do not qualify or cease to qualify for recognition in the statement of assets, liabilities, and fund balance as an asset. No? So, ganyan po yung expense recognition. Leases. Okay, so nagli-list din yung foundation, no? So, is a party to an operating lease, no? So, operating lease. Leases in which a significant portion of the risks and rewards of ownership are retained by the lessor are classified as operating lease. Siyempre, siya yung may-ari ng property, no? Nag-lease ka lang, pinapagamit lang sa'yo. So, lahat ng risk and rewards sa kanya pa rin. Operating lease payments are recognized as an expense on a straight line basis over the lease term unless when another systematic basis is more representative of the time pattern in which economic benefits from the leased assets are consumed. Contingent rentals arising under operating leases are recognized as an expense in the period in which they are incurred. No? So ito yung operating lease, ang bayad mo dyan is your rental expense. No? Provisions. Ano to naman mga provisions? No? Obligations that will probably lead to an outflow of economic resources. Outflow, palabas, no? And they can be estimated reliably even if the timing or amount of the outflow may still be uncertain. Okay, so present obligation arises from the presence of legal or constructive commitment that has resulted from past events. So ito yung mga kontrata na nakakontrata yung company, no? Past event, pero commitment pa siya, existing pa siya, enforceable pa siya up to the present, no? Okay. So for this purpose, provisions are measured at the estimated expenditure required to settle the present obligation, no? Based on the most reliable evidence available at the end of the reporting date, including the risks and uncertainties associated with the present obligation. So, ngayon po na panahon, napaka-importante ang determination ng risk, no? And then yung ownership, no? Of the obligation. Any reimbursement expected to be received in the course of settlement of the present obligation is recognized if virtually certain as a separate asset not exceeding the amount of related provisions. So when there are a number of similar obligations, the likelihood that an outflow will be required in settlement is determined by considering the class of obligation as a whole. No? So yun yung mga provisions. Okay. Next natin is the still provisions, no? Economic benefits to the foundation. And then we have the contingencies, no? Kahit yung mga private corporations dito, they are also recognizing these contingencies. So what are these contingencies? Ito yung mga contingent liabilities that are not recognized in the financial statements. Bakit? Contingent pa eh. Pwedeng mangyari, pwedeng hindi, no? Pwedeng matalo, pwedeng manalo. These are disclosed unless, no, the possibility of an outflow of resources embodying economic benefits is remote, no? So dinidisclose siya kung parang remote naman na matalo sila, no? So contingent assets are not recognized in the financial statement. Hindi siya nire-recognize sa financial statement. But disclosed when an inflow of economic benefit is probable, no? So dinidisclose lang siya. Contingent assets are assessed continually to ensure that the developments are appropriately reflected in the financial statements. If it has become virtually certain that an inflow of economic benefits will arise, the asset and the related income are recognized in the financial statements. No? Okay. Events after the reporting date, no? Sabi ko nga sa inyo, the foundation follows the accounting standards, no? So, The foundation identifies events after the reporting date as events that occurred after the reporting date but before the date the financial statements were authorized for issue. So any subsequent events that provide additional information about the foundation's financial position at the reporting date are reflected in the financial statements. So non-adjusting subsequent events are disclosed in the notes to the financial statements when material. Okay. So what are the significant accounting judgment and estimates? No? So may mga judgment and mga may estimates po na inaalaw yung uh, law or yung batas natin. The preparation of financial statement requires management to make judgment and estimates that affect amounts reported in financial statements and related notes. No? So, pwede kang gumawa ng judgment and estimates. The judgment and estimates are continually evaluated and are based on historical experience and other factors, including expectations of future events that are believed to be reasonable under the circumstances. No? So the foundation believes the following represent a summary of the significant judgments and estimates unrelated impact and associated risk in the financial statements. Okay. So let's now go to note number 4. Ito na yung cash and cash equivalents. Dito meron na siyang total, no? Meron ng amount, no? So number 4, cash and cash equivalents. The account consists of cash on hand, cash in banks, and then cash equivalents, no? So mas malaki yung 2017, lumiit ang 2018, no? Okay. So cash in banks generally earn interest at the respective bank deposit rates. Cash equivalents are made for varying periods up to 3 months depending on the immediate cash equivalent of the foundation and earn interest at rates than 1.15% to 1.8%, no, per annum. Yan ang interest, no? So interest income earned from bank deposit and cash equivalents amounted to 754,636 and 324,607 in 2018 and 2017. No? Respectively, are included as part of other income net account under support and revenues in the statement of support, revenue, and expenses. So you can see that in note 10, no? Kasi ang mga notes na to, they also make reference to other notes, no? So there is no restriction on the foundation's cash and cash equivalents as at December 31, 2018 and 2017. How about short-term investment, no? So the account pertains a 1-year time deposit with a local bank with principal amount of 1,650,986 and 265 as at December 31, 2018. No? The investment earns interest at rates from 0.875% to 1%. No? Interest income earned from short-term investment which amounted to 805 and 2,180 for the years ended December 31, 2018 and 2017 respectively are included as part of other income. Yan yung sa short-term investment, no? Under support and revenues in the statement of support, revenues, and expenses, no? So, yung note number 6 naman natin is the project and other advances net. No? So, ano yung mga projects? Yung mga projects undertaken by the foundation during the year. No? So, we have project advances, advances to employees. We have the total and the allowance for doubtful accounts. No? So, binabawas yung allowance for doubtful accounts. Okay. So, kung binabawas mo na yung allowance for doubtful accounts, nira-write off na, no? Okay. So, reconciliation of the allowance for doubtful accounts. We have the balances at the beginning, we have the provision for impairment, and we have the write-off, no? Sa doubtful accounts na to sa allowance, balance at the end of year. Okay. So, the foundation recognized an impairment of 841,454 and 231,671 in 2018 and 2017 respectively against project and other advances and is presented as impairment loss on receivables under general and administrative expenses in the statement of support, revenues, and expenses. No? So project advances pertains to cash advances made to third parties. So other foundations, non-government organizations with respect to maintenance of project site used for designated activity and other expenses. These advances are generally collected in 30 to 90 days. Advances to employees pertain to cash advances granted to foundation's personnel to expedite project-related expenses such as transportation, meals, per dimes, accommodations, and others. No? So yan pala yung advances to employees niya. Okay. So ito na po yung lapsing schedule ng property and equipment. So remember ha, dito na penalty din ako dito ng is easy. Bakit? Kasi pagdating na sa title ng mga equipments, dapat hindi mo sila pag sama-samahin. Yung office furniture and fixtures, okay lang yon. Ang problema doon sa akin, ang nagawa, office furniture and fixtures and equipment, no? So yung equipment kasi, ibang line item yan. So, naisama sa office furniture, fixtures, and equipment. So, evaluate ng easy, mali. No? So, tama itong dito dahil naka-line item talaga yung mga account, no? Iba-iba, hindi pinagsasama-sama, ka-cluster na. So, we have the transportation equipment, office field and communication equipment, office furniture and fixtures, and then leasehold improvement. No? So, for the cost, we have 9.6 million na total, no? As of 2018. And then the additions saan sila nagdagdag? Sa office, field, and communication equipment. Nagdagdag sila ng 79,150. No? So, pag dating na naman ng accumulated depreciation January, no, the total is 9,221,440. No? And then, meron pang depreciation. So, how much na ang total ng accumulated depreciation? 9,502,989. No? So, magkano na lang yung carrying amount ng property, plant, and equipment? 268,028. No? Yun na lang yung carrying amount niya. Okay. Okay. So project payables pertain to obligations to projects and communities supported by the foundation. We also have accrued liabilities. Ito yung accrual and professional fees, printing and publication, maintenance, rent, supplies, accommodation, travel, and communication. Oh. And then we have due to government agencies, include social security service payables. Okay, Home Development Mutual Fund, it's DMF payables, no? And then withholding taxes and other taxes payable to government. And then we have leases, no? Yung company na nagli-lease, no? Meron siyang contract, no? Kayo pumayag na ang lease walang contract, there should always be a contract, no? And then sa contract of lease, i-define nyo na sino yung magbabayad ng doc stamps, no? Para hindi na kayo paturo-turo pa. Okay, so Foundation entered into a contract of lease for its main office with Asana Joyland Venture Corporation for a period of 5 years, no? Commencing on October 20, 2016. No? Okay. So may monthly rental siya na 78,400 subject to 8% escalation rate starting on the third year and security deposit of 420,000 which shall be refunded upon the termination of the contract. No? So yan po yung leases. Okay. Ang dami niyang disclosure sa lease, no? Ang dami pala niyang transactions. The foundation is also a lessee under operating lease agreements for its provincial offices in Oriental Mindoro, Antique, Occidental Mindoro, and Surigao del Sur. No? So the leases have terms ranging from 1 to 2 years and then renewable upon mutual agreement of the parties. No? So yun yung leases. The foundation is also a party to various contracts of lease for transportation equipment such as one for rent. These contracts have terms from 5 months to 1 year. The foundation is also incurred rent expense on various one-time rental on equipment, boat, and others. No? Okay. So, future annual na minimum lease payments. Okay. Within 1 year and due beyond 1 year but not more than 5 years. Okay. Okay, so total security deposits for the lease agreement. Ito yung security deposit nila na current and non-current. So, umabot siya ng 659,590. Okay. Support and revenues. The account consists of grants and donation, membership fees, and other income. Excuse po ha. Copy lang ako. Okay. So these are the support and revenues, no? From grants, donations, from membership fees, and from other income. Usually yung other income nila is coming from interest income, no? We have membership fees, no? May discussion siya dito on membership fees paid by the foundation members, no? So itong other income, ito yun, from the unrealized foreign exchange loss and then interest income, no? Project cost, no? So ito yung maganda dito kasi inisa-isa nila how much is the project cost at ano itong mga accounts na to. So they have salaries, wages, and other benefits. They have meetings and conferences. May professional fees. Remember, yung mga professional fees natin, may withholding yan. Even if non-stock, non-profit, no? Walang exemption and withholding kasi hindi naman ninyo pera yan. Nag-withhold lang kayo and then remit it to BIR. So we have transportation and travel. We have field gadgets, no? Accommodation and living, office supplies, rent, production and publication, communication, light and water. We have SSS, No, ito yung mga contributions ng employer sa employee. We have livelihood, fees and other charges, bank charges, advertisement and exhibits, insurance, facilitation, honorarium, taxes and licenses, repairs and maintenance, and then miscellaneous. No? So, yun yung project cost. Miscellaneous pertain to membership and registration fees, utilities, and other fees. No? So, may note siya. And then we have the general and administrative expenses. Na yun yung sabi ko sa inyo na may limit. For project cost, 70%. For admin expenses, 30%. No? Pero pagka DSWD, no, 75-35. 25. No? So general and administrative expenses, we have salaries, wages, professional fees, events, rental, impairment loss on receivables, retirement benefits, meetings and conferences, communication, light and water, office supplies, SSS, its DMF, its IC, other contributions. We have depreciation, insurance, transportation and travel, repairs and maintenance, accommodation and living, and miscellaneous. No? So yun ang general and administrative expenses. Okay. So related party transactions, meron sila, no? So key management officers, nature of relationship ng officers, nature of transaction, no? And then the compensation. Okay. Foundation considers key management personnel or employees holding managerial position. Details of the remuneration received for the year. Ito. For the short-term employee benefits and the retirement benefits. No? So, yan yung related party transactions niya. Total compensation paid to key management personnel is recognized in the statement of support, revenues, and expenses. No? And then we have the retirement benefit obligation. No? So, kasi we are running out of time, no? 15 minutes na lang tayo. Gusto ko i-emphasize sa inyo yung mga schedules na bago na requirement ng SEC. No? So, ito mga retirement benefits obligation, same lang dito sa private na corporations, no? So, anong nakalagay dito sa kanya? There are 43 employees covered by the Foundation Retirement Plan as at December 31, 2018, no? So, nakalagay dyan yung balance beginning of the year and then the retirement or benefit cost during the year. Okay. So, supplementary information required by the Bureau of Internal Revenue. Ito yung mga payment mo sa mga taxes, no, na kinukolekta ng BIR, no? So, foundation daw is registered as non-VAT. So, hindi siya subject sa VAT, no? For taxes on importation, no? Wala ding importation yung foundation during the year, so hindi siya magbabayad. Excise tax, wala din siyang transaction. Doc stamps, no? Wala din transactions during the year. All other local and national taxes, meron siyang permits, residence or community tax, and then meron siyang BR registration fee na 500 pesos. No? Withholding taxes, no? Ito yung dapat meron siyang withholding for the employees. Ito yung compensation and expanded for the suppliers. No? So, ang total withholding taxes niya paid and remitted during the year is 1,169,763. No? Okay. Deficiency tax assessment, wala siya. So, let's go to the annexes. No? Ito yung mga annexes or schedules from SEC, Securities and Exchange Commission, which are mandatory for non-stock, non-profit organizations. But before that, 5 minutes break muna. So let's go to the annexes. No? Okay, so let's continue with our discussions. Kunti na lang to. No, we have our schedules for non-stock non-profit organization as required by the SEC, and this is under Annex 68C, no? So, in SPO Form 1, ano yung requirements dito? Sworn statement, no? Anong sworn statement ito? We, President and Treasurer, respectively of yung pangalan po ng foundation, with address at hereby depose and state that in compliance with the revised SRC Rule 68, we are stating that the following information that related to the preceding fiscal year, no? So halimbawa 2020, to wit. Ito 'yon. Documents or schedules to the audited financial statement as of, no? Ito yung mga naka-attach po sa financial statements. Affidavit of willingness to be audited by the commission. Actually, para sa akin, this is redundant eh. Because under the corporation code, meron ng authority yung commission to audit. Bakit mag-affidavit ka pa? Wala ka namang magawa pag gusto kang i-audit, no? Redundant ito na requirement. Pero since requirement ng regulatory agency, sunod na lang tayo, affidavit lang naman eh. No? Schedule of receipts or income or sources of funds other than contributions and donations. No? Yung receipts of or income or sources of funds. Ito yung schedule, no? Parang sales book siguro, cash receipt books. We have schedule of contributions and donations, no? So, ilalagay din in SPO Form 4. Schedule of application of funds in SPO Form 5, no? And then certificate of existence of program or activity. Kasi yung ibang NGO siguro may program or activity pero ghost lang, hindi lang i-exist. Kaya may certificate of existence, no? COEP issued, no? Ito yung COEP, Certificate of Existence of Program, issued by heads or officers of private institution or actual beneficiaries or recipients of the program of activity shall be allowed in lieu of COEP issued by the government offices or entities. No? So, kung may certification yung beneficiaries, then pwede na walang certifications yung government entities. Okay. We hereby certify that this sworn statement with duly attached documents or schedules is executed to attest to the truth of the foregoing and for whatever legal purpose it may serve. No? Sinabi dito. So, sign siya ng President and ng Treasurer at notarized. No? Notarized. Okay. So, ito rin, affidavit of willingness to be audited. Ito yung nandun kanina sa checklist. May tumatawag. Puntahan mo muna. Okay. So, this is the affidavit of willingness to be audited by the commission. Sino yung sa-sign dito, no? Affiant, signature over printed name, of legal aids Filipino and resident of, after having been sworn to in accordance with law hereby deposed and state, I am the treasurer or the chief finance officer of non-stock, non-profit organization registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission, no? That I, as authorized by the Board of Directors, so be ready with your board resolution and secretary certificate kasi nakalagay dito, authorized by the Board of Directors of the corporation hereby manifest its willingness to be audited by the Commission upon its order and authority for the purpose of determining compliance of the corporation with existing laws and regulations. No? That this affidavit is executed to attest to the truth of the foregoing and for whatever legal purpose and intent it may serve. No? So ito na yung permahan at saka with notarized sa notary public. Ito naman yung schedule of receipts or income or sources of funds, no? Other than contributions and donations. So we have the name of the foundation or organization, is a registration number, and for the year ended, no? Nakalagay dito, receipts of income or sources of funds, no? So number, kanino ba siya galing? Description of income, the source, and then the amount indicate by footnote if other than Philippine currency, then translate in this column, no? Sa footnote mo, kung halimbawa dollars or yen or euros, then ilagay mo siya as peso na, i-translate mo na, no? Date received and period covered, kung ilan ba yan na-receive. So others, aggregate of all sources of income which are individually below 100,000, no? So below 100,000 siya. Schedule of contribution and donations part 1. No? So ito na yung in SPO form 4. Name of foundation or organization, SEC registration number for the year ended. So we have part 1 number, we have contributors or donors, we have name and address, no? And then we have nationality, we have total contributions, and then type of contributor. Type of contributions, ano ba siya? Cash, non-cash, complete part 2 if there is a non-cash contribution. And then for cash or non-cash, ganun din, no? So i-complete mo siya kung non-cash contribution, no? So ito yung requirement ng is easy. So nandyan nakalagay. Other aggregate of all contributions which are individually below 100,000 by nationality, no? Use separate sheet if necessary kung kulang. So a contributor or donor includes individuals, partnerships, corporations, associations, trusts, and organizations. So kahit ano pwede sila. For supranational organization, indicate place of principal office or domicile. Ito yung mga foreign, no? Contributions or donations, reportable on the schedule are contributions, donations, grants, bequests, devices, and gifts of money or property amounting to 100,000 or more from its contributor or donor, no? So, yun po yung explanations ng SEC. And then we have the schedule of contributions and donations, no? Name of foundation, organization, SEC registration number for the year ended. So part 2, non-cash property, no? So number from part 1. Description of non-cash property given, fair market value or estimate, date received, no? And then we have the schedule of application of funds, saan ginamit yung funds, no? So name of foundation or organization for the year ended. Number 1, name of program or project or activity. Complete office address, no? Contact number of project office. And then status, accomplished, ongoing, or planned. And then we have the project officer in charge, the name, the complete address, and then the contact number. Also very specific. Hindi ka na, kung baga sa documentation, mabilis na lang, madali na lang i-evaluate, no? Kasi nakasummarize na lahat. And then we have the certification, no? I, of legal age, single, married, Filipino citizen with residence address at, after having been sworn to in accordance with law, do hereby depose and state that I am the duly elected president of, yung pangalan ng corporation, ng foundation, a corporation duly organized and existing under and by virtue of the laws of the Republic of the Philippines with principal office addressed at, no? The foundation has not received any funds from any Philippine government agency or any department. Siyempre, gawin nyo lang ito na affidavit na to kung wala ngang na-receive. Pero kung may na-receive, of course, hindi na kayo gagawa nito, no? From any Philippine government agency or any department, bureau, or office of the national government or any of the branches and instrumentalities or any political subdivision or its instrumentalities, as well as any government-owned or controlled corporation, including its subsidiaries or other self-governing board or commission of the government, nor receive donations, grants, contributions in the amount of at least 500,000 pesos in one or aggregate transactions per donor, grantor, contributor. And to the best of my knowledge, no action or proceedings has been filed or is pending before any court involving an intra-corporate dispute kasi ang dami pong non-stock non-profit na nag-aaway-away, no? And or claim by any person or group against the foundation, its duly elected trustees and or corporate officers, no? So I experienced, no, that kind of foundation na nag-aaway-away, nawawala yung pondo, no? Then namatay na lang, demandahan na sa korte, no? May mga experience na akong ganyan. In witness whereof, I have here unto sign the certification this day of blank at so name of the president, no? Kasi presidente din ako ng Rotary Club of Quezon City, so same experience that I have, no? And then nagpresidente din ako ng National Defense Foundation, same problem, no? Na experience, no? And then sa mga maliliit na project, no, na pinaproject ko sa mga tao, puro problema. Tapos takbuhan ka na lang, no? Subscribe and sworn to before me this blank, the affiant having exhibited to me his or her as competent proof of his or her identity. Kaya ma-imagine ko yung ginawa ng is-easy na ito para madali mag-evaluate, no? Kasi sa dami ng nangyayari na mga kaso at saka non-compliance, no? Kaya kasama ito sa mga pinopromote ko talaga yung mga non-stock non-profit corporations. Why? Kasi sayang yung kanilang purpose or objective, no? Na mapunta lang sa away. Samantalang napakaganda ng purpose ng mga non-stock non-profit corporations. That's why they are given incentives by being tax exempt. Kasi maganda yung kanilang mga layunin. Kaso lang nawawala dahil sa hindi nagkakaintindihan yung mga officers, no? So, yun po yung requirements ng is easy when it comes to non-stock non-profit corporation in their programs and activities. Ito naman, ito yung requirement naman ng BAR, no? At saka kung gusto nyo pang malaman, you read yung RR 13-98, that is the mother regulations for accredited donor institutions na mga non-stock non-profit corporations, no? For the certificate of donation, ito naman po yung kailangan ninyo na requirement ng BAR. This is the 2322, no, na form, no? So this is the certificate of donation to be filled up by the donee, no? So nakalagay dito to whom it may concern. This is to certify that the name of the institution, the TIN with address, no? And then the own, donate, cash, personal properties. So nakalagay dyan kung ano yung mga properties na donate, kung personal properties ba siya o real properties or improvements ng real properties. And then at the back of the that report, no, or form 2322, nakalagay yung valuation na donation, no? Nakalagay dyan yung personal properties, the real properties, the improvements, the total value, and the aggregate value of the donation. And then this is being signed by the affiant. Sino yung ano dito? Yung name of institution or organization, no? Ang gawa nito, mag-execute nito is the donor, no? Kaya nga certificate of donation siya. Ibig sabihin, ang magsi-certify yung nagbigay o yung donor, no? So, and then anong gagawin dito? Instruction, the first page shall be filled up by the donee and the second page shall be filled up by the donor, no? Deductibility of donation. The amount to be deducted from the gross income shall be based on the net book value of the said property as reflected in the financial statement of the donor. Please attach certified true copy of deed of sale or bill of sale to the donor or a certification under oath by the donor of the net book value and acquisition cost. The values declared by the donor shall still be subject to further confirmation by the Bureau or the BAR as to its correctness and accuracy. The donee shall assume responsibility for the consecutive numbering of its certificate of donation as follows. No? So, donee belongs to RD 48. Certificate is the first issued for calendar year 2014. No? So, iba-iba yung number. So, consecutive number certification of donation should be distributed within 30 days from receipt of donation as follows. So, saan to ipapareceive? Sa donor, ang original copy, duplicate copy, pa-receive mo sa BAR, and the triplicate copy sa donee, no? Kasi ang magre-report nito sa kanilang financial statements, pareho yung donor at saka donee. Yung donor, i-claim niya as an expense sa kanyang income tax return. Yung donee naman, kung accredited donee institution siya, i-report din niya sa kanyang financial statement, no? As donations received during the year. Okay? So, with that, I would like to say thank you. Ilan pa yung viewers natin? Okay, so with that, I would like to say thank you po sa ating mga viewers. Sana huwag kayong magsawa because we will be bringing to you information, no? And the purpose of our tax training is for you to have a better tax compliance. No? So let's have a 1-hour break and let's be back at 1:10, no? To discuss the financial statement for manufacturing companies and for the contractors. So thank you very much. And thank you sa 15,000 na subscribers. Ilan yung viewers? Ha? Okay, sige. Okay, good afternoon once again and welcome to our last uh, half day ng seminars natin. And this afternoon, we still have our two topics for discussion. First is the financial statements for manufacturing. And then we have the financial statements for non-stock, non-profit corporations. Ito yung mga samples, no? We start with the balance sheet, tapos income statement, cash flow, statement of changes in equity, and then the notes to financial statements, no? Ginawa mo ba to, Hari? Okay. Okay, so ano ba itong manufacturing company? What is the um, functions of a manufacturing company, no? So manufacturing company process goods, no? From raw materials, dadagdagan mo ng direct labor, so with factory overhead in order to produce a product, a certain product, no? So yun po yung industry ng manufacturing company. So, unique yung kanyang balance sheet, income statement, because pagdating sa inventory, meron siyang tatlong klase ng inventories, no? And ano pa yung unique sa manufacturing companies? Meron siyang intangibles. Kaya never na pag meron kayong manufacturing companies, wala kayong i-recognize na intangibles. Why? Because the manufacturing company has many intangibles. Like manufacturing intangibles and marketing intangibles, marami yan. Ano yung intangibles ng manufacturing? Yung process niya, no? Yung mga secret formulas niya. And then sa marketing intangibles niya, ano naman yung marketing intangibles? Ito yung mga logo niya, trademark, no? Sa manufacturing niya, yung patents, yung process niya. So, wag na wag kayong papayag na ang manufacturing company walang intangibles. Especially kung nagbabayad yan ng royalties with the parent company dahil sa ginagamit niya yung logo, ginagamit niya yung pangalan, no? Brand name ng product. No? So yun yung mga titingnan natin basta manufacturing company. Okay, so here is a sample of manufacturing company financial statements, no? So this is ABC Manufacturing Corporation. This is a consolidated statement of financial position. Why? Because the ABC Manufacturing Corporation has many companies, no? Manufacturing sila, pero group of companies, no? So the consolidated statement of financial position amounts is in thousand, no? So kung 1,000 yan, magkano yung cash niya? 3,624,518,000. No? Kasi the amount is in thousand. And paano mo malaman na peso siya? Meron silang nilalagay na sign of peso. No? So the financial statement is presented comparatively for 2 years. So in this case, December 31, 2020 and 2019. No? So yun ang financial statement ng manufacturing company. So we start with the financial position. So in the financial position, just like any other corporation or private corporations, so anong tawag niya? Statement of financial position. No? So balikan natin yung aral natin kanina. Ano yung balance sheet ng cooperative? Statement of financial condition. Ano yung balance sheet ng non-stock non-profit corporation? Statement of assets, liabilities, and fund balance. No? So ngayon, balik na tayo sa regular na corporation, statement of financial position na po ito yung balance sheet natin. So we have the current assets, no? So under assets, we have current assets, cash and cash equivalents. Anong nakalagay dito? Note 5. So ibig sabihin, doon sa note 5, if we want to know more about cash and cash equivalents, then the explanation is in note 5, which is mandatory, ha? Anong sabi doon sa disclosures to financial statement natin kahapon? Each item in the balance sheet and in the income statement should have a note or a disclosure, no? Should be explained. So for cash and cash equivalents, the explanation is in note 5. Short-term cash investment also in note 5. Hold to collect investment, no? It's TC. Is note 9, no? And then inventories. Receivables pa pala, meron pa. No? Receivables, note 6 and 21. And we have inventories, note 7. No? And other current assets, note 8. So titingnan natin yan, kasi sabi natin, pagka ang ano yung unique sa manufacturing corporation, it's inventories. No? Bakit? Kasi marami siyang inventories, 3 klase. Hindi lang iisa ang inventories ng manufacturing company. Why? Kasi meron siyang raw materials, goods in process, at saka yung finished goods. No? Kaya iba or unique yung manufacturing company. So, continuation doon sa balance sheet natin, from the current assets, we have non-current assets. No? Ano tong STC investment, hold to collect, no? Investments. Net of current portion, note 9. We have investment in joint venture. Kasi remember, this is a consolidated statement of financial position. Investment in joint venture and associates, no? And then property, plant, and equipment at appraised value. So full IFRS po ito. And then at cost, no? Tingnan nyo ang appraised value niya, mas mataas ang cost niya. Ang appraised value niya mababa, ang cost niya mataas, no? Intangible assets, so tingnan nyo, meron siyang intangible assets, note 13. Tingnan natin mamaya ano yung composition ng intangible assets niya. Usually yung iba, computer, no? Software. We have deferred income tax assets, note 23, and other non-current assets, notes 21 and 24. No? So in this company, we have the total non-current assets of 10 billion and total assets of 18 billion. No? Kung gagawa na kayo at saka simple lang na manufacturing company, tanggalin nyo na yung ibang account dito. So yung ibang account which is not applicable doon sa client nyo, tanggalin nyo na. No? Ito kasi maraming accounts ang inilagay natin dito para since sample nga siya, at least nandyan na lahat ng kailangan nyo. Tanggalin nyo na lang yung hindi relevant. No? Okay. So for the liabilities and equity, we have current liabilities. So we have bank loans under note 15, accounts payable and other current liabilities under notes 14 and 21, lease liabilities, note 29, no? So yung lease liabilities niya. And the income tax payable, no? So walang note. For the non-current liabilities, we have net retirement obligation, note 22. We have security deposits, lease liabilities, net of current portion, no? So note 29. And we have deferred income tax liabilities, net, note 23. No? Kasi non-current ito. So, the following year pa ito ma-apply. So, we have total liabilities, 6,578,378. No? So, we have the equity. Equity attributable to equity holders of the parent company. No? Kasi ang parent company, marami siyang shareholders. No? So, capital stock, note 16, is 3 billion. Additional paid-in capital, 2 billion. Treasury stock, this is a deduction sa equity. Kasi bakit? Binili mo ulit, nire-purchase mo yung stocks. No? Equity reserve, revaluation increment on land. No? So may revaluation increment on land based on appraisal, ano na yan, based on appraisal value. And then we have the written earnings. No? Ito yung written earnings. Ito na yung kita ng company na dagdag na sa equity. And then we have the non-controlling interest, total equity, and then total liabilities and equity. No? So, total liabilities and equity, 18 million. No? So, just like assets, 18 million din. So, capital stocks, 3 billion. Additional paid in capital, 2 billion. Written earnings, 5 billion. Revaluation increment is on land is 1 billion, 1.7. No? So, we have our total of 18 billion. Yung mga question, no, same lang po ang gagawin natin ngayon. After the seminar, we will answer your questions. No? May mga questions na ba sila? Oh, sige. So, we have our consolidated statement of income. Ito naman sa income. Kanina, balance sheet. No? So, we have our ABC Manufacturing Corporation consolidated statements of income. The amount is in thousand except per share data. No? So, yung per share, earnings per share, so hindi in thousands. No? So, for the year ended, 3 years yung pinesent nila dito. No? There is data on 2020, 2019, and 2018. So, for the revenue on manufacturing, 15 billion. No? So, increasing siya kasi noong 2018, 12 billion. In 2019, 14 billion. And in 2020, 15 billion. No? So, malaki. So, kasi bakit? Itong manufacturing na to pagkain to eh. So, kahit na may pandemic, walang effect sa kanya, no? Because even sa pandemic, may mga nahirapan na mga industries, but there are also industries na nag-boom during the pandemic. Ano yon? Yung mga gamot at saka yung pagkain, no? In fact, kasi wala na yung ibang industry, sila na lang. So, namamayagpag sila. Lahat ng pera ng tao sa kanila napupunta. No? Okay, so we have our operating expenses, the selling and marketing. No? So we have note 18 for selling and marketing, and we have note 19 for the general and administrative. No? So other income or charges are interest income, interest expense, and then other income. Note 20 for the interest, and other income, notes 9 and 20. No? So before income before income tax is 1,726,000,000. Provision for income tax, current 460,935,000, deferred 35,763,000. So the net income is 1,229,688. So, yun po yung net income. No? Net income for the year. Okay? So, net income or loss attributable to equity holders of the parent company and non-controlling interest. No? So, basic or diluted earnings per share is 0.36. So, tumaas siya because in 2017 is 0.30, 2018 0.32, and 2019 0.36. No? So, no, 2018, 19, and 20. No? So, hindi 17. No? 18, 19, and 20. So, noong 2018, 0.30 po yung earnings per share niya. Yung 2018, 0.32, 32 cents, and 0.36 pagdating na ng 2020. So, it's increasing. No? Noong 2020, ang laki ng kita niya. No? Okay. Ito na yung ABC Manufacturing Corporation Consolidated Statement of Comprehensive Income. No? Ito na yung comprehensive income after earnings before income tax, no? So after ng net taxable income, ito na. So for the consolidated statement of comprehensive income, we have the net income. Saan to galing kanina? Doon sa income statement. Oh? So yan yung net income reported on the income statement. And then we have to other comprehensive income or loss, remeasurement gain or loss on defined benefit retirement plan. No? So negative siya, 63,303. And we have the income tax effect. Positive siya ng 18,991. And then we have the revaluation increment on property, plant, and equipment. No? For 2020 and 2019, wala. Meron na siya noong 2018. No? And then we have the income tax effect. Wala rin. No? So, total comprehensive income is 1,185,376. No? So, yun yung total comprehensive income niya. Okay. So, total comprehensive income or loss attributable to equity holders of the parent company and non-controlling interest. No? So, yun yung dugtong ng total comprehensive income. No? And then next, we have the ABC Manufacturing Company consolidated statements of changes in equity. No? So, we start with the equity attributable to equity holder of the parent company. So, we have the capital stock, note 16, additional paid in capital, note 16. No? We have also treasury stock, note 16. Okay. So, as of January 1, 2020, as previously reported, effect of adoption of new accounting standard, notes 2 and 29. Okay. So, capital stock is 3,500,000. Additional paid in capital, 2,059,220. Treasury stocks, negative na 86,408. No? So, yun yung balance as of January 1, 2020. So, we have net income for the period, other comprehensive income, remeasurement loss on defined benefit retirement plan. Wala, no? Cash dividend, wala din. Purchase of shares into treasury, no? So, 167,238. Sales of treasury shares, 1,163. Share issuance for merger with subsidiaries and acquisition of NCI, no, nag-acquire siya. 150,617. So, meron siyang adjustment na 1,163,000. So, the treasury stock is 146,497,000. Kasi, bakit? Yung amount is in thousand. No? Okay. So, ito na ngayon. Yung equity reserve niya, no? Yung balance at the end of the year is 23,237. No? For revaluation increment on land, 1,789,684. Okay. For the written earnings, note 6, no? So, we have the beginning na 4,552,000, no? 4,452,664,000. Okay. And then, nag-add tayo ng 56,894. So, our total is 4,393,770. And then we add 1,230,481 minus 444,312. No? So the balance is 1,186,169. No? So yung okay. So for the subtotal, how much is the for the subtotal, our total is 12,128,508. Non-controlling interest, no? So non-controlling interest, 29,625. No? And then meron pa siyang 793. And we have also 12 million 042. So all in all, 18 million 376,000 na lang yung natira. So total equity, 11 billion 676,864. No? Okay, so okay. So yan po yung total equity. I-add lang natin yan in order to get the 1,226,688. And then we have the 44,312,000. Okay. So for the total equity, we have 1,185,376, and then meron siyang deductions na 553,364 and 167,238. Oh. So yung total ng equity natin is 12,110,000, 110,132,000. Okay. Okay, so we have equity attributable to equity holder of the parent company. So capital stock note 16, as of January 1, 2019, as previously reported. Effect of adoption of new accounting standards. As of January 1, 2019, as restated, equals the sale of treasury share note 16 and so December 31, 2019. So we have 3,500,404,000 and sa note 16 additional paid in capital we have 217. Yan, deduct natin sa paid in capital. That is the sales of treasury shares, no? Okay. Treasury stock, note 16. So, nandyan siya sa purchase of shares into treasury. Okay. So, how much is the sale of the treasury share? 20,677. Okay. So these are the templates no ng mga revaluation. So equity reserve, revaluation increment on land. So note 12, no? So how much is the revaluation increment? Written earnings June 16, no? 3,851,762. And then the subtotals. And then we have the non-controlling interest, so the total equity. Okay. Okay. So We have now the ABC Manufacturing Corporation's Consolidated Statement of Cash Flows. Kasi kanina equity, ngayon cash flow naman. No? Mas madali lang gawin yung equity kasi ilan na yung accounts, ang cash flow marami. No? Kaya if you try to learn more and make faster sa paggawa ng cash flow, I have a video on how to make cash flow fast and easy. No? Okay. So, this is presented in 2 years, 2020, 2019, and 2018. No? So, we have our cash flows from operating activities. No? So, income before income tax, adjustments for depreciation and amortization. No? So, in-adjust mo na yung depreciation and amortization. No? And then the interest income. And then the movement in net retirement obligation. And then we have the equity and net earnings of an associate. We have interest, no? Note 20. Diyan yung interest. Loss on sale of property, plant, and equipment. No? Provision for reversal of impaired loss on property, plant, and equipment. No? So ito yung operating income natin before working capital changes. So yun na yung cash flows natin. And then next, we have the decrease or increase in receivables, inventories, other current liabilities. So increase or decrease in accounts payable and other current liabilities. Okay. And then we have the net cash generated from operations, income taxes paid, including creditable withholding taxes, and we have interest received, no? So, added also. So, cash flows from investing activities. Ito na yung investing activities. Net movements in short-term cash equivalent, no? So, may movement. Net movements in short-term cash investment. So, note 5. So, yun yung cash investment. Other non-current assets. Okay. Acquisitions of hard-to-collect investments. No? And property, plant, and equipment. Note 12. Proceeds from redemption of hard-to-collect investment. No? Proceeds from sale of property and equipment, investment in shares of stocks. No? So we have HTC investments, no? In the amount of 1,142,241,000. Cash flows from financing activities, we have proceeds from sale of treasury stocks. No? So addition siya. Payments of dividends, no? Deductions. Bank loans, note 15. No? So availments, 116,231,500. Payments naman, 115 billion 693 million. No? Requisition of shares into treasury note. No? Na pwede kang mag-reacquire ng treasury mo, even your own shares of stocks, po pwede as long as may written earnings ka na. No? Hindi pwedeng you declare dividend without the written earnings. No? Kasi dyan manggagaling yung dividend mo. Bank loans, availments, and payments. Reacquisition of shares into treasury. No? Net cash used in financing activities. Negative na. Effect of exchange rate changes on cash and equivalent. No? So net increase in cash and cash equivalents. We have 1 billion to 7,623. And then the cash equivalent at the beginning of the year, no? We have 3,624,518. So, ganun siya kalaki, no? Itong manufacturing companies na to, at saka group of companies siya, no? Okay. Remember, this is a consolidated financial statement, yung sample natin. Okay. So, we have prepared we have studied or examined or discussed the statement of financial position, consolidated. And then we have discussed the income statement, the statement of equity, and then the cash flow, no? So, lahat meron niyang, sabi na sa disclosure natin, each item must have a disclosure at the notes to financial statement. So, let's now go to the notes to financial statements. Okay. So, for ABC Manufacturing Corporation, notes to consolidated financial statements. Kasi, doon sa balance sheet, income statement na nakikita natin kanina, parang hindi pa natin ma-feel doon na we are having a financial statements of manufacturing corporation. Bakit? Kasi nasa standard lang siya. So, pagdating dito sa explanation or notes or disclosures, mas doon na natin makikita yung specific niya na ano talaga. Yung specific niya na accounts, no? Na that makes the manufacturing unique with any other kind of business or industry, no? So, ABC Manufacturing Corporation notes to consolidated financial statements amounts in thousands, no? Except number of shares or when otherwise indicated. So, nakalagay ulit. So, for the corporate information and authorization for the issuance of the consolidated financial statements. So, wag magkamali dito ha. Dapat yung date of authorization nauna sa date of issuance ng financial statements. No? So, for the corporate information, anong sinasabi niya dito? ABC Manufacturing Corporation, with the parent company, was incorporated on the date, no? So, palitan ninyo yung date kung kailan pag kayo nang gumagawa, no? And then, registered with the Philippine Securities and Exchange Commission on, no? So, kung kailan siya na registered, the SEC approved the extension of the company's corporate life, no? Noong 2007, no? To October 13, 2056. Kasi 50 years during the time. Pero ngayon, perpetual na yung corporation. At saka meron ng one-person corporation. Kaya, So, pagdating ng 2020, mag-iiba yung mga notes to financial statement natin. Pagdating na sa corporate information. Kasi wala nang 50 years na life ng corporation. Perpetual na. The parent company is a public company. So, publicly listed, no? Under Section 17.2 of the Securities Regulation Code, is RC, and its shares are listed on the Philippine Stock Exchange. So, kung listed siya, ganito yung gagawin nyo. Pero kung hindi, silent na kayo, hindi nyo na ito ilalagay, no? Pag hindi siya listed. Since 1966, the parent company is mainly involved in the manufacturing, processing, and selling of wheat, flour, and flour products, pasta, milk juices, margarine, and other food and beverage products. The parent company and its subsidiaries are collectively referred to herein as the group, no? So the principal office address of the parent company is ABC Corporate Center, no? Yung ating address ilagay nyo rin kung kayo na yung gumagawa, no? Because this is just a sample. And then we have the legal merger, no? So, kung ano man yung nangyari, business restructuring nyo during the year, then you have to disclose that also, no? Kung halimbawa nagkaroon siya ng merger or consolidation or nag-restructure siya halimbawa ng mga equities niya, no? So, pwede rin. And then we have the integration of the administrative facilities of the four corporations will result in the economies of scale and efficiency of operations. Bakit ano ba ang purpose usually ng restructuring or ng merger? Economies of scale. Ano, what do you mean by economies of scale? We mean na ang economies of scale, yung isa, pina-joint mo doon sa apat pa, so 5 na sila. No? So, gaano na siya kalaki? Malaki na. So, bakit siya may economies of scale? Because yung volume niya ng purchases, volume niya ng productions, mas marami. So, nakakapag-bargain siya sa supplier. No? So, that's the advantage or the purpose. Efficiency ng operations. Consolidations of assets of the 4 corporation will allow procurement and financing and credit facilities under more favorable terms. Siyempre, yung isa mangutang, maliit lang, no? Pero yung 5 ang mangutang, malaki na. At saka, very advantageous na dun sa financing companies, no? The merger will make possible the more productive use of the properties of the constituent corporations. Ano itong mga constituent corporations? Members of the group, no? Yan ang ibig sabihin ng constituent corporations. Member of the group, no? So kung 5 lang yan sila na nag-merge, silang 5 are constituent corporations or member of the group. And then we have the January, na halimbawa meron namang approval yung merger and consolidation. And then there is the plan of merger, no? So, isasubmit mo rin yan, no? Remember na yung pinag-usapan natin dito, corporate information pa lang to. These are the milestones or these are the history o ito yung nangyari sa corporations. Sa notes to, financial statement number 1 pa lang to, no? Information about the company. Ang dami na, ang haba na. Okay. So, carrying amount of the identifiable assets and liabilities of the absorbed corporation. So, nakalagay na dyan as of January 31, 2020 in thousands. Oh? So, cash on hand and in bank, no? So, may current assets din siya, receivables, inventories at cost, hold to collect, no? Hold to collect investment. Other current assets. So total current assets. And then the non-current assets. Property, plant, and equipment. We have deferred tax assets and other non-current assets. So ito yung identifiable assets and liabilities ng absorbed corporations. So assets yan. Next is the liabilities, no? Kasi pag nag-absorb ka, nag-merge yung dalawang corporations, kung sino yung existing corporation, siya yung carry over niya yung liabilities and assets of the other corporation, of the dissolved corporation. No? So we have here the current liabilities, accounts payable and accrued liabilities, advances from related parties, ito, pag naglagay kayo ng mga advances ngayon sa financial statement nyo, red light na kaagad dyan sa examiner. No? Okay. So, retirement benefit liabilities, security deposit, deferred income tax liabilities. So, we have total non-current liabilities and total liabilities. Nakabukod siya, ha? And then, total identifiable net assets at book value. Okay. Okay, so anong sabi dito? As a result of merger, the parent company acquired the net assets including previous share of non-controlling interest and possessed all the rights, privileges, and immunities of the absorbed corporations. All properties and receivables due to the absorbed corporations shall be taken and deemed to be transferred to and vested in the parent company without further act or deed. Yan ang merger, no? Okay. So, the 146,496,952 number of shares issued by the parent company is currently classified as treasury shares. No? So, 146 million naging treasury shares. binalik na sa kanila, binili na ulit. The remaining 4,120,492 shares was issued to the minority shareholders. Itong 146 million sa majority stockholders, no? The difference between the consideration paid by the parent company and the share of the non-controlling shareholders in the net assets of the absorbed corporation was accounted for as equity reserve, no? In the consolidated statement of changes in equity for the year ended December 31, 2020. The group's consolidated financial statements after the merger reflected the balances of the absorbed corporation's assets and liabilities at carrying amounts since the event is common control transaction. The difference between the net assets and related investments in the absorbed corporations as of the date of the merger are accounted for as an equity transactions, no? So, dati, kung ano tong mga ginagawa ng mga companies, pagdating sa audit, hindi ito pinapansin. But ngayon, favorite source na sila ng findings, especially dito sa mga merger restructuring kasi ito no? May mga tax consequences na ito because of what we call as transfer pricing, no? So if you try to take a look diyan sa ating YouTube channel na Basic Transfer Pricing po, yung dinidiscuss ko diyan sa inyo na ngayon yung Pharma AS distributor at versus the Eastern High Court of Denmark. Ang issue diyan is yung merger nila, no? Merger or consolidation na kailang merge na sila, pagkatapos the following year magme-merge na naman ulit, and then doon sa absorbing corporations, meron sila na carry over doon na goodwill na 913 million, at pagdating na doon sa existing na corporations na nag-absorb, no? Dinepreciate nila yung 913 million na goodwill, no? So doon na sila na adjust ng tax authority. So ganun din dito, no? Napag-aaralan natin kung ano yung ginawa during the merger, the consolidations. So kung kayo yung accountant, kayo yung tax preparer, ano nyo na, anticipate nyo na itong ginawa niya na consolidations or merger will be subjected to audit, no? At saka meron na tayo ngayon yung starting 2015, yung tinatawag natin na Philippine Competition Commission under the Office of the President. Ano to? Yung Philippine Competition Act, no? Ito yung antitrust law ng Pilipinas, no? This was enacted during the term of President Noynoy Aquino as his commitment to the ASEAN, no? Hindi ka na basta-basta mag-merge or mag-consolidate. Magpapa-approve ka muna sa Philippine Competition Commission. At papaano yon? If the amount involved in your consolidation or merger is 1 billion, no, and above, dapat may approval pa sa kanila. Kasi if not, kung hindi siya ma-approve, hindi matuloy yung merger or consolidation, no? So yun yung bago. Nakailan lang yan sinama sa bar exam, no? Kasi dati wala pa yung Philippine Competition Act. Okay. So authorization for the issuance of the consolidated financial statements, kailan siya na-authorized, no? Consolidated financial statements of ABC Manufacturing and its subsidiaries as of December 31, 2020 and 2019, and for each of the 3 years ended December 31, 2020, were authorized for issuance by the Audit Committee on April 7, 2021, as delegated by the Board of Directors on February 5, 2021. No? So, kailan siya na-authorized for issuance noong April 7, no? So, dapat ang date ng financial statement mo is after April 7, no? Kasi yung nagawa ko, yung issuance Yung authorization for issuance, April April 20, no? April 20, April 25. Pero yung issuance ko ng financial statements is April 15, no? So, napadalhan tayo ng love letter ng SEC. Kasi mali, why is it daw na ano na na ang authorization is nauna pa yung issuance, no? Which is hindi dapat, no? Ang sabi ko naman, ang sagot ko, that is just a mere typo error, no? Totoo naman ay typo error lang siya. Pero hindi dapat kasi pag typo error, ibig sabihin careless ka, no? Hindi mo nire-review, no? Kasi usually papagawa lang sa staff tapos permahan na lang ng CPA, no? So careful tayo at saka yung isa pa, yung PFRS, no? Yung basis for preparation. Isa pa yon kasi kung iasa mo lang sa staff kung ano ilagay, SME, SE, small entity, o kaya for PFRS, hindi nila alam yon. Basta't lagay lang sila ng lagay dyan at kopyahin lang. No? So, be very careful also na ang ilalagay natin na basis for preparation is full IFRS ba siya, small medium entities, or yung small entities, no? Kasi kung small entities siya, titingnan natin yung balance sheet. Titingnan natin bago natin i-classify kung anong klaseng framework yung gagamitin natin. Okay. Summary of significant accounting policies, no? So the basis of preparation. So the consolidated financial statements of the group have been prepared using the historical cost basis except for the group's land, which are stated at appraised value. No? So ang land is appraised values. And net retirement liability, which is measured at present value of the defined benefit obligation less fair value of the planned assets. No? Sabi ko sa inyo ito, may actuarian. Dito naman sa appraised value, may licensed appraiser. No? Hindi yan basta-basta lang na ginagawa lang ng mathematician or ng CPA. May mga license po dyan. For the appraised values, licensed appraiser, at saka itong sa defined benefit obligations, may actuarian po yan. The consolidated financial statements are presented in Philippine peso, which is the parent company's functional currency. All values are rounded off to the nearest 1,000 pesos, except for the number of shares or when otherwise indicated. Statement of compliance, mga sample yan, no? Basis of consolidation, no? Ito PFRS, full PFRS yan, no? So basis of consolidation, no? Consolidated financial statement comprise financial statements of the group, no? For the 3 years. And then we have our consolidated subsidiaries, which are all incorporated in the Philippines, and the effective percentages of ownership as of December 31, 2019 and 2018, no? So, itong example natin sa manufacturing is like also that of the consolidated financial statements. But, pag kayo na yung gumawa at wala siyang kasama na mga subsidiaries, no? Nag-iisa lang siya, halimbawa, hindi siya consolidated, then tanggalin ninyo ito na information, no? Ito naman ay kung may mga subsidiaries lang siya, no? Okay. For the subsidiaries, kasi sabi natin notes to financial statement ito, so may mga explanations lahat. For the subsidiaries are entities controlled by the parent company, no? The parent company controls an investee if and only if the parent company has power over the investee. Bakit? Kailan siya nagkaroon ng power over the investee? Existing rights that give it the current ability to direct the relevant activities of the investee. Paano ka nagkaroon ng power over the investee? Kung ikaw yung investor, siyempre, you own the shares of that and at saka meron kang voting powers, no? Exposure or rights to variable returns from its involvement with the investee and the ability to use its power over the investee to affect its returns, no? So ganyan ang subsidiaries, no? At controlled sila ng parent company. Kaya nga sa transfer pricing, very particular ang tax authorities sa mga related parties, especially parent and subsidiaries. Why? Pagka between parent and subsidiaries na yung transactions, meron tayong requirement na yung pricing of the goods and services between the parent and the subsidiaries should be arm's length. And when we say arm's length, we mean that the pricing of goods and services should be similar with that of the independent parties. Kasi dito makita mo na controlled siya. So pagka-controlled ka, imposed lang yung pricing mo of goods and services, no? Controlled or managed, or sometimes there is an artificial management, artificial price management. At ano yung purpose? To gain benefits. At ano yung benefits? To lower the taxes, no? Kasi controlled eh. So kahit sabihin mo na, oh, ito piso to, ang isang goods na to, ibenta mo lang to ng peso. Pero sa iba, ang bintahan 5 pesos, no? So ano ang masusunod? Yung 5 pesos, yung sa open market. No? So ganyan po na go-work ang transfer pricing. Kahit na between related parties, ito yung usapan nila, ito yung pricing ng goods and services nila. Pero hindi ganyan ang pricing sa open market, then magre-readjust ang BIR or yung tax authority, mag-a-adjust siya, gawin niya na 5 pesos din yung pricing for tax purposes. No? Okay lang sa kanya kung halimbawa sa totoo, piso naman talaga yan binalyo nung parent company. Basta yung sa BIR, pagdating sa payment ng taxes, hindi niya susundin yung peso na valuation ng parent. Ang susundin niya kung ano yung presyo ng same product na yan in the market at yun ang sundin niya for tax purposes. No? Okay. So when the parent company has less than a majority of the voting or similar rights of an investee, the parent company considers all relevant facts and circumstances in assessing whether it has power over an investee. So including the contractual arrangement with the other vote holders of the investee, rights arising from other contractual arrangements, and the parent company's voting rights and potential voting rights. No? Ito, pagdating sa accounting, may mga valuation to. Kahit na yung sabi mo lang na potential voting rights, may issue na yan, no? May value na yan. Kasi ang rights nga lang, di ba, nabibili, nabibenta. No? Yan yung mga cases na decided na ng Supreme Court, no? Yung mga potential voting rights pa lang, and then i-waive nila, ibibenta nila for billions of dollars, tapos sabihin nila na wala pang value. No? May mga cases na tayo na encounter na ganyan. Okay. So, the parent company reassess whether or not it controls an investee if facts and circumstances indicate that there are changes to one or more of the 3 elements of control. Consolidation of a subsidiary begins when the parent company obtains control over the subsidiary and ceases when the parent company loses control of the subsidiary. Assets, liabilities, income, and expenses of a subsidiary acquired or disposed of during the year are included in the consolidated financial statements from the date the parent company gains control until the date the parent company ceases to control the subsidiary. The financial statements of the subsidiaries are prepared for the same reporting period as the parent company using uniform accounting policies for like transactions and other events in similar circumstances. So adjustments where necessary are made to ensure consistency with the policies adopted by the group. No? So pag kayo ang gumagawa ng narrative, ng explanation, so be careful kasi ako, favorite ko talaga ang notes to financial statements when I do my audit. Kasi yung hindi mo makikita sa libro, hindi mo makikita sa financial statements na balance sheet, income statement, makikita mo dito sa notes to financial statements. No? Okay. So all intra-group balances, transactions, income and expenses, and profits and losses resulting from intra-group transactions are eliminated in full. However, intra-group losses are also eliminated but are considered an impairment indicator of the assets transferred. No? So a change in the ownership interest in a subsidiary without loss of control is accounted for as an equity transaction. No? Ano yung ibig sabihin ng change in the ownership interest in the subsidiary but without loss of control, no? So, is accounted for as an equity transaction. Ano ba ang equity transaction? When we say equity transactions, the parent invest or buy shares of stocks or buy the equity shares, no? So, shares of stocks, capital stocks, no? Okay. So, ito yung mga instances na ang parent company loses control over subsidiary. So, kailan nag-lose ng control ang parent over the subsidiary? So, anong gagawin ng parent company, no, kung wala na siyang control over the subsidiary? They recognizes the carrying amounts of the assets, including goodwill and liabilities of the subsidiaries. No? For tax purposes, hindi kino-consider ang goodwill. No? So, they recognizes the carrying amount of any controlling interest. Nasusundan mo ba? Anong slides na tayo ngayon?
Number 33 po.
Sige. Ilan yung nanonood? Viewers natin. 118 yung viewers, no? So, continue po tayo, no? So, this is the parent company instances na, or ano yung gagawin ng parent company kung wala na siyang control over the subsidiary. No? So, they recognizes the carrying amount of any non-controlling interest. Also recognizes the fair value of the consideration received. Also recognizes the fair value of any investments retained. And recognizes any surplus or deficit in profit or loss. Reclassifies the parent company's share of components previously recognized in Consolidated Statement of Comprehensive Income to Consolidated Statement of Income or Retained Earnings as appropriate as would be required if the parent company had directly disposed of the related assets or liabilities. Kasi ang instance na to, wala na siyang control over the subsidiary. No? So, i-recognize na niya. In short, tanggalin na niya doon sa kanyang consolidated financial statements. Okay. So, for the non-controlling interest, it represents the portion of equity in a subsidiary not attributable directly or indirectly to the parent company. No? Kaya non-controlling naman siya. Profit or loss and its component of other comprehensive income are attributed to the equity holders of the parent company and to the non-controlling interest, even if this results in the non-controlling interest having a deficit balance. No? Non-controlling interest are presented separately in the Consolidated Statement of Income, Consolidated Statement of Comprehensive Income, and within the equity section of Consolidated Statement of Financial Position and Consolidated Statement of Changes in Equity, separately from the equity attributable to equity holders of the parent company. Kaya makita ninyo doon sa yung non-controlling interest, no? And then the controlling interest of the parents. Okay. Naka-line item siya. Okay. So, change in the ownership of subsidiary without loss or control is accounted for as an equity transactions. No? And then, we have the changes in accounting policies. No? So, ito na-discuss na natin sa ibang ano no, sa ibang ah, notes to financial statements kanina doon sa consolidated financial statements, no? So siguro we skip that, and then itong leases, no? Kasi notes to eh. Notes to financial statements. So, for PFRS 16, that supersedes the Philippine Accounting Standard 17 or leases, no? So, naka-disclose dito yung Philippine interpretation ng FRIC 4 or determining whether an arrangement contains a lease, no? Yung sa mga leasehold, no? Philippine interpretation is IC 15. Excuse me, is bangko?
Hindi po may abot lang daw po ng document sana.
Kunin mo. Nandyan na? Sige, anuhin mo muna. Sorry po ha, sa interruptions. Anuhin mo, slide number 36. Okay. Pasensya na po kayo at ang ating assistant nag-iisa lang. No? Kaya pag may tawag sa telepono, sa cellphone, tumatakbo pa siya. No? Okay. Tatatlo yung staff natin na umalis na yung isa. No? Si Hari na lumabas. Kaya yung ating assistant, takbo-takbo. Okay. So, pero continue tayo ha. Sorry lang sa istorbo, no? Okay. So, PFR is 16 for leases, no? So, we have the disclosure here. Excuse me, Kati, para hindi ka tumakbo-takbo, dapat yung mga cellphone nandyan sa tabi mo. Okay. So, operating leases, incentives, and Philippine interpretation, no? Ito yung mga bases or yung mga standards, no? Evaluating the substance of transactions involving the legal form of a lease, no? So the standard sets out the principles for the recognition, measurement, presentation, and disclosure of leases and requires leases to recognize most leases on the balance sheet, no? So importante kasi yung lease, especially if halimbawa yung isang entity napakarami niyang branches, no? Halimbawa, may isa ng ano dito na 1,000 plus yung branches niya. At lahat yan, halos ng branches, umuupa ng pwesto, no? So, very important sa kanya. Major expense niya yung lease or rental, no? So, lessor accounting under PFRS 16 is substantially unchanged from its accounting under PAS 17, no? So, lessors will continue to classify all leases using the same classification principle as in PAS 17 and distinguish between two types of leases, the operating and the finance lease. So, therefore, PFRS 16 did not have an impact for leases where the group is the lessor. No? So, yun ang disclosure niya. So, to learn more, tingnan ninyo yung PFRS 16 and the PAS 17, no? Tingnan natin ma-explain yan because of time constraint, no? And then we have here the group adopted PFRS 16 using the modified retrospective approach. So, ito yung effect, no, of the adoption of PFRS 16 as of January 2020. So, consolidated statement of financial position, assets, right to use or ROU, no? Assets included under property, plant, and equipment. So, ito na yon 441,171. No? Kasi may right to use ka dahil nagre-rent ka doon. So, we have deferred tax assets, liabilities, less liabilities, total adjustments on equity, and then the retained earnings. So, saan siya makikita? Dito sa ROU or right to use. No? So, the group and the URICI have leased contracts for various items of warehouses. depot, and fleet cars. No? So before the adoption of PFRS 16, the group classified each of the leases are as lessee. No? So hindi na natin to isa-isahin ha, kasi mahaba pa to. So just read, no? Nandiyan naman sa inyo yung inyong handouts. Pakibasa nyo na lang tong list na PFRS 16 and PFRS 17, no? Okay, so proceed po tayo sa next. Okay. Ito na yung mga about lease liabilities, no? Okay. Okay. Video?
Excuse me. Si A, mama na.
Okay. So our next is the amendments to PFRS 9, prepayment features with negative compensation. No? So under PFRS 9, a debt instrument can be measured at amortized cost or at fair value through other comprehensive income, provided that the contractual cash flows are sole payments. No? Ito naman yung sa PFRS 9, no? On prepayments. Solely payments of principal and interest on the principal amount outstanding. So ano po pala dapat, no? Let's go straight to the point dito sa notes to financial statement. In order that we can make our notes to financial statement as accurate as we can, dapat alam natin lahat yung mga PFRS, no? Yung Philippine Financial Reporting Standards, no? From 1 hanggang sa ilan na yan sila ngayon. So, dapat alamin natin yan so that we can relate, no? Our notes to financial statements to the requirement of the standards. Kasi kung hindi, ay, mangangapa tayo at saka hindi natin alam what is applicable to the industry or to the taxpayers na ginagawa natin ng financial statements, especially notes to financial statements. No? So, dapat alamin natin yan. Lahat ng financial reporting standards. No? So, amendments to PFRS 9 clarify that a financial assets passes the SPPI, no, criterion. Ano yung SPPI? Solely payments of principal and interest, no, on the principal amount outstanding. No? So, okay. The amendments had no impact on the consolidated financial statements of the group. No? Yun ang sabi. And then we also have the PAS or Philippine Accounting Standards 19 on employee benefits, plan, amendment, curtailment, or settlement. No? So ito naman tungkol to sa mga benefits ng employees. No? So, PAS 19 addressed the accounting when a plan amendment or curtailment or settlement occurs during a reporting period. No? So the amendments specify that when a plan amendment, curtailment, or settlement occurs during the annual reporting period, an entity is required to determine current service cost for the remainder of the period after the plan amendment. Curtailment or settlement using the actual assumptions used to remeasure the net defined benefit liability asset reflecting the benefits offered under the plan and the plan assets after the event. No? So, yan ang mga explanations po under PAS 19 on employee benefits. So, let's proceed. No? Amendments to Philippine Accounting Standards 28 on long-term interest in associates and joint ventures. No? So, basahin nyo rin yan kasi hindi na natin kayang explain. No? Although, you have your copy, so you can always go back kung may mga questions kayo. And then we have the annual improvements to PFRS 2015-27 cycle. No? Yung 2 years na yan. No? Amendments to PFRS 3 on business combinations. So, applicable ba yung business combinations dito sa kanila? Yes, kasi di ba nag-consolidate sila, nag-merge, no? And PFRS 11, joint arrangement, no? Previously held interest in a joint operation. Okay. So, and meron pa silang, next natin next natin. Slide number 15 na So, amendments to Philippine Accounting Standards 12 naman. Income tax consequences of payment on financial instrument classified as equity. So, mayroon ba na income tax consequences ang payment ng financial instruments classified as equity? Bakit magkaroon ng tax consequence kung invest ka naman sa shares of stocks? Paano magkaroon ng income tax consequences, no? Ito. The amendments clarify that the income tax consequences of dividends are linked more directly to past transactions or events that generated distributable profits than to distributions to owners. Therefore, an entity recognizes the income tax consequences of dividend and profit or loss, other comprehensive income or equity according to where the entity originally recognized those past transactions or events, no? So, tax consequences of dividends or profit or loss, no? An entity applies those amendments for annual reporting periods beginning on or after January 1, 2020, with early application is permitted. These amendments had no impact on the consolidated financial statements of the group because dividends declared by the group do not give rise to tax obligations under the current tax laws. No. Okay. So, wala daw siyang effect, no, sa consolidated financial statements. Okay. Ito naman yung amendment to Philippine Accounting Standards 23, which is the borrowing cost, no? Or borrowing cost eligible for capitalization, no? The amendment clarify that an entity, no, treats part of the general borrowings and any borrowings originally made to develop qualifying assets, no, and the standards issued but not yet effective. So you try to read that kasi we are running out of time, no? Effective beginning on or after January 1, 2020, yung amendment sa PFRS 3. And then, slide 53, amendments to PAS 1. Ito yung Philippine Accounting Standards 1, no? So, inamend na pala siya. Presentation of financial statement and Philippine Accounting Standards 8, no? On accounting policies, changes in accounting estimates and errors, definition of material, no? So, ito yung sa amendment sa PAS 1 or sa yung pinakauna-una talaga yung general information ng company, no? So the amendments refine the definition of materials in Philippine Accounting Standards 1 and align the definitions used across PFRS and other pronouncements, no? So they are intended to improve the understanding of the existing requirements rather than to significantly impact an entity's materiality judgment, no? So an entity applies those amendments prospectively for annual reporting periods beginning on or after January 1, 2020 with earlier application permitted. Okay. So yan po yung amendment to Philippine Accounting Standards 1. Okay. PFRS 17, insurance contracts, no? So ito naman yung beginning January 1, 2021. So hindi pa siya kasama kasi ang ipa-file natin 2020. So kung mag-talk effect ito ng January 2021, then ang application nito pag nag-file tayo yung April 15, 2022, no? Kasi 2021 pa ngayon, hindi pa filing ng income tax na sakop nito, no? So for PFRS 17 insurance contract, It is a comprehensive new accounting standard for insurance contracts covering recognition and measurement, presentation, and disclosure. Okay. So once effective, kasi January 21, 2021 pa nga. Ano na to, effective na, no? Kasi January 1, 2021. March 2021 na ngayon. So once effective, PFRS 17 will replace PFRS 4 insurance contracts. This new standard on insurance contracts applies to all types of insurance contracts: life, non-life, direct insurance, and de-insurance, regardless of the type of entities that issue them, as well as to certain guarantees and financial instruments with discretionary participation features. Few scope exemptions will apply. Excuse me. Okay, marami pa to, no? May deferred effectivity. PFRS 10 on consolidated financial statement. PAS 28, sale or contribution of assets between an investor and its associate or joint venture. No? Okay. So, summary of significant accounting policies. No? So, ito yung accounting policies. The group presents assets and liabilities in the consolidated statement of financial position based on current or non-current classification. An asset is current when it is expected to be realized or intended to be sold or consumed in normal operating cycle. No? Held primarily for the purpose of trading, expected to be realized within 12 months after the reporting period, or cash equivalent. No? So ito yung summary of significant accounting policies. No? Okay, so liability is current when, alam na natin yan, expected to be settled in normal operating cycle or held primarily for the purpose of trading. Okay. Okay, so we also have our fair value management measurement, no? Fair value is the price that would be received to sell an asset or paid to transfer a liability in an orderly transaction between market participants at the measurement date, no? So the fair value measurement is based on the presumption that the transaction to sell the asset or transfer the liability takes place either, no? In the principal market for the asset or liability, or in the absence of principal market in the most advantageous market, no, for the asset or liability. Okay. Okay, so all assets and liabilities for which fair value is measured or disclosed in the consolidated financial statements are categorized within the fair value hierarchy. Now, described as follows. So, based on the lowest level input that is significant to their value measurement as a whole. So, we have level 1, quoted and adjusted market prices in active market for identical assets or liabilities. And we have valuation techniques for which the lowest level input that is significant to the fair value measurement or directly or indirectly observable. And the level 3, the valuation techniques for which the lower level input that is significant to the fair value measurement is unobservable. No? Okay. Alam mo, ang ganda, wala na lang tayong time. Kaya, bilisan na lang natin, no? For cash and cash equivalents, sahin nyo na lang yan, financial instruments, no? Kasi doon tayo sa explanations, no? Okay. So ito yung sinasabi dito na embedded derivatives, no? Accounts for separate derivatives and recorded at fair value. Okay. So what are the other financial liabilities and the impairment of financial liabilities? No, you have the loans and receivables. Okay. We have the financial instruments, no, after January 1, 2018. Okay. Subsequent measurement of financial assets. Okay. Number 76 na ako, Kati. Financial assets at amortized cost. No? Kasi alas 3 na, hindi natin ito kakayanin. No? Pakibasa nyo na lang ha. Kasi ang gaganda nitong mga disclosures na to. Subsequent measurement, other financial liabilities, and then the reclassifications of financial instruments. We have impairment of financial assets. No? Okay. Skip na natin yan ha. Yung in-skip natin dito, pakibasa nyo ha. Kasi wala lang tayong time. Gusto ko ipakita sa inyo kasi yung presentation ng inventory. Okay. Okay. Okay, so nandito na tayo sa inventories ha. Pero bago na dyan, doon tayo sa financial liabilities, no? Offsetting ng financial instruments. And then next, that are the inventories, no? So inventories are valued at the lower of cost and net realizable value, no? Cost incurred in bringing the product to its present location and condition are accounted for as follows, no? So we have the finished goods. Ito yung inventories ng manufacturing company. My finished goods determined using the moving average cost includes direct materials, direct labor, and a proportion of manufacturing overhead or cost based on normal operating capacity. And then we have the goods in process, raw materials, share, parts, and supplies. No? So we have applicable allocation of fixed and variable overhead cost, purchase cost using the moving average method. No? Okay. So remember na yung inventory po, ang only valuation allowed by the BIR is the cost, no? Hindi niya i-allowed yung ibang inventory valuation. Okay, so we have property, plant, and equipment, no? Okay, so ito yung right of use ng assets, land and warehouses, right of use ng assets, plant and equipment, no? ROU assets are subject to impairment, no? Kaya madali sa kanya mag-increase and decrease. Okay. So, sa effective for all periods presented daw yung property and plant and equipment, no? Except land are stated at cost less accumulated depreciation and any impairment in value. No? Okay. Basahin nyo na lang yan ha. Kasi we are running out of time. Ito yung estimated useful lives of the assets. No? So for land, 5 to 20 years. Building and improvements, 5 to 30 years. Machinery and equipment, okay. So machinery and equipment, 5 to 25. Other furniture and fixtures, 2 to 10. Transportation and delivery equipment, 5. No? Okay. Okay, so depreciation and amortization of an item of property, plant, and equipment begins when it becomes available for use. No? Kasi kailangan ka pwede mag-claim ng amortization or depreciation for the plant, property, and equipment pag available na siya for use, no? O the location and condition necessary for it to be capable of operating in the manner intended by management, no? So, we also have intangible assets. No? What are intangible assets acquired separately? No? Are initial recognition at cost, no? Yung intangible assets. Very, very important ang intangible assets. Kaya nga sabi ko sa inyo, if your financial statement walang intangible assets, then it is misrepresented. No? Okay. Cost of intangible assets acquired in business combination is their fair value at the date of acquisition. Following initial recognition, intangible assets are carried at cost, less any accumulated amortization and accumulated impairment losses. Internally generated intangible assets, excluding capitalized development costs, are not capitalized and expenditure is reflected in the consolidated statement of income in the year in which the expenditure is incurred, no? Excluding yung capitalized development cost. Pero kung hindi siya capitalized, meaning very minimal lang, direct mo na siya na expense during the year. Business combination and goodwill, no? Na explain na rin kanina, no? The borrowing cost, no? Okay. We have the investment in joint ventures and associates. No? Impairment of non-current, non-financial assets. No? Equity or capital stocks. So, ano siya? Stated at par value for all shares issued and outstanding. Okay. yung shares sold at a premium, no? Meron tayong accounting for treasury shares. Nandyan may video po tayo dyan. Pakitingnan nyo na lang sa ating YouTube channel. No? Yung pre-recorded na videos. Okay. About treasury stocks, accounting for treasury stocks. No? Equity reserves, retained earnings. We have dividend on common shares. We have earnings per share. And then we have the revenue recognition. No? Kailan ba rini-recognize yung revenue? Ano yung mga revenues? Can be in the form of sales or gross receipts for or fees for the services. No? Anong sabi dito? Revenue is measured at the fair value of the consideration received or receivable, excluding discounts, returns, and value-added taxes. Kaya nga, sabi natin, ang dami nagtatanong, are taxes and licenses included sa deduction, no, as operating expense? Sabi natin, yes, except value-added tax, income tax, and penalties, no? Hindi sila kasama. So, following specific recognition criteria must also be met before revenue is recognized, no? sale of goods or for manufacturing, sale of services for service-oriented company. So, revenue not in scope under PFR is 15. Ito yung rent, no? Tapos, dividend income. Okay. So, cost of goods sold, kailan siya recognized? When the related goods are sold, no? Selling and marketing and general and administrative expenses, cost incurred to sell or distribute the goods, no? They are expense as incurred, no? Short-term employee benefits, okay. So, consolidated statement of income, appropriate expense categories kung 12-month period siya. So, pag 12-month period siya, expense mo na during the year. No? Retirement benefits, we discussed that already kanina. Okay. Leases, income taxes, no? Meron din po tayong accounting for income tax. No? The video. So we have deferred income tax. And then the segment reporting. No? So yung mga umattend doon sa free seminar natin sa transfer pricing, no? That is also a 2-day free seminar. Meron tayo doon na topic na segment reporting, no? Or ano ba yung segment reporting? Kung baga sa bin-breakdown mo na yung report mo based on line or business or functions or department, no? Foreign currency denominated transactions and translations, no, very important, especially kung gumagawa kayo ng analysis and then it has different foreign currency, no, denominations. So, kung 3, 5 yung foreign currency denominations, i-translate mo yan lahat, no? Para madali, i-convert nyo lahat sa dollars, no? And then, pag dollars na, saka nyo i-convert sa peso, no? Kailan mo i-convert and using what? Pag nag-convert ka, limbawa, for the financial statements, ito yung financial statements na as of December 31, 2019 or 2020, then you use the conversion rate as of December 31, 2020, no? And then we have the provision and contingencies. So, you follow the accounting standards. That's why, sabi ko na sa inyo, madali lang, mabilis lang yung disclosures to financial statement if you know the standard, no, the accounting standards. Events after the reporting date, no? So, follow the standards in the accounting. Management use of significant accounting estimates and assumptions, no? So, management are allowed to use accounting estimates and also assumptions. No? Even in the most critical study natin sa transfer pricing, meron mga assumptions, the critical assumptions, no, allowed. And also judgment, no? Okay. So, determination of useful life of trademark. Ano itong trademark? Ito yung intangibles. Ano yung trademark? Yan yung registrable, no? Saan yan nire-register ang trademark? At the IPO or the Intellectual Property Office, no? Saan yung Intellectual Property Office natin dito sa Pilipinas? Nasa Taguig po, no? Meron naman online. Pwede na kayong register ng trademark ninyo, ng patent or whatever online, no? Ngayon. Okay. So, management does not expect to encounter significant difficulties in renewing the registration of trademark ngayon kasi online na at saka yung facilities improve already. No? Estimates and assumptions. Okay. Impairment of trademark, goodwill, and property, plant, and equipment. No? So, follow the accounting standards. And then, segment information and revenue from contracts with customers. No? So, this is still related to the company. Information with regard to the group's significant business segment as follows. pagka sinabi mong business segments, ito yung LOB or line of business, no? So, tingnan ninyo yung videos natin on the uh, segmented financial statement, no? So, we have consumer business, institutional business, other operations, unallocated corporate balances, total, elimination. So, may elimination sila dito. Usually, yung mga eliminations nila dito, depende, no? Minsan, minority, no? Na shares. Consolidated. And then the results, the equity. No? And then we have the 2018 at sa 2019, no? And then the 2017. Revenue from contracts with customer. No? May mga contracts. So you have to disclose that also, no? For institutional business and consumer business. Yan yung business ng company. No? Okay. Dito na tayo sa number 5, the cash and cash equivalents and short-term cash investments. So same lang yan. No? Kasi bakit? Standard na tayo eh. So once na you know the standard, kahit anong klase na account, basta yung standard mo the same lang yung explanations mo. Saan na siya mag-iba? Kung iba na yung accounting standards na ginagamit, kagaya sa cooperative, may sarili na siyang framework. So you follow the framework of cooperatives, no? Short-term cash investments. We have receivables, no? Same lang yan. We have trade receivables, ang kanyang mga explanations, non-interest bearing and are generally on a 30 to 60-day term. Okay. So, inventories, no? Raw materials, finished goods, spare parts, and supplies, no? And then, meron siyang raw materials in transit, no? So, yun na yung sabi ko sa inyo, na for the manufacturing company, ang unique na account nila dito is the inventories, no? And then we have the raw materials in transit, no? Kasi kahit in transit yan, if OB yan o yung depende sa arrangement nila with the supplier, no? Kahit na in transit pa yan, yun ownership niyan belongs already to the company, no? And also goods in process, no? So may inventory na rin sila. Okay, so the cost of inventories, the beginning, okay. Then other current assets. Then we have the hold to collect investments, no? So nandyan. Kung wala, no? All comprehensive kasi yung ating explanations. Pero kung simple lang yung company na ginagawa nyo, hindi nyo to lahat ilalagay, no? Kung baga sa ano, nilagay ko na kayo dun sa maximum level ng data informations nandyan na. So, it's up to you to eliminate yung hindi nyo kailangan. Okay? So, investment in joint ventures and associates. So, same na lang to sa iba natin na explanations kanina. No? So, you read the explanations. No? Sa inyo na yan. Ang handouts, it's up to you to expand your knowledge, no? Kasi itong mga remaining na slides, explain na natin to sa consolidated financial statements, no? And then itong lapsing schedule ng property, plant, and equipment, remember na huwag niyong pagsama-samahin yung mga equipments, and then be very particular of the additions and the disposal, no? Kasi ang disposal po ng property, plant, and equipment are not ordinary expense. That's why hindi nyo siya pwedeng ilagay doon sa operating expenses, no? Or kung loss siya, no? So, at ito naman yung additions at saka disposal ng property, plant, and equipment, kitang-kita ito doon sa cash flow statement nyo, no? Kaya, so, ito may intangible assets siya, no? And then inamortize niya. No? Kasi ang tawag po sa pagka nag-recognize ka ng intangible assets, ano yung intangible assets niya? Trademark, goodwill, and then computer software. So anong tawag doon? Mag-amortize ka, no? So yun yung valuation niya, and then i-amortize kasi manufacturing company nga ito, so hindi pwede na walang intangible assets. Oh, and then we have the accounts payable, other current liabilities. Oh, so due to time constraint, iwanan na natin po itong manufacturing. Oh, try to read the notes to financial statements and then i-relate nyo po sila sa accounting standards para mas mabilis at hindi kayo mahirapan. You have the guide. No? So let's have a break of 15 minutes and let's be back at 3:15 ba? No, alas 3. O, sige. So, let's be back at 3:15. No? Okay. So, let's have a break. Welcome again to another last chapter, no, or last part ng ating uh, seminar for today. And this is about preparation of financial statements for contractors and other service companies. So siguro ang gagawin natin, no, kasi yung ibang mga disclosures, mga notes ay na-covered na natin sa ibang financial statements. So ang gagawin natin yung unique na lang sa contractors, no? Kasi redundant naman na explain pa natin ulit, na explain na natin sa ibang financial statements, no? So let's go to the ABC Construction Corporation and subsidiaries, no? This is also a consolidated statement of financial position, no? So we have there the assets, no? Tingnan ninyo So this is for the year 2020 and 2019. Anong kaiba dito? Pagdating doon sa assets, no? Anong makikita ninyo for the current assets? The current assets has construction materials, no? Unlike yung manufacturing, meron siyang inventory. At ano yung inventory when you try to look at the notes? Composed of raw materials, the processed goods, no, or goods in process, and the finished goods. Meron pa siyang materials in transit. Dito naman sa construction, anong meron naman siya? Construction materials, no? May inventory siya. And then contract assets, no? So ano tong contract assets niya? Notes 9 at saka yung construction materials niya, notes 8, no? So other current assets, same lang po 'yan sa ibang industries, no? So for the non-current assets, ano yung unique dito? Financial assets at fair value, equity advances and investments, and associates and joint ventures. Usually, itong mga contractors at saka mga developers, nagjo-joint ventures lang yan sila to develop project, no? Halimbawa, subdivision. So yung contractor magpo-provide ng labor, ang developer naman, halimbawa, sila yung magde-develop, magpo-provide ng land, no? Magdo-joint venture sila. Or sometimes tatlo sila, yung isang real estate developer, sila yung magbebenta ng mga lote. Tapos yung contractor, siya yung mag-erect ng mga improvements. And then yung landowner, siya yung owner ng lote, no? So, pwedeng tatlo sila in a joint venture. And then, what is unique here is the concession assets. Ano tong concession assets? Tingnan natin sa notes 13, no? And then, pag kayo ay gumagawa ng financial statement of contractors, be very particular about the property, plant, and equipment. Why? Kasi ang financial statements of the contractors, gagamitin nila yan sa PCAB or sa Philippine Contractors Accreditation Board, no? And the PCAB is very particular about the property, plant, and equipment. So ano yun? See to it that the property, plant, and equipment are existing. Why? Because yun yung basis ng PCAB na i-accredit sila kung anong classification. Kasi per classification, mayroong certain requirements as to plant, property, and equipment, no? So be very particular about that. At saka pag kayo halimbawa yung CPA and then kayo ang nag-audit, kayo nag-certify ng financial statement of the contractor, lahat ng financial statements nyo, pipirmahan nyo yan sa gilid, no? Kasi to attest to the fact na talagang dumaan sa iyo yung statement, no? Pinapapirmahan lahat ng copies. Okay. So we have deferred tax assets and other non-current assets. That's for the assets, no? So total assets. And then we have the liabilities, no? So interest-bearing loans and borrowings, trade and other payables, at ito yung iba dito, the contract liabilities. Ano tong contract liabilities? Ito yung contract signed already by the contractors pero hindi pa tapos, no? O kaya naka-down na, nakabayad na yung customer pero hindi pa tapos, kaya may contract liabilities. No? And other current liabilities. So we also have the non-current liabilities, no? Interest-bearing loans and borrowings, and then post-employment defined benefit obligation or net, the deferred tax liabilities net, other non-current liabilities, and total non-current liabilities. So, okay. So, sa non-current liabilities, same lang sila, no? For the equity, no? Equity attributable to shareholders of the parent company, capital stocks, additional paid-in capital, revaluation reserves, other reserves, treasury shares. So, the same. Walang pagkakaiba sa other companies pagdating sa equity, no? Okay. So, ito naman yung consolidated statement of income, no? So, we have revenues from construction operation, no? So, iyan yung revenues niya. Nakalagay naman kung anong klase or saan galing, no? Naka-breakdown siya, no? Saan siya galing? From construction operation revenues, from airport operations revenues, from airport merchandising revenues, and from terminal operations revenues. Oh, so doon galing yung kanyang income. Oh. And then we have the direct cost. So anong direct cost ng construction companies? You have the cost of construction operation, cost of airport operations, cost of airport merchandising operations, cost of terminal operations. No? So yun ang direct cost. So you have now your gross profit. Okay? So, tama yung pag-operate mo dyan, ano? Alam mo kung saan ang slides na?
Number 8 na po.
Oh, very good. And ilan na yung viewers natin?
96 po.
Okay.
100 na.
Okay. Kasi break time no? So, take note that for the construction companies, ano yung accounting na ginagamit natin dito at saka yung accounting as provided for in the VAT law natin, yun yung gross receipts, no? Ano yung gross receipts? Considered mo yung income or the gross receipts at the time of payment. So, parang cash, no? Kasi kung hindi pa bayad, hindi mo muna siya i-recognize. No? At saka yung percentage of completion method in accounting for construction. So, here we have the direct cost ng construction. Kasi iba-iba yung line of business niya. Pagdating sa construction, meron pa siyang airport operations, meron pang merchandising, and merong terminal operations. Okay. So, other operating expenses. So, meron siyang operating profit and then the other income. No? So, ano yung other income niya? The finance cost and the finance income and then the others. No? So, ito yung profit niya before tax. Okay. Okay. So, tax expense niya is 324 million and the net profit is 1.1 billion. No? So, since consolidated siya at saka may parent company siya, so the net profit attributable to stockholders of the parent company. No? Pero kung wala tong parent company, diretso na kayo sa written earnings, no? And then dito, shareholders of the parent company and the non-controlling interest. Ito yung mga minority stockholders, no? So yung earnings per share niya, basic and diluted, no? Pababa. Kasi from 0.70 naging 0.56, naging 0.28 na lang siya, no? So saan natin yan makikita? Sa note 30, no? Note 30. And then we have our other comprehensive income, no? So ito yung realized gain or loss on fair value change of available for sale financial asset, no? And then the unrealized gain on fair value change ng ano to, wala na, putol, no? Okay. So, mamaya makita natin yan sa note 10 kung ano to, no? Yan, unrealized gain niya. So, for 2020, wala na. Okay? So, we have the items that will not be reclassified subsequently to profit or loss. Remeasurement of post-employment defined benefit plan. Ito yung sa mga employees, no? And take note also na iba pa yung isa pang pagkakaiba po ng contractors. Pagdating sa mga employees, meron siyang fixed period employees. Ano yung fixed period? Coterminous with that of the life of the project. Halimbawa, yung project niya is 9 months, no? So, kukuha siya ngayon ng employee for 9 months. So, yung mga employees na yun, considered regular employees yan, but with a fixed period of term. So, meaning, kung kinuha niya yan, considered yan as employee, meron niyang mga benefits. Ano yun? Babayaran niya yung SSS, bayaran niya yung mga statutory na deductions, no? Like PhilHealth, Pag-ibig, no? So, hindi niya pwedeng sabihin na, hindi, contractual lang ako, contractor lang ako. Temporary lang sila, so hindi ko sila pwedeng gawin na empleyado. But according to the law, ang regular na business mo is construction. So if your regular business is construction, paputol-putol yan because of the project na pag natapos. Pero yung benefits ng empleyado na kinuha mo, since regular business mo yung mga kontrata, yung fixed period na yan, yung putol-putol na trabaho ng tao, ibigay mo sa kanila ang kanilang benepisyo. No? Kasi kawawa din naman. Alam nyo, para sa akin, hindi ka manghinayang na magbigay ng benepisyo sa tao. Bakit? Kasi kailangan nila yun eh. At saka tumutulong sila sa business mo. No? So, para sa akin, malas yung kumpanya na ay magbigay ng benepisyo sa empleyado. No? Siswertihin ka pagka yung talagang para sa empleyado, ibibigay mo. Bakit? Kasi para sa kanila yan eh. No? So, wag na wag. Ang dami kasing contractors, may mga na come up ako na contractors na ang daming problema sa mga tao. Why? Kasi pagka kinuha nila na contractual, ayaw nila magbigay ng benefits. No, dapat magbigay kayo ng benefits. Pagkatapos, ito yung gagawin nyo. Meron kayong project, kumuha kayo ng mga tao, i-report nyo sa labor. After na tapos na yung project, i-report nyo ulit sila sa labor na wala na sila. Otherwise, no, bibigyan kayo ng problema nitong mga tao na to. Why? Kasi manghihingi sila sa inyo ng mga benefits na hindi nyo naibigay. No? Just like retirement pay, just like yung mga vacation, manghihingi yan sila. No? Pero kung i-report nyo sila sa labor, pagpasok nila, and then nung natapos na yung kontrata, ni-report nyo ulit sa labor, wala kayong problema. And then babayaran nyo yung kanilang mandatory na mga contributions. No? So, ganun lang ang contractor. Kasi maraming contractors na nagkakaproblema because yung kanilang mga casual na employees, hindi nila binibigay yung benefits. No? Okay, so we have here the total comprehensive income. The total comprehensive income attributable to parent company and the non-controlling interest. No? So we have to show that. Pag hindi ito consolidated, then wala na yan. Hanggang doon lang kayo sa net income after tax. Hanggang doon lang kayo. Okay. So ito naman yung consolidated statement of cash flows ng isang construction companies. No? Okay. Okay. Ito, nakalagay dyan na malaki. Gain on disposal of property, plant, and equipments. Alam nyo sa other income pa ng construction, yung mga scrap, no? Halimbawa, nag-demolish sila ng mga building. Minsan, binibigay lang yan sa kanila nung may-ari ng kakontrata nila, kanila na, no? So, yung disposal lang nung mga pinaglumaan ng mga materials, no? Yung mga scrap materials, it will cost also millions. Kaya sometimes pinag-aagawan niya ng mga empleyado ng construction. No? Okay. Gain on bargain purchase. No? So, meron. Increase in construction materials. Yan. Kasi, doon sa assets natin meron tayo. Kaya, kita yan pagdating ng cash flow. No? Decrease in cost in excess of billings on uncompleted contracts. So, these are unique accounts na sa construction lang, no? Ano tong decrease in cost in excess of billings on uncompleted contracts, no? Dapat gain ito kasi yung cost niya nag-decrease, no? Tapos sa kaysa sa billing, no, on uncompleted contracts. So this is income for the contractor. Okay, we have increase in contract assets, no? This is 914,963,121, no? So increase in other current assets, decrease in advances from customers, no? Decrease in billings in excess of cost on uncompleted contracts. Okay. And we have decrease in billings in excess of cost on uncompleted contracts, no? Meron silang increase in contract liabilities, no? So ano tong increase in contract liabilities? Siguro may nag-deposit na customers dito and then nadagdagan yung liabilities nila kasi hindi pa nila tapos, no? Hindi pa na-deliver. And then increase in post-employment defined benefit obligation. No? So dapat meron talaga kayong ganyan. Cash generated from operation, cash paid for income taxes, net cash from operating activities. Acquisition, no, of property, plant, and equipment, and computer software license. Yun nasa investing activities niya. Addition to concession assets. Yan. Acquisition of investment properties. No? Ganyan ang contractors eh. Interest received, proceeds from sale of property, plant and equipment, no? Usually palaging merong ganyan. Proceeds from sale of financial assets at fair value. Ito kahit sa sinong company, basta may exist na pera, ginagawa yan, no? Yung sa financial assets. Proceeds from disposal of retail treasury bond, assets acquired from subsidiary, acquisition of investment in joint venture, acquisition of available for sale financial assets. So, we have net cash used in investing activities. And then, we have the balance forward, no? Cash flows from financing activities, yung loans and borrowings, no? And then, repayment of interest-bearing loans and borrowings, financing provided to related parties. Yun, red light kayo dyan pagka may kita na kayo na related parties. Why? Because that is regulated now with yung latest na RR 34-2020. You are going to attest BIR Form 1709 when you file your annual income tax return itong year 2021. That is for the year 2020 na FS. No? Okay. So, acquisition of treasury shares, dividends paid, no? Net cash from financing activities, effect of foreign exchange rate changes on cash and cash equivalents, net increase or decrease in cash and cash equivalents, cash acquired from subsidiary, no? Cash and cash equivalents at beginning of the year, cash and cash equivalents at end of year, no? Okay, so next is the notes to consolidated financial statements. Sabi ko nga sa inyo, hindi natin ito tatapusin. Piliin na lang natin yung applicable to contractors, no? Okay. Ilan na yung viewers natin, ano?
107 po.
Okay. So thank you very much for watching na kahit hapon na, second day na, nandyan pa rin kayo. So I really appreciate yung willingness ninyo to learn, no? Especially mga tax preparer. Why? Because ito yung investment ninyo in time, investment in knowledge, investment in effort na pays off. Why? Kasi kung tutukan ninyo, this is a good avenue of services that you offer to clients, no? Kasi kahit bookkeeper kayo, hindi kayo CPA, kikita kayo dito, no? Kasi sa hirap ng buhay ngayon, this is an additional income to you. Ha? Kahit yung mga high school graduate lang, marunong na mag-bookkeeping, no? Ang advice ko sa kanila, you study bookkeeping sa TESDA, 1 to 4, and then you study yung bookkeeping natin dyan 2 days, Marunong na kayo, aralin nyo yung mga requirements ng mga agencies, DTI, ah, City Hall, at saka yung BIR, may hanap buhay na kayo, no? At saka hindi lang yun, matuturuan pa natin yung ating mga taxpayers na hindi sila magka-problema, no? Kasi tuturuan natin sila ng compliance. Malaki ang tulong natin sa iba na pagdating na ng filing ng income tax, drawing na lang, no? So, malaking tulong natin sa mga taxpayers, no? So, thank you very much. Let's go to notes to consolidated financial statements, no? Piliin natin dito yung sa construction. So, take note of the corporate information. So, yung corporate information ninyo, of course, ang sasabihin ninyo dito, the activity of a construction company, no? Anong activity niya? ABC Construction Corporation, the parent company, was incorporated in the Philippines on July 28, 2004 and is engaged in the general construction business. So dapat sa corporate information nyo, construction ang business, no? Including constructing, enlarging, repairing, or engaging in any work upon buildings, houses and condominium, roads, plants, bridges, piers, waterworks, railroads, and other structures. It performs all other allied construction business like the construction and sale of precast items, concrete production, and purchase, sale, and or lease of formwork system and construction equipment. Kasi pagka nasa construction business ka, syempre, meron kang mga equipments, construction equipments, pwede mo rin yang renta, no? Pwede mong lease, no? Paupahan mo yung mga equipments mo, no? Or mag-subcon, no? So, ang daming magawa. Okay. So, on January 28, 2011, the Philippine Stock Exchange and the Securities Exchange Commission approved the parent company's application for the listing of its common stocks. So, publicly listed din siya. The approval covered the initial public offering of 292 million unissued common shares of the parent company at 7.84 offer price per share and the listing of those shares in PSE's main board on February 18, 2012. No? Okay. So, yan ang explanation niya. Okay. No, so, yan na yung nangyari doon sa mga shares niya. What happened? So, you explain that in the notes. No? Usually, dito sa note, sa general information, nandun na yung milestone ng company kung ano nangyari sa kanya, no? Up to the present. No? Parang history. No? Okay. The parent company remains a subsidiary of XYZ, which owns and controls 33.3% of the issued and outstanding capital stock of the parent. No? So, yan. And then we have XYZ is a company incorporated in the Philippines, engaged in the business of holding company. Okay. Subsidiaries, associates, and joint arrangements. Okay. So, parent company holds ownership interest in the following subsidiaries. Okay. Subsidiaries, associates, joint operations, joint ventures. So, notes 2020, 2019, 2018. No? So, subsidiaries. Ito na yung mga subsidiaries niya na 100%. Merong 60% owned, merong 70%, 50%, 100%. No? So, yan yung mga percent of ownership. No? So, you have to disclose that. Okay. 51%, 25%, no? May mga joint ventures siya. Joint operations. Okay. Okay, so in-explain pa niya yung mga subsidiaries niya, no? Okay. Ano yung purpose? No? Concession agreement. No? Ito, masyado ng specific ito at saka disaggregated or segmented na yung information, no? Very specific. Okay. Yan. Ini-explain na niya isa-isa yung mga subsidiaries. Okay. Kaya pag gumawa ka dito ng analysis, mabilis na lang. Kasi lahat ano na, may explanations na. Okay? Yan. Okay, so yan, notes, ano pa lang note 1, general information, ilang pages na. Sobrang dami. Okay. So, note number 2 is the summary of significant accounting policies, no? So, yan ang significant accounting policies of the construction. So, anong basis niya ng consolidated financial statements? The PFRS, no? Full PFRS siya. Why? Magkano ba yung limit natin pag full PFRS? Di ba yung assets is more than 350 million and liabilities is more than 250 million. So, siya billion. No? Kaya qualified siya sa full PFRS. Okay. Okay. So, presentation of consolidated financial statements. Okay. Okay, so ito yung prior period accounts niya na nireclassify niya noong 2019, no? So nandiyan yung effect, operating expenses, no? And then advances from customers. Okay. Prior period reclassification on expenses. Okay. Functional and presentation currency is Philippine peso. And then the adoption of new and amended PFRS. No? So, sinabi niya dito, yung mga bago ng PFRS in January 2009. No? So, ito yun. Yung past 19 amendments, no? Past 28 na amendments, PFRS amendments, no? And then the PFRS 16 on leases. No? So, na-explain natin yan kanina doon sa sa manufacturing companies, no? And then we have the FRIC, no, 23, uncertainty over income tax treatment, no? Income tax consequences of dividends, no? So yun yung PAS 12, PAS 23, no, borrowing cost. And then 3 and 11, no, business combination and joint arrangement. Na-discuss na rin natin yan kanina. No? So, yun yung mga bago na financial reporting standards na inadapt ng company during the 2020 na taxable year. No? Ito yung mga relevant information about the pronouncement. Inisa-isa niya. Kaya sa notes to financial statement pa lang, sobrang kapal na. No? More than 100 pages na notes to financial statement lang. Kasi bakit? Inisa-isa yung explanation bawat account. No? Saan ang gagaling yan? Sa standard. Kaya if you want to elaborate your explanations, alamin mo, basahin mo itong PFRS 9. No? Nandyan lahat yan ang explanations. No? Basahin mo yung PFRS 16. Nandyan lahat yan yung explanations. Oh? Okay. So, for lessors, definition of the type of lease. So, yun yung standard ng PFRS 16. Okay. Okay. Okay, so, PFRS 16 pa rin yan. Diretso tayo sa, sabi ko na sa inyo, yung mga unique lang sa construction. Leases lang PFRS 16 lang, ngayon 17, ilang pages na. Naka-withdraw ka? Oo, okay lang. Gawin mo yung payroll. Okay, so we have carrying amount, P is 17, and then the carrying amount, PFR is 16. So, reconciliation of opening lease liabilities, no? Operating lease commitments. And then we have the FRIC 23, no? Okay. Amendments on income taxes, no? So, nandyan lahat. Ang daming amendments nito. Kaya 100 pages, more than 100 pages, no? Gagawin natin, hanapin lang natin yung for the construction, no? Yung iba, at saka yung mag-update kayo. Once na gumagawa na kayo ng notes to financial statement, dapat meron kayong financial reporting standard sa tabi nyo at meron din kayo na updates as to kung anong klase yung business na ginagawa nyo ng notes, no? Kasi dapat talaga alam nyo yung standard. Kasi pag hindi, hirap po kayo na gumawa ng notes to financial statements because kukopyahin nyo lang yung halimbawa, meron lang kayong model na financial statements, kukopyahin nyo, hindi naman applicable sa inyo. So, mali. So, anong dapat gawin? Dapat doon kayo tumingin sa standards and then i-apply nyo sa sarili nyo na company na ginagawa ng notes, no? Okay. Standard lahat ito, yung mga discussions niya dito sa standard. Tingnan natin yung explanations niya doon sa mga accounts na, no, na particular accounts niya sa cost of the contracts, no? At saka yung requirements din ng PFR is 15, no? Okay. Ito. Ito yung sa revenue and expense recognition, no? Try to take a look. We have revenue arises mainly from rendering of construction services, airport operations, airport merchandising operations, and terminal operations above others. To determine whether to recognize revenue, the group follow a 5-step process, no? Identifying the contract with a customer, identifying the performance obligation, determining the transaction price, allocating the transaction price to the performance obligations, and recognizing revenue when as performance obligations are satisfied, no? So yun yung revenue and expense recognition ng construction, no? For the leases, same lang din yan doon sa iba, no? So, okay. So, anong ginawa niya dito? The contract contains identified assets. Doon to yun sa leases, no? Sa mga leased assets ng company. Okay? Foreign currency transactions and translation, same lang din po yan doon sa ibang company. Impairment of non-financial assets, the borrowing cost, capitalization, income tax, no? Income tax expense, equity, earnings per share, events after the end of the reporting period, significant accounting judgment and estimates, no? I would like to emphasize yung IFRS 15, no? Di ba yung diniscuss na yung 16 about lease, 17, no? So itong IFRS 15 specifically para to sa contractors. Ano to? IFRS 15 establishes the principles that an entity shall apply to report useful information to users of financial statements about the nature, amount, timing, and uncertainty of revenue. Alam mo kung anong slides?
163 po.
Okay. And cash flows arising from a contract with a customer. So application of the standard is mandatory for annual reporting period starting January 1, 2018 onwards, no? Ito yung IFRS 15. Anong scope nito, no? IFRS 15 is revenue from contracts with customers, no? Applies to all contracts with customers except for leases within the scope of IAS 17, leases, financial instrument, and other contractual rights or obligation within the scope of IFRS 9. No? So tingnan nyo lahat itong financial reporting standards na to ha, na sinasabi dito sa scope. Financial instruments, IFRS 10 on consolidated financial statements, IFRS 11 joint arrangement, IAS 27 separate financial statement, and IAS 28 investment in associates, no? And joint ventures. Insurance contracts with the scope of IFRS 4 for insurance contracts, and non-monetary exchanges between entities in the same line of business to facilitate sales to customers or potential customers. So yun yung IAS 15, no? International Accounting Standards. Okay. So a contract with a customer may be partially within the scope of IFRS 15 and partially within the scope of another standard, no? If other standards specify how to separate and or initially measure one or more parts of the contract, then those separation and measurement requirements are applied first. The transaction price is then reduced by the amounts that are initially measured under other standards. If no other standard provides guidance on how to separate and or initially measure one or more parts of the contract, then IFRS 15 will be applied, no? So ako maingat na ako ngayon because nga na after 3 attempts na-accredit din ako at last ng is-easy, no? As is-easy, nakakuha na ako ng is-easy accreditation. So I'm very particular especially sa mga construction companies, no? And their compliance with this IFRS 15, no? Okay. So, accounting requirements for revenue, the 5-step model work. So, anong gagawin dito sa IFRS 15 na to? No? The core principle is delivered in a 5-step model na IFRS 15. No? Identify the contracts with the customer, identify the performance obligations in the contract, determine the transaction price, allocate the transaction price to the performance obligations in the contract, and recognize revenue when the entity satisfies a performance obligation. So ano to? Gawan mo to ng matrix, no? Ano yun? Matrix number 1, contracts with customer. Number 2, performance obligations in the contract. Number 3, transaction price. Number 4, performance obligations. Number 5, revenue, no? So yan, madali lang kasi sabi na, ma'am, may template ba yan? Hindi, madali na, gawan mo na lang template based on the requirements ng standards, no? So, yan na yung pinaka-template mo. Ikaw nang gumawa, no? You answer, no? So, ito, step 1, identify the contract with the customer. Anong gagawin mo? The contract has been approved by the parties to the contract. Each party's rights in relation to the goods or services to be transferred can be identified, no? The payment terms for the goods or services to be transferred can be identified. The contract has commercial substance. It is probable that the consideration to which the entity is entitled to exchange for the goods or services will be collected, no? So, ayan. And then we have, number 2, identify the performance obligations in the contract. Paano yun? At the inception of the contract, the entity should assess the goods or services that have been promised to the customer and identify as a performance obligation. Sa contract na to ha, kasi we're talking of contractors. So a good or service or bundle of goods or services that is distinct, no, naiiba. A series of distinct goods or services that are substantially the same and that have the same pattern or transfer to the customer. No? So yun yung step 2. And then we have the mga explanation na yung iba. Eh. Step 3, determine the transaction price. Nasa kontrata yan, no? Kaya kopyahin nyo na lang, no? Yung kontrata hindi pwedeng walang price yan, no? Or may mga escalation na clause pa nga yan, no? Okay. And then, step 4, allocate the transaction price to the performance obligation in the contract. So, kung minsan meron niya adjusted market assessment, expected cost plus a margin, residual approach, no? So, depende sa sistema ng company, no? Okay. Step 5, recognize revenue when or as the entity satisfies a performance obligation, no? Okay. So, revenue is recognized as control is passed either over time or at point in time. Ibig sabihin, natapos na, na-deliver mo na. Control of an asset is defined as the ability to direct the use of and obtain substantially all the remaining benefits from the assets. No? Okay. Okay. Entity recognizes revenue over time if one of the following criteria is met. No? The customer simultaneously receives and consumes all of the benefits provided by the entity as the entity performs. So sa construction, natapos mo na yung pinapa-construct sa'yo. No? Okay. The entity has a present right to payment for the asset. No? The customer has legal title to the assets. No? So sa construction naman, saan nabubuhay or umiikot ang trabaho sa construction? Sa kontrata, no? So, you have to determine the contract cost, no? Incremental cost of obtaining a contract must be recognized, no? Incremental cost, para ka makakuha ng kontrata, ang dami. No? Documentation mo pa lang, may biddings, no? Okay. So, recognize the asset, an asset if the entity expects to recover those costs, no? Those incremental costs are limited to the cost that the entity would not have incurred if the contract had not been successfully obtained, no? Success fees paid to agents, no? Kasi may mga ahente yan kung minsan para makakuha ka ng kontrata. A practical expedient is available allowing the incremental cost of obtaining a contract to be expensed if the associated amortization period would be 12 months or less, no? So, ayan. Okay, so implementation guidance in IFRS 15. Performance obligations satisfied over time. Methods for measuring progress towards complete satisfaction of performance obligation. Sale with a right of return. Warranties. Principal versus agent consideration. Customer options for additional goods or services. Sa construction, meron pa silang tinatawag na retention receivable, no? Kasi pag tapos na yung kontrata at hindi pa nire-release lahat ng payment, baka may back job, no? So para mapwesa mo yung contractor na gawin pag may back job, hindi nila i-release lahat ng pera. Meron silang tinatawag na retention receivable ng contractor para kung may sira man, gagawin pa rin ng contractor kasi may kulang pa na bayad sa kanya. Kasi pag bayaran lahat, hindi na yan gagawin ng contractor. No? Okay, so presentation in the financial statement. Contracts with customers will be presented in an entity's statement of financial position as a contract liability. No? A contract assets or a receivable depending on the relationship between the entity's performance and the customer's payment. No? Contract liability is presented in the statement of financial position where a customer has paid an amount of consideration prior to the entity performing by transferring the related good or service to the customer. No? So yun yung contract. Disclosures, paano din i-disclose ang kontrata, no? So disclosure objective stated in IFRS 15 is for an entity to disclose sufficient information to enable users of financial statements to understand the nature, amount, timing, uncertainty of revenue, and cash flows arising from contracts with customers. No? So, alam niyo naman din yung risk sa pagiging kontratista, no? Pagka bago-bago ka lang, siguradong may tendency na malulugi ka. At ang lugi mo, hindi lang piso, milyon. Pagka bago ka pa lang na kontratista, no? So, therefore, an entity should disclose qualitative and quantitative information about all of the following, no? So, IFRS, paragraph 110. Its contrast with customers, the significant judgment, changes in the judgment made in applying the guidance to those contracts, any assets recognized from the cost to obtain or fulfill a contract with a customer. No? Then sa entities, no? Effective date and transition, January 2018. So, we will be preparing our financial statement 2020. So, applicable na itong IFRS 15. No? Nag-remind na ako sa mga kliyente dito. Okay, so, yung mga, I have given you yung kompleto, no, na notes to financial statement. So, kayo na lang mamili dyan what is applicable sa inyo, no? So, you already have the guide. And do not be contented with the sample that we have given to you. Please read the standards, no? Yung accounting standards, the IFRS and the PFRS and the PAS, yung Philippine Accounting Standards, para mas na-enhance yung knowledge nyo, mabilis lang paggawa ninyo ng notes to financial statements. No? Okay. So, ilan pa yung ating viewers?
96.
Okay. So, with that, marami pa tayong questions. Sige. No? So, with that, I would like to say thank you po sa lahat ng mga viewers natin. And sana na kahit pa paano may natutunan tayo during our 2 days free seminar. So, as a way of integration, padala nyo sila ng evaluation, ha? Sige. As a way of integration, ano po yung ginawa natin kahapon, no? So, in the morning, our first session is about the itemized deductions, no? So, ano yung itemized deductions natin kahapon? Ito yung mga nakikita na itemized deductions in the BIR Form 1701, no? Na we discuss as to the limit at saka kung ano yung mga substantiation requirements of those deductions. Kasi sabi na nga natin, bawat deductions has its own statutory or mandatory na requirements, no? Hindi lang basta-basta, repairs and maintenance, pwede ko na to kaagad na i-claim, no? May mga requirements tayo. So for repairs and maintenance, ano yung mga requirements natin, no? So may substantiation requirements tayo at saka may determination pa kung necessary and ordinary ba siya in the conduct of the business of the company, because you have also to consider, no, yung kind or industry of the company. And then after nung itemized deductions, meron tayo yung notes or disclosure to the financial statements, no? And then ano pa yung nagawa natin kahapon? Sana yung aking ano dito, Hari. Ayun, no? Yung day 1, day 2, akin na nga. Saka ilipat mo to doon, oh, kasi madadaganan ko. Okay. Sige, lagay mo to doon. Ito. Okay. So how to prepare notes and other disclosures to the financial statements, and then how to prepare consolidated financial statements. And then yung last topic natin kahapon, we have the reconciliation of earnings, no? Available for dividends at saka yung mga other schedules na galing po sa SEC or sa SRC Rule 68. No, yung mga bago nila requirements and attachments. And today, our topics naman about the preparation of the financial statements, no? So we have the preparation of financial statements for the cooperatives, and that the cooperatives has its own accounting framework, no? So nakita natin ano yung format, ano yung mga accounts na unique to the cooperatives, and then we have the non-stock non-profit corporation, no? So sana na kuha ninyo, anyway, may sample naman dyan sa inyong handouts, no? Yung financial statements of the non-stock non-profit corporations, yung ano ba yung kanilang financial statements, no? Hindi na kagaya ng mga regular na corporations. And then we have the financial statements of a manufacturing company, and the last topic that we have is the financial statement for contractors, no? So for the contractors, yung pinakabago na nag-umpisa ng 2018, yun yung compliance natin sa IFRS 15, wherein you have to disclose the contracts, no? The list of contracts that you have during the year, the cost of every contract, and the income that you gain from the contract, no? Kayo na gumawa ng template or yung parang table, i-table nyo na lang yung requirement, the required information in IFRS 15, no? So with that, I would like to say thank you po sa lahat ng umattend ng ating seminars, and then you just wait your certificate, Hari. Papadala na lang sa kanila, no? Yung mga gustong yung mga gusto ng hard copy, no, yung hindi soft copy ang ipapadala sa kanila, meron lang kaming charges na para sa delivery, no? Pero kung ayaw nyo naman, kayo na yung mag-print, papadala na lang namin sa inyo through email soft copy, no? Okay. So let's now go to the question and answers, no? Sige.
Sige, ma'am. First question, ma'am, galing kay Jen Tria.
Okay.
Ma'am Elsa, magpapaturo daw po sa inyo. New lang po kasi kami cooperative.
Okay.
Paano po set up ang authorized capital tsaka paid up capital?
Tingnan po ninyo dyan sa ating sample, no? So nandyan na yan. And yung authorized capital or paid up capital, kayo yan dahil di ba mayroon kayo General Assembly, no? And then take note na bago kayo i-form na cooperative, mayroon kayong seminar required ng cooperative, no? So doon pa lang ipadetermine ninyo kung how much or magkano ba yung limited na capital na meron kayo. So meron tayong template diyan or yung ating sample na financial statements, nandoon yung share capital natin, yung sa statement of ano ba yun? Tingnan natin ha. Kasi sa cooperatives, no? Yun yung una natin na sample. Day 1 ito, Hari. Yung day 2, asan? Wala. So day 1 natin is yung sa cooperative, yung first session natin this morning is cooperative. So nandyan na. In-email naman na namin sa inyo po yung handouts. So tingnan nyo na lang dyan at meron tayong sample dyan for the capital, for the share capital. Yung share capital ninyo, ilagay nyo dyan, parang shares din yan ng contribution ng members, no? Meron din siyang par value as to the how many number of shares, tapos magkano yung capital. Din-disclose din po doon sa financial statements, no? Statement of financial condition and yung statement of equity, no, ng cooperative. So doon yun. Okay, next.
Next question po. Galing kay Miss Cupcake.
Okay. Si Miss Cupcake. Thank you
Ano
for
po ang
watching.
treatment ng donation due to pandemic sa AFS or sa payment ng taxes?
Actually, yung donation, no, good na question mo yan because there is a separate regulations, no, yung BAR na sinabi niya about donations na during the pandemic, no, but anong sabi diyan ng regulations ng BAR? Sinabi pa rin niya yung compliance as to RR 13-98 as to the form and mode of donation. So, ano yung sundin nyo pa rin? Yung binigay natin sa inyo kanina na form, yung donation na form 2322, no? Ano yon, i-fill up yun ng donor at saka ng donee, permahan nila pareho, and then ipa-receive nila sa BAR where the donor is registered and the donor is registered. Nandun doon din yung valuation ng donations, kung pera ba siya, property, kung magkano yung valuation, at saka kung real property siya, nandun doon din yung mga documentations. Next.
Next question po. Galing po kay Fe Herrera.
Si Ma'am Fe.
May standard percentage po ba sa retention receivable?
Sa ano po, sa construction, wala pong standard pero it is embodied in the contract, no? Usually ang ginagawa ng iba 10%, no? Pero depende na 'yan sa agreement ng contractor at saka ng client niya, no? Pero sa standard, ang alam ko 10%, no, retention receivable. At ibibigay lang yan as to a certain number of days. Halimbawa, construction yan, so 90 days. Kasi baka matibag yung kontrata, no? Saka pa lang yan i-release yung retention receivable. Okay. Next.
Ma'am, next question po galing kay Luigi Balili.
Okay.
Kung ang cooperative transacts with both members and non-members,
Okay.
subject po ba siya sa VAT or percentage
Subject.
tax if walang certificate of tax exemption?
Kahit po may certificate of tax exemption pa, if the cooperative is transacting with non-members, taxable na talaga siya, no? Kasi ano bang sinasabi sa CDA, sa batas? Ang operation ng cooperative, exempt sila sa tax kung they are transacting between members. Pero kung meron na silang transaction with non-members, yung transaction with non-members is subject to tax already. Yung transaction with members, yun lang yung exempt, no? So pag halimbawa, pag umabot na siya ng 3 million, and then sale of goods yan, so magbabayad na sila ng VAT. But below the 3 million, then magbabayad sila ng percentage tax. So subject na sila sa business tax and also subject to income tax, no? So yun po yung cooperative. Next.
Tapos ma'am, follow-up question po. If no tax, sabi pa pala niya kanina ma'am, yung reserve fund daw, hindi naman umaabot ng 10 million.
Okay.
Tapos, yung follow-up question niya po, if no tax exemption yung co-op, ang annual income tax return na ipafile po ba ay 702 RT?
Hindi.
Meaning tax at 30% ang cooperative?
Hindi. Para sa akin para sa akin. Kasi ang exemption ng cooperative is law, no? Batas yan. So, exemption talaga siya. Administrative requirements kasi yung certificate of tax exemption. Pero, it doesn't mean na pag wala ka na yan, ay hindi ka na exempt. Kasi batas ang pinanggalingan ng exemption mo eh. So, hindi yan ma-revoke ng exemptions lang. Pero, since ni-require yan ng BIR at nagsabi yung BIR na requirement talaga, no? So, ano yun? Kung magpa-file ka ng RT, di regular ka na doon na, parang hindi ka na cooperative. Para sa akin, doon ka pa rin sa EX. Tsaka wala namang income ang co-op eh. If you try to make an accounting ng sales niya, revenue niya, at saka ng expenses, wala, hindi nag-i-income ang cooperative. So, doon ka pa rin sa EX, no? Doon talaga sa EX dapat, hindi sa RT. Okay.
Next question po. Galing kay Marjo.
Pero bakit hindi kayo kumukuha ng exemption? Ang bilis-bilis kumuha ng exemption ng cooperative, no? Basta cooperative, binibigyan ka agad yan ng exemptions. Basta ipakita mo na lang na you are transacting only with members, hindi yung you are transacting with non-members. Next.
Next question po, galing kay Marjon Balila. Need
Okay.
po ba ng BIR Form 2322 if si cooperative ang nagbigay ng pera sa kanyang mga member as donation?
Oo, may reason yan bakit kayo nagbigay. Siguro doon sa pandemic, ne? So, kailangan din po. Pero ang sinabi kasi doon sa 2322, at least 100,000, no? So, kung below 100,000, hindi na kailangan. Okay, next.
Ano din galing po kay Miss J. Yung association po ba, need pa rin i-register sa BIR?
Yes,
Since yung members of the association is may contribution monthly.
yes. Registered po yan sila sa BIR, no? And in fact, may resibo din yan kasi every time na nangongolekta yung association ng dues from the members, may ano yan, may resibo, no? Official receipt. That's why they are registered sa BIR. Kasi kailangan ang i-issue mo legitimate na business, no? And who regulates the issuance of receipts? It's the BIR. So, dapat nagpaparegister kayo sa BIR and then nagpapagawa kayo ng resibo, na-account ninyo yung resibo issued to your members. No? Okay. Next.
Next question. Hi, Ma'am Elsa. May we enlighten about the new issue BIR, RMC number 3620-2021, particularly the use of BIR form number 2306 starting this year?
2306. Sige no, pero hindi natin ma-discuss yan ngayon. So, isulat mo Hari, BIR form, yung RMC daw, 36-2020, no, yung use ng, 2021, yung use ng BIR form. Sige po, pero gagawa tayo ng isang video dyan, pero hindi natin ma-discuss po ngayon, no? Sige, next. Because of time constraint nga, no? Alis na, uwi na kasi sila. Okay.
Galing po
And today is Friday, kaya fly day, no? Sige.
ma'am. Galing po ulit kay Sir Luigi.
Okay.
Ma'am, kailangan po ba mag-amend ng bylaws pagbabaguhin yung distribution of net surplus or okay na yung board resolution lang po?
Hindi na kailangan yung bylaws. Bakit nakalagay ba sa bylaws nyo yung distribution ng surplus? Kasi kung hindi, ano lang, board resolution, no? Pero kung nakalagay talaga siya doon sa articles of cooperation ninyo, then you have to amend, no? Hindi uubra lang na board resolution. Kasi naka-state talaga siya sa articles of cooperation, no? So ang dapat talaga doon, amendment. Okay.
Galing po ulit naman kay Ma'am Marites Samson.
Okay.
Pwede po ba na parehas yung date ng authorization at date ng issuance ng auditor's report?
Hindi. Dapat maglagay po kayo ng allowance kasi di naman na-authorize na ngayon, nandiyan na kaagad. So, parang walang preparation, no? At least mga 2 days or 3 days naman. So, diyan ako na penalize ng ECEC, no? Kasi nauna yung issuance sa authorization, no? Okay, so typo error lang naman yun. Okay, next.
Galing po ulit kay Sir Luigi.
Okay,
Ma'am, per Section 9 of Revised Corporation Code,
okay.
bawal mag-exceed ng 10% of net income before tax ang compensation ng directors ng corporation.
Okay.
What po if net loss for the year pero may dinisburse na compensation?
More so na magiging violation yan, no? More so na violations. Pero kasi kung ang board of directors is working with the company, so hindi yan compensation for the directors, baka compensation yan for the services, no? Pero tingnan ninyo, kasi sa totoong buhay lang, there are so many violations sa corporation code, no? Sa totoo lang. Kaya maganda na yung halimbawa mga incorporators kayo, dapat papaseminar din kayo, nagpapa-tutor din kayo about the corporation code para nasusundan natin, no? Especially ngayon na bago yung corporation code natin, and then Alam nyo yung mga provisions, natutuwa ako because very specific na yung mga provisions sa corporation code. Kahit na yung how do we craft the law ngayon, very specific na. Hindi kagaya noon na very general at saka dami-dami mga sinasabi. Ngayon, pati process nandun na sa law. Kaya sabi ko mas madali na siyang implement. No? Okay, next.
Next question po, ma'am. Galing kay Sir Luigi. Si Co-op na nagpa-parent ng building, withholdan sila ng 5% ng lease. Ano pong gagawin ni Co-op doon sa BIR form na 2307 since hindi niya ito ma-claim as tax credits kasi exempt naman po yung Co-op.
Dapat pa lang, no, kung sino yung supplier nyo na nag-withhold sa inyo ng 2307, no, binigyan nyo na sila ng certificate of tax exemption ninyo at saka yung certificate of registration ninyo sa BIR at i-attach nila yan doon sa pagbayad nila na walang withholding. That is their justification para hindi sila ma-penalize, no? Kasi sayang, wala kayong pagkakagamitan doon sa 2307, no? Sayang yun. And dapat kayo kasi ang magsabi doon sa supplier nyo na hindi kayo dapat i-withhold, no? At ano yun, bigyan nyo sila ng certificate of tax exemption and your certificate of registration with the BIR na wala kayong babayaran talaga na income tax. Okay.
Next ma'am, galing kay Rexalina Suba.
Okay.
Ano po yung ceiling sa representation at meron din po bang ceiling ang mga expenses na kasama sa project cost?
Yung project cost walang ceiling or limit, pero yung representation meron. And how much is that? 1/2% for sale of goods, sa gross sales. Sa services naman, halimbawa contractor services yan eh. So 1% of the gross receipts ng contractor. Yun ang selling ng representation expense, no? Yun yung entertainment, amusement, no, representation expense. Yan ang limit. Okay.
Next ma'am, galing kay Marites Samson.
Okay.
Pag meron pong donated property sa corporation, ano pong entry sa credit side?
Sa
Credit side.
corporation,
Ako, donated property sa corporation.
so debit property, credit, hindi naman donations, no? Grants, no? Pwede rin. Kasi meron tayong accounting. At saka sino ba yung nag-donate, no? Tingnan nyo nga na sa donations, donated properties, pwede rin po. Kasi kayo na magagawa ng chart of accounts nyo eh. So, pwede na debit the properties and then i-credit nyo donated properties or grants, no? Or donations. And then, tingnan nyo yung batas sa donations, no? Kasi kung halimbawa, sino ba yung nag-donate sa corporations? Because ang donation, taxable, no? Taxable siya. Pero kung in exchange yan of shares of stock sa corporation, kukuha kayo ng ruling, hindi siya magiging taxable. So, tingnan nyo na lang, no? Kung ano yung magiging tax consequences ng donation to corporations. Kasi especially if your corporation is not an accredited donor institution, then taxable po yung donation mo sa corporation, no? Kaya lang ang donation is not taxable if the donation is given to the accredited donor institution, no? So ang accredited donor institution that is governed by Revenue Regulations 13-98, no? So tingnan ninyo yung mga requirements for a valid donation. Nandoon yun. At saka ang daming reporting requirements, no, sa 13-98. So yun po yung magiging guide natin. Next.
Next question po, galing po kay Ma'am Leilani De Vera.
Okay.
Ma'am, question po, need po ba mag-file ng FS company registered in October 20, start of operation December 26 to 2020?
Yes po, kailangan na. Unang-una, open case na kayo sa BIR pag hindi kayo nag-file. Mandatory yun. Kahit nga December na kayo nag-file, December 30, so may 1 day kayo, dapat mag-file na kayo pagdating ng 2021. No? Hinihintay na kayo. Meron na kayong taxable period na dapat may pumasok na kayong filing. Tsaka corporations yan. No? So, kailangan meron kayong filing na financial statements. Okay. Next.
Next question po, galing kay Miss Jen Tria. Ma'am, magpapaturo po sana ako ng account na maganda gamitin para sa employee na binigyan ng mga charity during pandemic. May limit po ba ito based on sales?
Wala naman siyang limit, pero sa donation, no? The best na ilagay mo diyan is donation kasi may revenue regulations diyan yung BAR on what to do with your donations during the pandemic. At yun nga, sabi ng BAR, your donations during the pandemic, kung kanino mo yun binigay, sa empleyado, o sa street children, or whoever, you just conform with the requirements of the RR 13-98, no? Okay. Next.
Next, galing din po ulit kay Miss Jen Tria. Same din ba sa medical, may limit po ba? Sakali kung mag-donate ka ng mga tablets para sa mga anak ng
Wala
mga pili ng empleyado? Thank you po.
Wala po. Walang limit, no? Walang limit po. Lalo na yung during the pandemic, wala po. At saka kahit hindi pandemic, no? Basta nag-donate ka, wala po siyang limit. Okay. Next.
Question.
Wala na?
Ito ma'am, galing kay Miss Cupcake.
Okay.
Opo. Yung interest rate imposed on unpaid AR, batable daw po ba?
Yung interest sa accounts receivable,
Interest rate imposed on unpaid AR.
kaya nga, unpaid accounts receivable. So,
Kung batable daw po ba?
batable siya kung ang item na binili mo na nagkaroon ng accounts receivable is also subject to VAT, no? Pero kung interest lang talaga siya sa loans or what, kasi ang loans kasi na interest is subject to percentage tax. Pero kung interest siya on the merchandise, no, na binenta mo, libawa, meron kang accounts receivable dahil nagbenta ka ng goods, yung goods is batable. So, yung interest, i-consider mo yan na part of the cost of the goods, batable siya. Depende po kung anong scenario. The interest expense can be batable kung batable yung transactions. Pero kung subject to percentage tax, kagaya ng mga financing transactions, no, pautang, hindi siya batable because yung interest ng mga nagpapautang is subject to percentage tax. No. Sige, next.
Opo. Next po ma'am, galing kay Lilia Rote.
Okay.
2% interest for members loan per month ay tama po ba?
2%, so magkano yan for 1 year? 24. No? Para sa akin, over siya. Pero since wala naman tayong batas na bawal, no? Although the legal rate of interest is 12% per annum, pero kung nag-24 yan, hindi naman siya binawal, no? So, pwede lang din po yung 2%.
Tapos karugtong nung tanong niya ma'am, what is maximum interest of members loan sa cooperative?
I-determine po yan ng inyong assembly, no? Kayo po yung mag-determine kung ano yung gusto nyong ilagay na maximum, kayo po yung mag-determine, nakalagay dyan sa Articles of Cooperation ninyo. No? Okay.
Next ma'am, galing po kay ma'am Lilian Yao.
Okay.
Ma'am, saan po ika-categorize ang refilling ng fire extinguisher as goods? As goods po ba or services?
Refilling, no?
Oo,
Services
refilling.
po yan. Services po. No? Kasi, alam nyo, yung goods dyan, ano lang yan eh. Para bang kumain ka sa restaurant, may food, pero ang kategory niya, services. No? Ganon din sa refilling. Kasi, hindi naman mangyayari na goods yan kasi i-refill mo pa, no? Parang sa LPG din, no? I-refill ka. So, more talaga dyan ang services. So, official receipt po ang ini-issue.
Tapos karugtong ma'am, kung ano daw po ba yung account title na pwede?
Sa refilling,
Apo.
yung refilling services. Alam nyo, pag gumawa tayo ng account title, it must be representative of the transaction. No? Kaya wag nyo nang gawin na iba pa kung ano talaga yung transactions, yun na yung pangalan nyo para hindi din kayo malito. No? So, refilling service or refilling services, no? Pwede na 'yun. Representative pa siya nung ginagawa mong services. Okay.
Next ma'am, galing kay Leilani De Vera Abella.
Okay.
Paano po yung sa note sensitivity analysis at liquidity risk?
I-Google po ninyo. Nandyan yan. No? Kasi ako hindi ko rin siya na-memorize pero anong ginagawa ko? Alam nyo ngayon, pagka hindi ko maintindihan, Google mo lang agad, nandyan po. No? Kasi hindi ko na yan siya ma-memorize. Although kung titingnan natin, talagang madali lang, mabilis lang. Kasi gumagawa kami ng mga ratios at saka analysis dyan sa transfer pricing analysis namin. No? Ang bilis lang. I-Google nyo po. No? Ano yung tanong niya? Yung sensitivity analysis, may mga samples dyan.
Paano daw po yung sa note sensitivity analysis at
Oo.
liquidity risk?
Yung liquidity risk, no? Kasi yung risk is ano yan parang in danger yung liquidity mo na hindi ka makabayad sa mga utang mo. Kaya may liquidity risk ka, no? Ibig sabihin, riskful na yung activity mo dahil hindi ka na liquid, no? When we say na hindi ka na liquid, parang failure ka na makamit ng obligations mo on time, no? So, yung sensitivity analysis, may mga samples din tayo dyan. Alam ko, i-Google nyo na lang po yung iba, no? Hindi na natin maano, pero siguro sa next natin na mga video, ilabas natin yan, no? Okay. Next. Wala na? Okay. So, with that, I would like to say thank you po sa ating mga viewers and hopefully, huwag kayong magsawa, no? Sa ating mga videos, sa ating mga seminars, no? Kapag may mga future seminars kami, expect that we will invite you pa rin, no? So, thank you very much and have a good day.
Ngayon pa lang.